And here it is. It is here. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. Here it is. It is here. Here I am. Hope you are there. The session commences and your company is required. That thing that is done round about this time is being done exactly now. So if you are available, avail yourself of the session. That thing that goes on is going on right now. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
National anthem, Mr. Albert Congo raises the flag of the new nation.
And there it is, right there. The first inaugurating Nigerian national anthem. I don't know quite why my face is always so shiny on these things. I don't know. But there it is right there. The inauguration anthem of the Nigerian state. So I write, O compatriot, Nigeria calls, obey. So I write, O compatriot, Nigeria calls, obey. As guys, I bring you this. Igbos are not cursed. Okorocha fires back at Pastor Tunde Bakare. So I've not quite come across the storyline where Bakare may have said whatever he did say, but the response will almost certainly capture whatever it is, the essence of Bakare's pronouncement. So Okorocha, of course, now he trying to propel himself to the forefront of the Igbo space. Hold on, I'm just trying to see if I can actually find that as we're just going through this now. So I'll see if I can find that, but I'm sure whatever it is that Bakari said would have been captured in Okorocha's response. So the suggestion, of course, that the Igbos are cursed is what Okorocha is recoiling from. 2023, Igbos not cursed. Okorocha fires back at Pastor Tunde Bakare. So cause and effect, we'll find out exactly what all of that is all about. So the usual protocols, as I always say, if you're not already subscribed, then please do. And click on the like button as well, which is the thumbs up button. So click on the usual buttons and make sure that you are subscribed to the session. So do all the clickings. As you do all the clickings, let's go on. So now this now somewhat of a bombshell. PDP shuns zoning, makes 2023 presidential ticket open. So a windfall for Abubakar Atiku, no doubt, Atiku Abubakar. So that's certainly a windfall for Atiku Abubakar. So that is prayers answered. So essentially, they have opened the ticket then to gift it to Atiku. So that is essentially what that means. Still within that space, 2023, Autumn-led PDP zoning committee throws presidential ticket open. So it's either or with that one. We read one of those headlines as a piece. So it's essentially they cover pretty much the same thing. So as they continue to implode, APC continues to hemorrhage. Buhari's minister, Lai Mohammed, begs aggrieved APC members not to dump party. So I will be absolutely categorically surprised if they do not dump that party after all the crimes that we saw on the rostrum. Nigerian House of Representatives consider bill seeking to jail BOBRISKY, then relay other cross-dressers for 6 months. So is that somewhat of a punishment putting these people in prisons is the question. And which prison would you put them into is the other question. Is it the female prison or the male prison? Because, of course, putting them in the male prison is almost like a gift to elements like this. Nigerian House of Representatives consider bill seeking to jail BOBRISKY, then relay other cross-dressers for 6 months. So quite what is in play there, we find out shortly. These we may or may not go to. Nigeria's security architecture based on ethnic religious affiliations. Kingsley Moghalu speaking to truth to power, but is he really speaking truth to power? You know, it's telling us what we already know, as I would surmise to say. 17 soldiers killed, 20 wounded as bandits overrun Nigerian army outpost in Kaduna. So Kaduna now, the epicenter of the theater of war, has now moved firmly from Borno to Kaduna. There's no equivocation on that. 17 soldiers killed, 20 wounded as bandits overrun Nigerian army outpost in Kaduna. So there it is right there. Gunboat was in EFCC's custody when it disappeared. Ni Masa speaking. So they steal everything within the EFCC, including gunboats. So there it is right there. So plenty to go through. So lean back, kick back, take it easy. click on the usual buttons, as I said. There's going to be some changes to the way that this live streaming is going to continue for the future, if it does continue for the future. So the open mic session is not is something that we're going to have to set aside for a moment. So because we want to quality control the sessions. And what I've noticed of recent times is that it just gets somewhat rowdy and people just come here to shout. So we want to eliminate that somewhat, and we suspend that open micro. I cannot speak anymore. We suspend that open microphones format for a while, just to try and cleanse up the quality of the output. So no more the screaming and shouting, or people are high on drugs to come and talk gibberish, or the screeching and squealing of ethnic tonality. So we want to try and eliminate all of that, just garbage sort of things, and just to ratchet up the quality a bit more. So all of that in consideration. So feedback to me in the comment section what you think of that, as I bring you to care guides to ease us into the platform. So to the care guides.
Water, only water, only water, where they see my water. You don't come home. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Chief Latif keke elemu re o. Erukulele elemude. Erukulele egbe elemudodo jare o. Erukulele Ghana ti de egbe ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹlá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sodana ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there you heard it, the care guides. Iku koniriwa gbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. I've explained that prayer often enough. There's no prayer more paramount than that prayer. Pardon me. Iku koniriwa gbeshe. So that's the prayer from the care guides. Iku koniriwa gbeshe, as guys, I bring you this. 2023, Igbos are not cursed. Okorocha fires back at Pastor Tunde Bakare. A former governor of Imo State, Rochas Okorocha, has hit back at the general overseer of Citadel Global Community Church, formerly known as Latter Rain Assembly, Pastor Tunde Bakare, for saying Igbos cannot rule Nigeria because they are under a curse. So that is exactly what was said. I knew we would be captured in that. So there it is. Let's just take that from the top again. The former governor of Imo State, Rochas Okorocha, has hit back at the general overseer of Citadel Global Community Church, formerly known as Latter Rain Assembly, Pastor Tunde Bakare, for saying Igbos cannot rule Nigeria because they are cursed. Okorocha, who is now a senator representing Imo West, insisted that Igbos are an asset to the country and they are not the problem of the country. He stated this on Tuesday at his Unity House campaign office in Abuja when he was visited by the national youth leader of the All Progressive Congress APC, Mr. Dayo, Israel. In a viral video, Bakare said, "Why should anyone in this country say the Igbo man cannot be president of Nigeria? I was at Imo State and I told them the reason why the Igbos cannot rule Nigeria, and I want to remove the curse today." However, Okorocha, reacting to those comments, said, "When I listened to Bakari mention that the Igbos are cursed in the course of his preaching, I think that is an overstatement and unwarranted preaching. I must state here categorically that the Igbos are not cursed and they will never be cursed." Okorocha admitted that although Igbos may not be good politicians, they are great assets to this country. They are not the problem. So the tonality you recoil from, because of course we all know that the language of Tunde Bakare is always extreme. It's an extremist and an opportunist and a chancer. But the tonality of it, you have to recall from that, and nobody will want to suggest that they are cursed, because these are some of the most successful people, not just in Nigeria, but on the planet. But then, so if they are cursed, they are certainly cursed with a blessing. But that they cannot rule Nigeria is something that they cannot shy away from or start to beat ethnic drums over anybody saying that. Because this is what we are witnessing in Nigeria. And by his own admission, what Okorocha said, "I must state here categorically that the Igbos are not cursed and they will never be cursed." Okorocha admitted Okorocha admitted that although Igbos may not be good politicians, so there's a concession in that place that they don't know how to play politics. And how can you become president if you don't know how to play politics? So the extremism of the tonality of the Bakare language, everybody recalls from that they are cursed. They are certainly not cursed. They are blessed people, but they are not politicians, and by extension, they can never rule Nigeria. So that is it right there, and somewhat of an admission from Rochas Okorocha right there, Iberiberism. So now, this now the biggest story of the day. PDP shuns zoning, makes 2023 presidential ticket open. Nigeria's major opposition party, the People's Democratic Party (PDP), has reportedly thrown its presidential ticket for the 2023 election open. Correspondents understand that there have been anxiety over which zone the party will zone its 2023 presidential ticket to. Ahead of the 2023 general election, 13 candidates in total have purchased the party's presidential interest forms. A 37-member committee of the PDP on zoning arrangement had been charged to conclude on the party's zoning arrangement as the election draws near. Stakeholders of the party had taken different positions on zoning, with Iyochia Ayu, the national chairman of the party, stakeholders of the party had taken different positions on zoning, which Iyochia Ayu, national chairman of the party, said had come to stay. It could be recalled that a meeting of the PDP zoning committee, headed by Governor Samuel Otom of Benue State, ended without a definite outcome in the last week. However, on Tuesday, the 37-member committee met for over 3 hours, after which they said recommendations had been sent to the National Executive Committee of the party. A source who spoke with correspondents today, however, confirms that the committee affirmed that even though zoning is part of the party's constitution, it decided to throw open the presidential ticket due to the exigency of the time and the fact that they are in opposition. Our party was encouraged to always make the issue of zoning very clear at least 6 months before sales of form, so that aspirants can know their fate. Correspondents quote a source as saying, the committee was also said to have recommended that contestants who have chosen to unite themselves and work. The committee was also said to have commended the contestants who have chosen to unite themselves and work for a consensus candidate. So essentially, the ticket goes to Atiku. That is just the reading of that. Still more on that. 2023, Otom-led PDP zoning committee throws presidential ticket open ahead of the People's Democratic Party PDP presidential primary election slated for the 28th of May 2022. The Benue State Governor Samuel Otom-led zoning committee have thrown the ticket open. Recall that the Bauchi State Governor Bala Mohammed led committee which reviewed the PDP performance during the 2019 general election, had sometimes last year recommended that the 2023 ticket be thrown open. After 3 meetings in the last 2 weeks, a source who is a member of the 37-man zoning committee exclusively told correspondents that the Otom-led committee has also recommended that the ticket be open. The source said after the over 3 hours meeting in Abuja on Tuesday, we have resolved that the ticket be thrown open. This will allow those who have bought forms to contest. Correspondents report that many governors on the platform of the PDP from the south are agitating that the ticket be zoned to the south, whilst those in the north and the presidential aspirants from the north want the zoning jettisoned. Meanwhile, addressing journalists after the meeting, Otom said, "We have just finished our meeting. After we rose from our meeting last week, today we decided that we will meet, and by the grace of God, we have unanimously adopted a position that will be sent to the National Executive Committee of our party that appointed us." The good news for our teaming supporters the good news for our teaming supporters of the PDP and Nigerians is that we have resolved, and every one of us, the 37 members, unanimously adopted the position that we're going to present to the NEC, he said. So there it is right there, categorical and without equivocation. So there it is right there. The ticket goes to Atiku, essentially. So what is the might of Wike to fight Atiku? Because essentially now, what we're looking at is a Wike-Atiku battle. And who is the winner of that battle? There can only be one winner of that battle. So Wike versus Atiku, that is essentially where PDP have placed it. And Peter Obi, of course, will quickly subordinate himself to Atiku, we know that. Buhari's Minister Lai Mohammed begs aggrieved APC members not to dump the party. The Minister of Information and Culture, Lai Mohammed, on Tuesday has appealed to aggrieved members of the All Progressive Congress APC not to leave the party. The minister, in a statement on Tuesday, appealed to aggrieved members of the party to reconsider their decision to dump the party in Kwara, his home state, where the party has been facing many crises. Mohammed, the information minister in the Mohammed Buhari government, urged the defectors to return to their natural habitat for their grievances to be addressed ahead of the 2023 elections. He said, "My attention has been drawn to media reports on the alleged defection of some of my supporters in the All Progressive Congress APC in Kwara to the Social Democratic Party SDP. I wish to state categorically that despite the fact that the supporters are genuinely aggrieved at the way and manner they have been treated by the Kwara State Governor and his supporters against the backdrop of their immeasurable contributions to the massive victory of our party in the state in 2019, leaving the party is not the solution. We have taken the grievances of our supporters to the highest level of our party, and we have cause to believe that everything will be done to address the grievances and unite the party ahead of the 2023 elections. I am therefore appealing to those who may have left to reconsider their stand, and I am therefore appealing to those who may have left to reconsider their stand and return to their natural habitat. On my part, as a founding member of the APC, as someone who has toiled endlessly to build the party and as one who has worked with stakeholders to deliver Kwara State to the APC, leaving the party is not an option. I am a bona fide member of the APC and I have no intention of leaving the party. All through my political career, I have always remained loyal to any party in which I have found myself. That is not about to change. I want to use this opportunity to once again call on the leadership of our party to urgently and decisively address the issues that have forced some members of our party in Kwara to contemplate leaving the party. So there it is right there. APC hemorrhaging members. Nigerian House of Representatives consider bill seeking to jail BOBRISKY, then relay other cross-dressers for 6 months. Cross-dressers in Nigeria will risk being jailed for 6 months if a new bill to prohibit cross-dressing is passed. The bill to prohibit, and by the way, this is an Islamic move. This is an Islamization move because we are libertarians in the South, and even though it might not be to our taste that somebody chooses to cross-dress, we certainly don't want to throw them in jail for exercising their free will. So this is a northern Islamification lilt. Cross-dressers in Nigeria will risk being jailed for 6 months if a new bill to prohibit cross-dressing is passed. The bill to prohibit cross-dressing in Nigeria was I hadn't read this before, but you will see in a moment that it is one of them. It's them again. Oh. It is essentially Islamization agenda, as I said. Cross-dressers in Nigeria will risk being jailed for 6 months if a new bill to prohibit cross-dressing is passed. The bill to prohibit cross-dressing in Nigeria was introduced by Umar Muda. So, no surprises for guessing. So, the bill to prohibit cross-dressing in Nigeria was introduced by Umar Muda, a member of the House of Representatives, and it was read to the floor of the House on Tuesday. If passed into law, cross-dressing will become an offense in the country with the exemption of those using it for entertainment. Offenders will be liable to be jailed for 6 months. A person engaging in cross-dressing is guilty of an offense and liable to imprisonment of 6 months or a fine of 500,000 naira, the bill says. Okoneye Idris Olanrewaju, aka BOBRISKY, is an LGBT personality and one of the most popular Nigerian cross-dressers. Others include James Chukwuze Obilo, alias James Brown, Adenrele Oluwafemi Edun, popularly known as Denrele. The bill seeks to amend the same. The bill seeks to amend the Same-Sex Marriage Prohibition Act of 2013 by including cross-dressing as one of the offenses under the Act. In the Act, same-sex couples and gay persons face 14 years in prison if convicted by a court. So there you have it right there. Human rights, Nigerian style. That's human. That is not to say I condone, but I defend the right for you to be as you are. Nigeria's security architecture based on ethnic religious affiliation. Kingsley Moghalu. Presidential hopeful Kingsley Moghalu says he plans to reform Nigeria's security architecture, which he said is presently based on ethnic religious affiliations. Nigeria's security architecture is currently based on ethnic religious affiliation and regime security versus real national security, Mr. Moghalu said. Mr. Moghalu said, Tucano jets alone won't win the war against terrorism and vowed to muster the political will to secure Nigeria if elected president in 2023. If I become Nigeria's president from 2023, I will secure Nigeria and the lives and property of Nigerians in the north, south, east, and west of our country. Mr. Moghalu, a former deputy governor of the central bank and presidential aspirant on the African Democratic Congress platform, said this in a statement on Tuesday. In Lagos, He vowed to put the country's security above ethnic or religious interest and expand the strength of the Nigerian army and expand the strength of the Nigerian armed forces by vastly increasing their numbers. Mr. Moghalu promised massive reform of the Nigerian policing. Mr. Moghalu promised massive reform of the Nigeria police in training, equipment specialization, intelligence capability, and expansion to 1 million men and women. Also, he vowed to create jobs for unemployed and pledged to reform border security in Nigeria to protect the Nigerian territorial space more effectively. The presidential aspirant said he will create a unified psychological and nationalistic response to terrorism whilst also improving intelligence gathering. It sounds what can you fault in what this guy is saying? This is why I always champion this guy. For me, if they say pick one man and put him on the Aso Rock seat, I will immediately reach for Kingsley Moghalu, yank him from wherever he is, and place him on the Aso Rock seat. Singularly, the president the country wants and needs, but singularly, he will never get a chance. 17 soldiers killed, 20 wounded as bandits overrun Nigerian army outpost in Kaduna. On Monday, no less than 17 soldiers were killed by on Monday, no less than 17 soldiers were killed after bandits overran the forward operating base near Mando in Kaduna State. The incident occurred at about 4:45 p.m. on Monday and lasted up to 3 hours 15 minutes before the personnel were dislodged from the location, a military signal seen by correspondents said. Let me take that again. On Monday, no less than 17 soldiers were killed after bandits overran the forward operating base near Mando in Kaduna State. The incident occurred at about 4:45 p.m. on Monday and lasted up to 3 hours 15 minutes before the personnel were dislodged from the location, a military signal seen by correspondents said. Although the signal stated that 11 soldiers were killed, a top military source confirmed to correspondents that 17 died in the attack. Military officers suspected the attackers used special weapons similar to the ones used to bomb the Kaduna train to carry out the latest attack on the troops deployed to combat the growing menace of armed banditry across the northwestern swathe of the country. An abductee in the recent train attack on Kaduna was quoted as saying the bandits had dangerous weapons. Meanwhile, the army said that 19 soldiers sustained injuries, whilst 3 vigilante members were killed in the attack. Also, 1 Legion MRAP, 1 Cobra armored personnel carrier, Steyr APC, and 1 DSHK machine gun were burned, whilst 12 Heckler blah 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 rifles and 3 pump action guns are missing. Personnel injured in the attack were taken to Jubril Hospital and 271 NAF Detachment Medical Center in Beningwari, Kaduna for treatment. The soldiers killed in the action were evacuated to 44 Nigerian Army Reference Hospital morgue in Kaduna. The army had described the incident as the most significant loss witnessed in a long time and wondered if the troop had been taken by surprise. However, when contacted, the spokesperson for the Nigerian Army, Onyeka Nwachukwu, did not respond to correspondents' request seeking comment on the matter. Bandits have in recent times attacked military bases in the country, marking a significant challenge in the fight against insecurity. In September last year, armed bandits overran a forward operating base in Motunji, Dansadao area of Zamfara State, killed 12 officers and seized weapons. The same month, bandits invaded a joint military camp coded Bakin Suma camp in Sabon Birni local government area of Sokoto, killing many soldiers of the Nigerian army. So we're in trouble, though, but we just don't know it. So this is now the last readout. Gunboat was in. Pardon me. Let me have a cup of water. So this now the last readout. Gunboat was in EFCC's custody when it disappeared. Nimasa. So Nimasa. The Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, NIMASA, said the NIMASA Baguru boat, which sank on Saturday, was the subject of litigation under the custody of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC. NIMASA spokesperson Edward Osage disclosed this in a statement. The NIMASA Barugu, one of the gunboats in the Global West Vessel Specialist Fleet, sank at the Kirikiri terminal behind Nemasa Resource Center. According to reports, the vessel sank at about 10:13 p.m. on Saturday, despite efforts to salvage it. Mr. Osage explained that the vessel was under Mr. Osage explained that the vessel under reference was one of the Global West boats in the service of the agency years ago. This boat has the name Nemasa Barugu right from the days of the contract. There are also other boats in this contractual category in Warri, said the statement. Collectively, the boats and their management have remained a subject of litigation and under the custody of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission for years. He further mentioned that NAMISA recently made concerted efforts to reactivate a few of the serviceable boats in this fleet, but was constrained by the legal encumbrance due to the nature of the case in court. As a law-abiding entity, we approached the matter under sound legal advisory. Finally, it must be stated that this vessel was not in our jetty and under our management at the time of the incident. Namisa's statement added, the crew on board does not report to NIMASA, but Global West Management, its owners. So there you have it, just the incompetence of the EFCC. So there it is right there. So there it is right there, and here it is right here. So the gentlemen are assembled. So let's let them in. Ajanle Koko, the mighty one. Sam O still finding his might. The elegant engineer who has a cough, and Thomas from Australia. So good to have you all, gentlemen. So good to have you. So let's go first to Ajanle Koko and start him off. Unless it's not Ajanle Koko, are you ready, or do you want us to?
I'm ready, one man. How are you?
Bridan, your voice is dull. Are you under the weather?
No, I'm just taking a drink.
Oh, all right. Okay, let me come to you then. And this now, so there are several layers to this, but the most obvious is first the pushback, which I'm sure you will condemn. But then what underpins it do you condemn? 2023, Igbos are cursed. 2023, Igbos are not cursed. Okorocha fires back at Pastor Tunde Bakare. So it looks as though Tunde Bakare had mounted the pulpit to suggest that these people or the people of the eastern part, they don't have what it takes to become president. It says Igbos cannot be president because they are under a curse. So first to that, then to Okorocha's pushback, but then to the underpinning thing, because Okorocha then subsequently admitted that they don't know how to play politics in their space. So to all of that, Ajanle.
Hey, one man. How are you today? How are you, Engineer Thomas, everybody on the platform?
We are fine, my brother. Good evening.
All right.
Evening, Najaja.
Hey, Samo, how are you, an engineer? I hope you're all doing good.
Yeah, we are good. Thank you.
Okay. Let me first of all greet our brothers as well behind the scene. Everybody behind the scene in the commentary session. I say good evening, good morning, wherever you are. I salute you all. And I want to call on our listeners and everyone that are watching us or listening to us to please click on the like button if you have not done so, and then share and subscribe as well. So to the point, I don't know why this statement by Pastor Tunde Bakari.
It's always loose with the mouth, isn't it? That pastor, anytime he talks, he just verbal diarrhea. Verbal diarrhea. Yeah.
Baba diarrhea.
Okay. Actually, the statement he made is it was just making reference to, I don't know how he got that I don't know how he got that information that Tafawa Balewa calls Igbos during the time of his assassination. That
Have you seen the clip in question? Have you seen the clip in question?
Yeah, I saw the clip.
All right, okay.
Yeah, he was just
running his mouth.
Actually, not well. I don't know how to describe, but he was actually praying for Igbo people. He was trying to he make reference to that course on them by Tafawa Balewa when I mean when they were during the time he was arrested and he was assassinated. According to him, he said Tafawa Balewa made that statement that Igbo will not rule. They will never be the leader of that country. And he was using that. He was trying to take out that cause by prayer, saying that Igbo are part of Nigeria, and nothing will stop Igbo from leading that country. That they are our brothers, and we are the same people. Nothing will ever stop Igbo from being the leader of the country like every other person in the country. So he was actually praying for the Igbo to, to in whatever they aspire for in that country to achieve it. And he was just making reference to that cause that by God's grace, that cause, he prayed that that cause should be something of the past and should never.
But Ajale Gogo, Tafawa Balewa really caused the Igbo. Where did he get that from?
I don't know where he got it from. So I wasn't sure. I don't know where he got it from. So it's an elderly person. He might have got some information somewhere that we don't know, but I'm not aware of that. But all that we know, which is part of our history, is that Tafawa Balewa was taken out from office, and they went and dumped his body somewhere in Nota. He was taken from Lagos, and they took him to dump his body in a farm in Nota. But Tunde Bakari was not actually. He was only trying to pray for the Igbo that God should eliminate that cause, should you know, it's just praying for them that they are part of us. We are the same people. And I don't know why. What do you know? What's the name of this guy?
Okorocha.
Okorocha. I don't know.
Ajale Koko, shall we listen to the offending to the offending clip to see what was actually said that has actually caused all this offense? So let's see now what has got Okorocha all fired up.
Okay.
No, not that one. That's not what got it. No, that's not what got Okoyora. You know, that is Sagwa the way. That is Sagwa. That is Sagwa the way that this guy. So this is what look at the lunacy.
The day they killed Tafawa Balewa, you know what happened? The day they killed Tafawa Balewa, they removed his turban, they poured wine on his head, forced him to drink, and shot him. And while he was being killed, he said, none of your tribe will ever rule Nigeria. It's not a new thing I'm saying. And I said I want to break the curse today because these Igbos were not part of those people. You cannot overgeneralize. And I went into the Bible, I showed them Genesis 49. Reuben! You are my firstborn. You will not excel. You went to my couch. You defiled my couch. You're unstable as water. But God raised Moses. Said, let Reuben live and not die. And let his men not be few. I said, on the authority of God's word, I reverse the curse of Tafawa Balewa over the Igbo generation. You will have access to the throne like any other person. Do you understand this? If you don't rise above tribal and religious, gosh, God help me. If you don't rise above it, you can't fix a nation. You can't repair the breach. You can't restore the past to dwell in.
So that was the offending clip. I'm not sure that there's anything especially in that should cause this extreme offense. But all over social media, they are all enraged.
That is what I was saying, one man. I don't know what he has said that is that too bad that there have been attack on this man from Okorocha and from some other notable Igbo people, and he has not said anything that is too bad. I might be wrong. I don't want anybody to get me wrong.
Ajale Gogo, can you permit me to ask this question from you?
Okay.
Yeah, is the Igbos that killed Tafawa Balewa? Because I think I don't know anything about that sport. Is the Igbo that killed Tafawa Balewa?
Yeah, there are Igbos.
Because from his utterances, it's saying because the Igbo killed Tafawa Balewa.
The first coup where Tafawa Balewa lost his life was an Igbo coup. I think that's established.
Oh, there you go.
You may want to expand on that, Ajale Koko.
Yeah, it was Igbo's officers that led by Kaduna Insecurity that overthrew the government, and they killed Tafawa Balewa. They killed Akintola. They killed Okotiebo. They killed Saduana of Sokoto. What is his name? I can't remember what's his name. So, but all the officers that were killed, all the politicians that were killed, there was none Igbo among them. All of them were Hausa and Yoruba, and Okotiebo from the south. So, and most of the officers that led that coup, they are Igbo, particularly the frontline one among them, who was the leader of the coup, Mzegu. So this is why they call it Igbo coup. Though we have our Igbo brothers saying that it should not be called Igbo coup because those officers are Nigerian Army officers, and you know,
Can I put the question?
Can I come in?
Yeah, but one at a time though. Like I said in the
Yeah, can
intro,
I
we
interject?
want to reduce the interjecting.
Can I interject? Yes,
go on.
please. I wanted to stay away from this program today, so just watch it. I'm watching it on my TV, but you see the vibe is going towards the direction where some information and education needs to be given. When you describe Emeka Nzogu, who comes from Delta states, and you describe him as Igbo, but the people of Delta describe themselves as Niger Delta. No, that is one. No. Two, there are a lot of other officers in that coup. But when we say Igbo coup, we are making reference to an ethnic group, and we are indicting a whole ethnic group. It's not fair. And three, when you come to competitiveness, these people, Igbos, will be everywhere. That is why they were more predominant in the military. If you watch the set of people who were at the top of the military are the Igbos because they were more competitive. They didn't get there because they gave them quota system. And in the military, such things happen when the government is going in the wrong direction. Military always take over during those times. Just like this Buhari government now that's going on. If it was those times, they would have done something serious. But if for us to now be using Igbo coup, we are following the footsteps of this pastor who made a mistake, because the mistake he's making. The soldiers, the military did what they normally did in those times. If you watch during that period, about 6 other African countries had coups because their government was running their country aground. The same thing happened in Nigeria, and all of a sudden everybody's saying Igbo coup. When would this Igbo coup?
I don't think the pastor was essentially speaking about the Igbo coup, but what he was saying, and I'm not sure if this is widely known, so if anybody is aware of this, then they can add to that. But what he is essentially saying is that during that coup, which a lot of people, and at that time and still till now, consider to be an Igbo coup, that Tafawa Balewa that was killed at that time, he pushed a curse on the ethnicity to say that they would never rule Nigeria. So it is that curse that this pastor is seeking to remove.
He's not removing any curse. He should mind his congregation and do his religious job. I'm tired of this kind of people coming into politics. This man has failed everybody. Everybody has seen that he's not a sincere person. He was even going to be running mate to Buhari. A politician.
That is not the issue. The issue is what the pastor said and the truth about it. This is what we should look into. Is he lying? Is he just talking?
Are you aware of that curse, X0?
There's no curse anywhere. In fact, anybody who's trying to perpetuate this kind of stories, just trying to make the country, just trying to hit up the politics.
Those that was arrested, why were they not prosecuted as promised before the war break out when Aguiyi was killed? These questions we must ask. Nigerians believe in keeping the truth under the box and begin to publicize rubbish to the public. We should ask the important questions, and myself and yourself might not be here when the war. Everything they told us was story. So we should begin to dig in and find out the actual facts.
All right, thank you, Igbo. But we don't really necessarily want to label the war. But the two things that we do know for fact is that Tunde Bakare is a senior person. He's a pastor, politician, and he also is a lawyer. So if he's saying that there's a cause, unless somebody knows to the contrary, I'm not sure. That may well be the subsisting narrative at that time, that at death, Tafawa Balewa placed that curse. So I'm not aware that curse is not in place.
Was there a curse?
Yeah.
Was there a cause when what's his name? This their Sadauna made mention of Igbos, they like to dominate. Was there a cause that time? Was there a war that time? Do you hear that kind of rhetoric? Nobody, that in those times, no military will stand and things like that. Was there a cause when there was Operation Wet here? Well, these are things that happened that made the military intervene in their own way.
Yeah, but
and the military has nothing to do with civilians. But people are now putting things. How many Igbos are even in top brass of the military today? Does the military even rule countries anymore? But here we are talking about those things and placing those problems upon civilians who know nothing about it.
Okay, setting the cause or not aside, if it's praying for whatever it is that is preventing an Eastern president from being to be removed, is that not a good thing?
I don't think that man has. I don't think that man has a lot of wisdom in that. There's not enough wisdom in that comment. I think he should mind his family and pray for them. That the country's problem is affecting everybody. Shouldn't be praying for people when you have your own log in your eyes. He has a problem. Why he had prophesied that he's going to become president? Why isn't he president? All these people everywhere just trying to heat up the politics. You look at what the youth in the East are doing now, burning politicians' homes, doing because of this kind of rhetorics.
What are you making of Okorocha's response? Let me give it to you. I must state here categorically that Igbos are not cursed and they will never be cursed. Okorocha admitted that although Igbos may not be good politicians, so that concession that they don't know how to politic. So if there's a cause or not, if there's prayer to just to lift their political fortunes, is that not a good thing?
Again, that's another unwise person. Look at the kind of fellow we are. Are we going to be listening to people?
Everybody is unwise.
No. You can tell me.
If they don't agree with you, I
can listen to people who speak with wisdom. Okorocha is not wise enough to speak to us. Okorocha that we know is not wise enough in his movement to APC.
Is a senior Eastern player with a lot of
but why isn't he president? Why are they not giving him presidency? Is that not why he left the ABGA to APC? Why is he not giving the mandate to be president? Is he not an Igbo man? Is he not vying for presidency? Why didn't they give to him?
He wants a bigger platform now. ABGA is not going to be president.
Can I interject?
But that platform is not given to him.
Can I interject?
Go on, and then we get back to John Lekoko. Yeah.
Yeah, X0, don't mind those people, Jerry. Let me ask you, one man, and every other person that is talking about this thing. Why is have anyone asked Tunde Bakare where and how he knew what he had that? You know all the things he said, about how it happened, they do this and that. Where did he get all those information from? Because I saw that clip, I saw the whole video. So now we are just who is Tunde Bakare in the political space of Nigeria in the first place that people will just listen to him? So why can't Do
you object to him praying
for vice presidential candidate?
He's a former vice presidential candidate.
Do you object to him praying for an improvement in the electoral
and that's supposed to East? That's supposed to be an educated what did they call it? Senior, that is coming
all the prayers he has been praying.
Let me understand what you're objecting to. Do you object to him praying for an improvement in the electoral fortunes of the East? Do you object to him doing that? That there should be improvement, to pray for improvement in the electoral fortunes of the East?
We don't need prayer.
You don't need prayer.
So what do you need? If you don't need prayer, what do you need?
Our lifestyle is a prayer.
You see, nobody can reject prayer. We are not talking about him praying. If he had came out and said he wants to pray for the political of the ambitions or whatever of the East, do you think anybody will? In fact, the Igbos will be hailing him right now. But we are not talking about that. That's not the issue. What we are talking about is all those propaganda and lies. Unfortunately, people cannot see through all these games that these people are playing. Maybe it's just clout. For you to be relevant now in Nigeria, you must say something related to Igbo so that they can look at you. Because I don't know who will even care about talking about him right now if there's no Igbo in his conversation. So it's just like some cloud chasing and
But in
propaganda.
It's the CBD. Can I say this? But
It
do you
is
know
not.
some people have some information we don't have? Do you agree with me?
Why should we? How will I agree to
I'm
presumption
just
and
saying, do
assumption?
you
Why
know
would
that
you
some
agree? Were
people
you born in the 1960s when the war was done?
And you were born.
Jesus
I mean, my
Christ.
brother, you were born.
So if people telling you story, you should listen.
So were you
Those that
born?
were there, Bakare
We
might be.
cannot. I
I'm not.
cannot
That is why I
agree.
don't.
I cannot agree to assumptions, my brother. So why should I be agreeing that some people knew something? If they know something, they'll come out and tell us that they know something and tell us how they know it. So why are we talking about all these things? People that, if someone like, for example, Olusegun Obasanjo that was active in the war, and people that are of age and all that are coming out to say something like that, maybe we'll even take it a bit more serious because those are military guys that was involved that
So
probably
in
they even had
CBD, if Buhari
knowledge
say this
firsthand.
thing, you will believe. If Buhari say this thing, you will believe him.
What are you even saying? Why are you being? What's
No,
the,
I'm saying this. Let me
uh,
say this. You said
if
um
Buhari
um
say it, I will believe. Why are you making definite statements?
but
Why
you
would I
you don't
believe?
understand what I mean.
All right. Let's not go down some strange. Let's get back to Ajanle Koko to carry on where we were. So Ajanle Koko, I'm
So
not aware of this
I'm
curse.
finishing by saying this, one man,
Yeah,
before you go back to Azanle Koko.
yeah.
These people if you ask me the motive for coming out and saying this in this time, in this current political climate and everything happening in that country, me, I'm looking at it as just some kind of cloud chasing. He wants to be in the news again. And maybe, just want to be in that. Or even if he didn't even accuse the Igbos of whatever, and he just said, I wants to pray for the Igbos, it's still cloud chasing to me. Pray for the Igbos is good. Just pray. And why do you need to start trying to stir up controversy in the media and everything? You know. So that's how I see it. And probably also some propaganda that we don't know. Is it not the same people that is going to the
Maybe it's a
to the,
political
the
move.
White House, or is it White House, or what is it called? Aso Rock all the
Um,
time.
um, um, in CBD, I think that cost may well exist because I've just been checking, and it's been referenced all the way through history. The Balewa curse. There's an article from April 2015 at the Indigbos curse, and it goes on to speak about Balewa's curse and the.
Course.
So
One man,
I
even in your own position and with your
okay.
own education and everything, you believe you can come out and talk about cause. It's only in Nigeria you hear something like that. That's okay.
Okay.
For example, a Latino has not become the president in
So this
America.
is what they're
Then
saying.
somebody will say
It
that
says,
they are
it
caused,
says,
and you'll believe.
it says, so this is the quote. Now you can kill your prime minister and the Igbos will never rule Nigeria. Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, 1966. So I think that curse, so it says, Prime Minister Abubakar Tafawa Balewa looked at them, Igbos, courageously in the eyes and said, now you can kill your prime minister. It was under these unfortunate circumstances that Tafawa Balewa, Nigeria's first prime minister, died in the hands of a group of young and ruthless Igbo army mutineers led by Emmanuel Efeajana and Captain Okafor in Lagos on the 9th of the 15th of January 1966. So it looks as though there's been references to that curse going back pretty much since
Who,
1966.
who,
So,
they, But they did not
CBD, let me say something.
specify any. I mean,
CBD.
did they state anybody that that said that? You know, all these can be propaganda unless they give us real. I'm not even saying that it's impossible that the man said that. I can't say. I'm saying that why are you taking it as gospel? Why are you believing
Oh,
the
the
whole thing
propaganda
without?
has been subsistent since 1966,
It's
and it
all
looks as though
propaganda. Okay,
Bakari,
who is the so
you're
who
the
was
one saying.
there? Who was there?
The CBD, just give me
Yes,
1 minute.
the
Let me
information.
All right.
just say something.
I wasn't even really looking to do this. The course, it looks
One
as
man,
though
let me say
is
something.
being the reference to the course has been around since 1966.
So we
Let me say
believe in
something, one man.
causes now. So
Well,
it's no longer a secular state. It's a
oh God,
religious
Yeah,
all
juju
right,
exactly.
state.
The CBD, let me say something.
my
Let me
God,
say something.
All right,
Let me
go
say
ahead.
something. One man.
yes,
In
yes.
this country, Nigeria, in the look of things in Nigeria, which part of Nigeria looks cost? Just tell me the truth, your gospel truth. If you look at the north, the
Well,
southwest, and the east,
the whole country, you say is
which
cost.
area is
So
which area looks
Which
cost?
area is not cost is the question, not which area is cost. Which
which
area is
people
not
have
cost?
people have
Every
When you
area
look
suffered
is
the
at
cost in
most?
Nigeria.
Who have suffered the most
when you
in
look,
the whole
is
Nigeria?
the north? Is there war in the north? Why are
Why
people
didn't
dying in thousands?
All
the
right.
Ama
Is that not the
Maybe Bakare
so
should just
what?
withdraw his prayers if this is what
did it
prayers
cause the
get.
whole
This prayer
Nigeria?
is just a
Maybe
Are you
political
hearing
move.
this, engineer? Somebody is praying for you, and
maybe
It's
this
just a
is.
political move.
Ajale Koko.
If you withdraw the prayer, so Bakare should
Yeah, but
withdraw
Because
his
you're
prayer.
there's no need
discerning.
for that kind of comment. That
Goodness me.
They should
we
withdraw
still
the
that
prayer.
anywhere from the
See,
southwest.
just to be clear, Exiro and in CBD, it is a prayer that we're talking about. He did not go there to curse. He went to pray for good fortunes for the place.
We should pray for his
It-
family.
oh,
We don't
right.
need that
Okay.
kind of political
Okay.
prayer. We don't
are
need
you
that kind
sure
of
that cause
political
was if
prayer.
there was a cause, are you sure that cause was not to the whole Nigeria? Look at what is happening to you people in that everybody,
All right.
everywhere.
Yeah, just look at the north.
Look at
Look
the
at the
north.
bandits in
You know
Katsina.
how
Look
many
at
people are
Ajale
losing
Koko,
their
withdraw
lives?
the prayer.
all right.
look at
Let's
Zamfara.
get back to
Withdraw the
Ajale.
prayer.
All right. Thank you. Let's get back to Ajale Kokobo.
You can't
Ajale
travel to the
Kokobo.
north now.
Okay, settle down. Let's get back to Ajale Kokobo. Ajale Kokobo, proceed with caution or proceed at your own risk. Carry on.
Well,
How can we be so superstitious as a secular country?
In CBD, that's enough.
okay. I think what Pastor Tunde Bakare said should not warrant all this insult, all this how do I put it? All this attack on him. He
Backlash.
was
No, but I didn't insult him though. I
Settle
didn't
down.
insult him.
Settle down. That was backlash though. But carry on, Ajale Koko. Yeah.
He was just making reference to what we have in the public space there, that is our history. The history of how the false coup happened, and what some people put in writing that Tafa Balewa said. But the fact remains that the leader of the coup and those that are the majority that led the coup, carry out that coup, are Igbo. That we cannot, there's no way we can rewrite the history. That is what the history tells us. And the issue about the name of Nzegu, whether from Delta till today, we don't look at that back in the days. Whether you are from Delta or you are from Calabar, as long as you are an Igbo man, you are an Igbo man. Whether you live in Calabar or you live in the north, your name sound Igbo, you are an Igbo. They will not say, oh, because it's an Igbo in so place, so it's not an Igbo. It doesn't work like that back in the days. We have Yorubas in Kwara back then. They were not part of Western Nigeria. they are Yorubas. They were part of the North. Yoruba did not disown them that, oh, they are not Yoruba. So Nzegu was an Igbo man, though it might be from that part of what we know, Middlebelt, but he's from the extraction of Igbo extraction, rather. So, but this man, what Tunde Bakare is doing, is a man of God praying for Igbo opportunity for the presidency to come. He was just praying. Whether he make reference to that call or not make reference to that call, the bigger picture is that he's praying for Igbo to as well attain the most powerful position in the country. That prayer should be accepted. Every Igbo should embrace that prayer and not say, don't pray for us. He's just doing his own job as a pastor. All they know is to pray. And that was what he was doing.
Ajale Koko, he was not just praying. Is that not why we're having this debate?
Hold on. And he was saying that we should not...
The secretary is ready to defend Igbo with his life.
Yeah,
whether you are telling the truth or not, he will put his life down to defend Igbo.
If you are listening properly and stop eating for 1 minute. Stop eating for 1 minute and listen properly. I'm not even...
Exhibit.
I'm telling you that the man was not just praying.
Hold on, CBD.
My friend, finish your food first before you talk.
CBD, hold on. He was even telling us not to generalize or look at all Igbos as if they all committed that offense. That the few people among Igbo that are in the military for what they did we should not regard it as all Igbo were behind them as if, or rather, target as Igbo school. It was even fighting. People should listen. If you listen to the statement that man said, it was even on the side of Igbo. Why are our Igbo people trying to misrepresent or misquote or throw all bad words against this man? He was even fighting for the Igbo. He said the Igbo people should not be regarded or should not be we should not generalize or call that coup as Igbo coup. That was the statement he was making. If you go and listen to that video again, he was against the generalization of that coup as Igbo coup. That was what he was standing for. But you see some people in the social media, because of one thing or the other they are trying to achieve, they try to turn everything around and turn it upside down and start calling names against him instead of listening. Instead of them to watch and listen to the statement in the way this man made that statement, they just joined the bandwagon of bandwagon. They just allow bandwagon effect, to take over them and started attacking this man. He has not said anything wrong as far as I'm concerned. He was making reference to the history.
Do you think his intention was good? Do you think it was well intentioned?
I think the intention was good. He was trying to make a point that enough is enough. This idea of calling this coup an Igbo coup, let us put an end to it. Let us name those that caused the coup, those are involved in the coup, or those carried out the coup. Let us just focus on those. Don't let us generalize it as Igbo coup. That was what the statement he was making. And he backed it up with prayer that, yes, for this statement that this man that was tortured to death, for the statement he made, the cause that he delivered against Igbo, may God break that cause and may God throw that cause away and make that cause never affect Igbo people or their chance from being the president of this country. So this man have not done anything good. People should just listen and just accept the prayer. The prayer that matter most.
We want to know where he got his information about the cause.
It just makes you, I mean, one man just read it to you.
Read it by who, even one man did not even tell us.
That is not. In CBD, if you go, you can do the search online yourself. I just typed in Tafawa Balewa course on Igbos, and then I minus Bakari to filter it. And there's just rims and rims. And I wanted to know that if it's just something new to space. And it goes back to, there's Primate Oyedele, he spoke on this. There's another article which just countless articles. And he spoke on this.
I'm seeing.
No, he spoke on this in 2016. There's another, etc. It says, Igbos cursed. And then this goes into detail. This is April 19, 2015. And this one traces the narrative back to 1966. So it's not something that whatever Bakari had just conjured up to say. It's a narrative, whether true or false, that has been subsisting for decades.
Yeah, thank you. That's just what I want you to acknowledge. It's a narrative. It's a narrative, whether and it's that, and that's why I'm saying, why are you people receiving it as the gospel? It's just like the same way we were told that somebody gave a batch of apple to eat. All those
it's just a narrative
that we are hearing in Nigeria. Funny stories.
You know, one man. I think I have to leave your program now because I'm really feeling depressed. Because
why are you feeling depressed? You
are depressing me, honestly. My heart sinks anytime I see this Igbo stories.
Man, you're going to chase the real Igbo.
You are going to kill us.
Let me
just be left with people like engineer from Rivers.
Hold on. Let's hear from X0. Why are you upset?
No, because this thing is getting recurrent. You know, I mean. I don't know where this events that took place in 1960 something.
Yes.
Before we were born.
Right.
And I'm being faced with this kind of stories that I don't know anything about. Can't we just understand that?
What offends you in the storyline, though?
It offends me that I have to be put on the spot where I have to be speaking for things that I don't know.
Yeah, but that's not what is being invited now. Hold on. Because I think hold on. I think you are adding. Oh, actually, Ajanle Koko, you wanted to put a question, but I think you are adding into this more than is actually there. This is a well-intentioned guy. The real message is that he wants to see an Eastern president, and if it's prayers that is required, he's there to deliver it. So I'm not sure.
I just watched it was because the way they wrote it on the stories is different from the way it is on the screen. I just watched it now. I think this man has good intentions. It's not the way
sensationalism now.
It was sensationalized. But all the same, I still if there's no one Igbo story today, there's one Igbo story tomorrow. I mean, what is this? What is happening?
That's the only, my brother, I don't get angry with that. That's the only way they can sell their story. They can they can be known.
You know the Igbos, they're in the front line of the Nigerian space. How can you talk about Nigeria and not talk about the Igbos? They are one of the, if not the leading people in the country. Is it possible to talk about Nigeria and not talk about? Is it possible?
Can I come?
Yeah, but when the stories that are coming in are stories that are depressing all the time.
Don't be depressed. Are you being overly sensitive?
No, because we are from a generation that don't know all these things. I grew up with my Yoruba brothers, and I don't see tribe. So when people see me and they use this kind of rhetorics, I'm offended. I'm offended because I belong to a different generation. And even when you look at the stories like they happened in those days, these are military guys. It happens in the military around us. Every other country here had a coup.
And the country was going. Let me ask you a question. You see, we are from a country. Where each segment of that country are tribal.
Ejiro is not on point at all.
And we are tribal people. And when that coup happened,
Those that are killed, non-Igbo leaders among them. Nnamdi Azikiwe was given the tips that there was going to be coup, and he was told to leave the country. Non-Igbos leaders were killed. Igbo leaders, Hausa leaders, all of them, and our own leaders, Yorubas, were all running that country. Why was it that it was only Yorubas and the Hausa that were killed? These are the questions that some people were asking. And the people that led the coup, majority of the people that carried out the coup, absolute majority that carried out the coup in Kaduna to kill Sadwana and to kill, what do you call it? To kill Tafawa Balewa and to kill Akintola in Ibadan. They are all Igbos. And Okotebo. They are all Igbos officers. And non-Igbo leader was killed.
What did they do when they were killing Igbos all around the country in intertribal war? Why are you people only talking about the coup? Why don't you talk about what led to the coup? And why don't you talk about the countless lives of Igbos that were killed all across the country?
Wait.
So I'm not even supporting the coup, but just if you want to go down that route, what led to it?
What we are saying here.
All those people you're mentioning, what did they do to stop the massacre and the killing of Igbos long before the war?
No.
All across the country.
It was after the coup. It was after the coup.
It was after the coup they were killing Igbos.
It was after the coup that Sadwana was killed and Tafawa Balewa was killed that the northern.
I'm talking of before the coup. I'm not talking of after the coup.
Well, let me forget about that. We are talking about the coup. What actually about the coup?
We talk about the
now
coup.
You are reversing us back. That was not the issue here. That is not the issue here. We are talking about why they struck. We are talking about why they struck. Why did they struck? Why did they carry out the coup? Why was it the killing sectional?
You're not talking about why.
Hold on, man. Don't let us tell ourselves the truth here.
Talk about why. That's what I'm saying. Let's talk about why everything about
the defender. It's an Igbo coup.
So you are saying other part of Nigeria. Other part of Nigeria whose leaders were killed, we should just keep quiet. We just accept it like that. And non-Igbo leaders, no single Igbo leader was killed. Why no single Igbo leader killed?
Thank you. Those leaders, their life is more.
Don't take us down this route because that wasn't even where the
is their life more important than the Igbo people that have been killed? You're talking about the leaders.
Sorry, but we cannot go down.
It's not a point. Take him out of the platform for now.
Let's hear from engineer, and then Ajanle Koko will round off his thought on that space, and then we go to politics. So engineer, yes.
Yeah, greetings, one man, and greetings to everyone. Ajanle Koko, greetings to you. There's something we are mistaken here, to be honest, one man, and it's something you need to make sure that you polish it, and you need to stand on your ground. See, there's something about some of the individuals in this platform when it comes to the issue of Igbo side. People love to defend their cities, right? Fair enough, good. But let's think about the other people in the north, the Hausas and the Fulani. Today, if we have a Hausa and Fulani person on your platform, the way people are lambasting them, will they be happy? So it's something that we need to sit down, find a solution. Everybody take their own blame, and let's find solution how that country will be good. Instead of if they're telling people that this is what happened, people are taking things into emotional feelings. Because if we have Fulani today in this platform, they too will be passing the same true emotional feelings.
What we say about the Fulanis all the time. Imagine if they had the same level of...
So these are the things that you need to stand your ground. I must be honest to you. If anybody don't want to accept anything, just take them off the stage, please.
Yes. Thank you, engineer. It's just, I don't want to say people are... I don't want to say people are overly sensitive, but even a story as mild as this is just a mild little story now of a pastor man praying for good for people. And look at where it's gone. Yeah, but very briefly, but don't add more fire. Then I will go back to Ajale Koko quickly. Yeah, go. Yes, sir.
Yeah. What the man of God said, I don't think is out of line. If you don't want prayers, then that's good. The man of God can withdraw his prayers. If you do not believe in the causes, I will refer you to Proverbs 26 verse 2. Write it down, Proverbs 26 verse 2. But if those of us who are students of history, because I'm just hearing this for the first time, we want to learn on this platform. So if you are being sensitive, try and calm down. Let others who want to learn. Jacob cursed his own son, Reuben. For 400 years, Reuben carried that cross, transgenerational curse. It took Moses after 400 years to reverse that curse in Deuteronomy 33 verse 6. It says, let Reuben live, let him not die. So he has come. He has come as a man of God to reverse this curse. So
it's unbelievable. I'm disappointed somewhat, X0, because I mean, what has even led to getting into your feelings
That's
over?
not
Why are you being sensitive like this?
No, are they
that's
reading
X0.
Proverbs 23 in American Parliament?
No, it was X0 that
or
was
Congress.
X0, make sure you come back, because if you don't come back, I'll feel let down. Something so mild. I don't see where is
some of
the
us here
upset?
are just hearing this for the
Unbelievable.
first time.
It's
We
unacceptable.
want to learn from history. So if you do not want to be part
All
of
of
it,
a
come
sudden,
on
we
a
are
day.
reading Proverbs
We are not
23
discussing it.
in Nigerian politics.
Oh, all right. Oh, okay. We leave the proverbs out. Back to you, Ajanle Koko. But I proceed with caution. No, it's just a prayer. We need to be clear. It's not the
Well,
demanding. Yeah, let's be clear. Demanding cause.
A lot of our people follow a lot of nonsense they hear on internet or on social media. I stumbled on this in Ginger Media this afternoon, and he was visually attacking that guy. What do you call? Pastor Bakari.
Bakari, yes.
And I thought it was a big deal. I would say, why should Bakari? But when I went to check the video, I said, what is wrong with Njenje?
He has not said anything bad.
Nonsense this guy was saying.
Are we missing? It's a prayer now.
It's a prayer. I said, what is wrong with Njenje? What is wrong with
him?
Don't
worry, we have withdrawn the prayer on his behalf.
I respect him, because sometimes I listen to him and I respect the way he presents his program, the way he state out his fact and stuff. I respect him. But on this one, I was totally disappointed. And when you brought it on the show that what do you call this lazy politician right there, that thief, that Okorocha, that one too was attacking this man. This man has not said anything bad against Igbo people. He was even on the side of Igbo people. He was supporting Igbo. He was calling on Nigeria.
One man, Ajale Koko, is even asking for apology before Sunday.
Yeah, hold on, Thomas. Let's Ajale Koko just follow through. Yeah.
He was just calling on Nigeria. Please stop this nonsense. Don't look at all Igbo people as if all Igbo carried out this school. It was just some few Igbos that carried out this school, and we should not use that to condemn the whole tribe. What is it that people want? And he back it up with prayer that may God take out this cause where that this guy rained on them when he was killed, and that should be what people should be angry over that. I mean, we are well educated, we are well informed people. We should be able to distinguish between the wrong and the right. I think what this man did, Dr. Bakare did, he is right for praying for Igbos to for praying that Igbos should as well, attain that #1 position in the country. Why are we here? Why am I saying that? Okay, if I want to look at any Igbo man that are left for the president, why am I supporting what do you call it, Peter Obi? Why am I supporting Peter Obi for president if I want to choose any person whatsoever? The only problem I have is that it's in one of these party, PDP, that destroyed this country. But when you are talking about personality, is the best personality ever that I can choose. Is it not an Igbo?
I wasn't expecting this conversation to go in this direction at all, and I'm somewhat surprised, especially by Xero, The guy is saying, okay.
He was listening to Ingenje. That's
okay,
why.
so that is already
He was
whipped them
listening
up.
to Ingenje
Okay, all
nonsense.
right. He's already
But
whipped
look
them
at it
up.
now.
Okay, all
He
right.
came later and told you that, oh, he has watched the video and there's nothing wrong that he said. I mean, he confirmed it. He later confirmed it.
So why did he leave? Because
it.
of the continuous anti-Igbo that we can see, no matter how much you people try to, not all of you, by the way. Someone like this engineer, I don't even know. Well, let me not mention
My
people.
God, don't attack anybody.
But you see, because you can see it clearly from the platform, not from everyone, but you can see it, you can feel it. We are not fools now. We are. The fact that we are here trying to be civil does not mean that we cannot read between the lines now. So sometimes that can frustrate someone. I'm okay.
Actually.
I'm okay because I know all these things.
You
but there are
cannot
some
do
people that will be
you know,
frustrated.
you are trying to. I can't.
Hold
on. I cannot. You cannot do that in CBD because what you are doing is going to curtail people's free expression, and you should not be doing that. You know, with sentimentality and finger pointing.
Are you saying that people are not there's no anti-Igbo sometimes in some of the topics we discuss here? Are you trying to say that there are people that are not talking?
How so?
It's clear now. You want me to start mentioning names before
tonality? No, hold on. No, don't do that now, CBD. The tonality of the platform is essentially anti-establishment. It's a plague on all their houses. That is what we say, including the Jagaban of DBT that we call Tinubu, or the illiterate that we call Buhari, or Iberiberism. Don't do that now. Don't do that. You cannot use that thing, because now we'll start to want to moderate how we speak, to take account of your sensibilities, which should not be that. I mean, you're big enough now. We're even talking about somebody praying. Prayer.
There's a reason we stopped. There's a reason we stopped.
You know, the sentimentality has already affected how I run the platform. You know, I used to enjoy playing. Don't do that.
There's a reason.
Sorry, no. No, don't do that. No, let's not do that.
Don't let us.
You guys don't even want me to say anything. Well, okay.
You've not said anything. Who has told you? I'm not the only one that's been talking.
I'm saying there's a reason we stopped talking about Fulani and doing all that, which even me myself from the beginning I stopped.
We call them uncivilized. We say we want to educate them. We call them barbarians. What don't we call them here?
We don't call them that anymore, and I've never supported that. I've never supported that. I've never used my mouth to talk against
you have to settle down in CBD, but
let's better than you.
Oh no, let's not. I'll go settle down, engineer. We are trying to calm him. And I started off that we don't want to read the Igbo anymore.
I don't vex. I beg. The Fulani are better than you.
I don't vex. I beg, engineer.
I think you're going insane.
Okay, hold on, everybody.
You're going crazy.
Hold on. When I say everybody, that includes you in CBD. So let's bring everything down, and then the next voice, just to round off that place that I thought was just a little story, but of course it's gone that way. We hear from Ajanle Koko to continue his thoughts, and then we move on to another talking point. So Ajanle Koko, back to you. Wow.
Okay, I just want to appeal to our brother in CBD not to overreact. I want you to go and watch that video and be very objective about everything that you're going to hear on that video. I believe at the end of the day, you will see Dr. Bakari as being a very good supporter for Igbo presidency, his prayer. So I don't think it's just wishing Igbo back or trying to tag Igbo people as bad people. So just let us leave it like that. You can go and watch the video, and then you will get your fact right. So don't see it as if he's talking against Igbo. Maybe you listen to Jem or some other social media driver. Maybe they are the one that they are causing this for confusion. So in CBD, just take it easy. So let's move on, one man.
All right, thank you. Very swiftly, we will move on at rapid speed, and we go to PDP, equally a bombshell. So I'm not quite sure. Why don't they just say we're giving the ticket to Atiku Abubakar and let everybody go home early and stop wasting their money? So now the zoning arrangement, a situation that is actually a matter of their statute books. I'm not even sure if INEC should take a position on this, because it is part of their own laid down rules, which they wrote, and their policies they are submitted to INEC so that INEC can use their own politics to superintend their processes. But Samuel Otom now, who has been collecting money bags from everybody, it looks as though the payoff from Saraki and Atiku were the biggest. He now tells us that they are throwing the field open and they are jettisoning this zoning arrangement. So how come it is now that is our turn that zoning is no longer a thing with the PDP? What's going on? Just give the ticket to Atiku. Would you say, Ajane Koko?
One man, I've told you here before that rotational presidency or rotational formula was tied to governance within the context of PDP. The situation they found themselves today was not envisaged by the founding fathers of the party. They tie that rotation to governance. So, but here we are today. I think the leaders of the party have sat down and they have seen it clearly that there's going to be trouble in the party if they zone it to a particular place. Because we have two zones in that country today that either by the military rule or civilian rule that never been precedent, the northeast and southeast. So we the northerner within the party are saying that they only had 2 years among the how many years? Among the 14 years, I guess, 14 years that PDP, among the 16 years that PDP has governed that country. So 2 years within the context of PDP, they think it's not good enough for them. They have contributed immensely to the development of the party as well as other parts of the country. So I think the leadership have come to the realization, having watched what is going on in the country political arena, particularly with the shamble, with the sham primary, convention that APC did, and with the state of the nation, they believe maybe they have to create a level playing field for everybody, for all of them to, those that are contesting to, participate fully, and, whoever that emerges as the winner, the rest will rally around it. So they knows what is going on within their party. They have the feeling better than us that are outsider. So for them to come out with this decision, I believe is the best decision for them. And I hope that they follow it up with transparency. We need a real democracy in that country. And we have seen some of the group, particularly those in the north, meeting, trying to form a very strong bloc, a consensus, so that they can, pave way for a stronger candidate from the north, and they are extending it to the south as well. Atiku met, what's the name of this guy? The governor of Rivers State, Wike, some few days ago, maybe like 3 days ago or so.
We don't know what they discuss about. And I believe that PDP are trying to work out some things among them, you know, for them to clinch the presidency 2023. Because right now, as the opposition party for the going to like 8 years now, it's really bad for them if they don't come together and you know, come out frontally against APC.
All right.
APC.
Adanle Koko, let me invite Black League into that conversation, because I'm still my understanding is that it's a north-south dichotomy that they have in the PDP, not sub-regional, not the geographical space dichotomy, but a north-south dichotomy. So the totality of the north, which is captured, as we know, and the entirety of the south, which we know. So the north gets a go and the south gets a go. And my understanding is that the south is meant to be advantaged now. And it looks as though they are now skewed. They've skewed the rules to favor the north, which essentially Atiku. He tells us that whenever he wants the PDP ticket, is there for him to pick up. So Black League, what's your understanding of the zoning arrangements of the PDP, and are they right to jettison it? Black League, are you there?
Yes, one man. I think you're absolutely right. Whenever they zone, they tend to zone to the whole region, either north or south, with the exception of what happened in 1999 with Obasanjo. But that was clearly to address the MKO situation that happened. But ever since then, it's always been agreed that it will be the whole north and the whole south. Now, why it tends to always be the northwest in the north and the southwest in the south is they have the most population. Those are the regions with the most population, northwest and southwest. If these two regions decide, they could hold presidency for life under this current democracy and under the Constitution as amended in '99. Because it's easy for them to get the simple majority, also to get the 2/3 of the highest votes in the land. So that's why it seems to be that. But for the PDP specifically, the South and the South seems to have a little more advantage because the South and the Southeast are kind of related. So they have more governors. The Southwest only has one governor in the PDP. So anything south, the South has more of a say. Wike is in the race. Atiku is in the race. I do not agree with zoning entirely because it tends to leave the best brains out. But I understand why the PDP came up with zoning. Is to assure fairness. And the zoning was only supposed to be for a short time. Let every region get to taste presidency, then throw it open. So I think they're throwing it open too early now because there are still some regions that haven't gotten the presidency. That's going with their own ideology.
Do you see this thing that Otom has done as Operation Give It to Atiku? Is this Operation Give It to Atiku that we're seeing play now? If Atiku was not in play, would it jettison the zoning arrangement?
Well, it might be Operation Give It to Atiku, as you say, because yes, Atiku is the strongest contender currently in the PDP. The closest to him is Nyesom Wike, and at best, Nyesom Wike has a 50-50 chance with Atiku, but that's even unlikely. Otom is a politician at best. He has a huge stake in the PDP. He opted for the current national chairman to be national chairman. So he does have some stake also. And what gives him the advantage is he's not interested in presidency. So all the people interested in presidency, Otom is the man to lobby. So I think the Atiku camp has lobbied extensively. So has the.
Lobby? Are you is that lobbying? Are we talking dollar bags lobby?
I mean, in the United States, we call it lobbying. So I don't want to use our language here.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's not lobbying. And I think Wiki has lobbied too. So Tom is stuck in a position to say it should just go either way for fairness. The North in the PDP have a point because they've only had it for 2 years out of the 16 PDP has had it. But at the same time, we're not talking about PDP alone when we're talking about presidency. Buhari wasn't president of APC. He was president of the Federal Republic for 8 years. So it's difficult to limit it to just the PDP affair when you're talking about presidency. And that's how the Northerners and the PDP may not have as strong as a point as they think they have with the having only 2 years. Because at the end of the day, the president is for the entire country and it's for every party. So if the sentiment now is to move it to the South, the PDP should follow suit. And I think Autumn's move is to stand on the fence. So the APC, so the PDP still has credibility and support in the South to say, to just leave it open and let every man contest.
Do you think ultimately Atiku will negotiate Wike down to the vice position and then they'll just settle it like that? And then they'll ease Peter Obi to one side?
Yeah, that's a very viable option. Now, Atiku is good at negotiating. He's been in politics since... People forget Atiku contested against MKO Abiola. MKO won. That's why we talk about MKO being the SDP candidate. If Atiku would have won, MKO we wouldn't have heard of him. So Atiku has been in the race since then. And that election took place in '93, if I'm not mistaken. So he is very involved, and he can negotiate with Wike to give Wike the vice position, or let Wike suggest who will become vice, just like Buhari did with Tinubu.
No, I think Wike is actually his ambition is to that vice. I don't think Wike thinks he's sufficient enough to be president. But I think all his permutations is for that vice position. So we'll push hard so that he then has enough of a strength to negotiate for the vice, because he wants to wrestle that from Peter Obi. But I don't think even he thinks that he can carry a presidential ticket.
Well, that could be true, but at the same time, Wike feels he is the most loyal PDP member as it stands. Everybody else seeking to be president under the PDP has left the PDP at one point or another, or was not part of the PDP at one point or another. But people like Wike believe since he has been in the PDP since '98, he has risen through the ranks. He was chairman of his local government. He rose all the way to becoming governor today. And all through, he has been in PDP. While the Atikus, the Sarakis, the Tambuwals, even Peter Obi and the rest of them have either left the PDP at some point or were not a part of the PDP since the beginning. And he's showing that he has given the most votes to the PDP in correlation to how much population is in Rivers State. So he somewhat feels entitled to that spot. But if he doesn't get it, I mean, he's a politician at best. He would be down to negotiate.
I cannot see it outside of those two. You know, and they have the option of either to battle it out and cannibalize each other or to work together, because it's a potent, those are two alpha people really that you have on a ticket. So quite when he becomes president, how Atiku will be able to manage Wike, then that's down to him. But it's a very potent ticket, Atiku, Wike. But let me just move you quickly. Just a quick commentary on this. I was saying this the other day, and Sam he got out the Shakabula, wanted to shoot me like Aaron Ogbe. I was suggesting that Atiku is actually a more astute, better politician than Tinubu. Who would you weigh higher in those two? Just a brief on that.
Atiku and Tinubu, I mean, they're both well respected within their rights. But in politics, you go with who has attained the highest office, and Atiku has. He has also been.
But just in terms of political savvy, maneuvering,
I will give
dexterity.
it to Atiku. I'll give it to Atiku because these uniformed men have a way of they got into politics even before democracy was stable in the country. By uniformed men, I mean men in service, military or customs, immigration, things like that. Don't forget, Atiku was the boss in customs before he ventured into politics. His main rival then was the naval chief. I forgot his name now. He was the former governor of Adamawa State, Murtala Nyako. His wife is current Supreme Court judge. So Atiku has had tougher rivals, I think, than Tinubu has. And I think politically, Atiku might be slightly... I'll give him a slight edge over Tinubu.
I will give him a significant edge. I think it's man and boy, the difference between the two of them. Man and boy.
Well, I say that because I also give Tinubu credit, seeing how he started.
Because Tinubu is more Agbero politics now, but Atiku is more savoir-faire. It's just delicate touches, not you know.
Yes, I kind of agree. Tinubu is Agbero politics, but that's where he started. That's where he started. For Atiku, he didn't start that low. He started at the top. For Tinubu to be able to level up with Atiku to a point where we're even putting two of them in the same conversation, that's what I really give Tinubu credit for. Is because he started way lower than Atiku started. Atiku started as the boss of customs, as I said. So it's really a slight edge. It's not that much of a difference as you see it, but Atiku still takes the lead for me.
All right, thank you. So let's get back to Ajan Lekoko, who had the spot. But I just had to sample you because I'm not happy with the way they just sidelined or existing arrangement. Ajan Lekoko, back to you.
Well, so PDP right now, if at the end of the day, Atiku secure the ticket, we are going to have the presidency from the party from the north. We're going to have the chairman of the party from the north. So the number one position of the party in the hand of the north, number one position of the country in the hand of the north. That is not good for PDP outlook. It's not good at all. Right now, what the leaders of PDP has to do right now is to come out with position sharing formula. I'm talking about, governmental position sharing formula now. That now that the party, the number one party, have a number one position in the country, going to be going to the north, and the leader of the party in the north, they should bargain well for some high-grade ministerial position to come to the south. The highest of the highest grade, because as we know, the position of president is the most powerful position in the country. So if we are going to have a party which is going to create a platform for the president, having the leader from the north and the president as well from the north, the southerner must come out must be compensated heavily for this, because to me, giving out those two positions to the north, is a heavy sacrifice. What do we get in return? That is what the leaders from the house, from the leaders from the south should be able to present for the party before going for the general election. They have, I believe, their party will come out with a sharing, governmental position sharing formula. They have to come out, because I don't know if this this zoning committee that they set up, maybe is going to be part of their responsibility to do. I'm not sure. I'm just speculating. So they are 37 members, and Autumn is just the head. So for the 37 members to come out that, okay, no zoning, level playing field for everybody, then if the North is going to lead, become the presidential candidate, then what are the Southerner? What do they have for the Southerner? Because the Southerner are going to sacrifice a lot for them. So
it's not going to wash, though, is it really? Because we are trying to rationalize away our independence as a people, our status as frontline people. So we permutate all these computations to arrive at the acceptance that, again, we are going to be loaded over by another northerner. I haven't gone through what we have been through in the hands of this Aboki from Daura.
yes.
Enough is enough now. Okay, no. When did it become a thing that the Yoruba people cannot have to superintend their own lives? When did it become a thing that the Yorubas cannot govern themselves? When did that become a thing?
Well, as far as political party is concerned, there is no sacrifice that is too big to make in an effort to win the most important position in the country. As far as political party is concerned, there's no sacrifice that is too big to make in an effort to get the most important political position in the country. So if the Southerner within the party, PDP, are making this sacrifice, they have to be compensated. What matters most is good governance. Will Atiku leadership be able to give a good governance for Nigeria? That is the question. If all the leaders in the party believe that he could give a good governance for the country, if they trust him, if they are not tribalistic, if they are not put it into, if they are jettisoning tribalism, and they believe this is the man we have known for years, this is one of the founding father of the party, this is man we trust, there's nothing wrong in sacrificing for the victory of the party. It's a sacrifice that they have to make. And, how are the Southerner going to be compensated? And what is in the future? What does the future owe for the Southerner in the party? These are the fundamental questions that they have to put forward. The Southern leader have to put forward before the party, before they go ahead. So I believe the leadership knows better than us outsider. And I believe the leadership, even Wike himself, cannot call Atiku a tribalistic man or a tribal man. Because Atiku, among all politicians in Nigeria, is the true Nigerian, is the man that have wife across the country. All his children in his house are all Nigerian. He have Yoruba children, he have Igbo, he have Kalabari, he have them all over. So, but PDP, yes.
So I just wanted to make a comment. So, are you saying that all that can be used as, or people should not consider the fact that it...
What did you say? Yeah,
I think we lost you.
Precisely, a Fulani, another Fulani.
No. We repeat that. You cut off halfway through. Yeah.
Oh, I'm saying, can you hear me now?
Yeah,
yes.
go on.
Yeah, I'm saying that. Are you saying that people should not consider the fact, especially people from the south, should not look at him as another northern candidate, precisely another Fulani candidate? You know, if they are talking about zoning and all that, because as much as I agree, Atiku it doesn't seem like a tribalistic person because he has all that connections and links and all that. But definitely, but for the kind of politics that we've been playing in the country, definitely he shouldn't go to another northerner, not just a northerner from the same tribe of the current president. So, how do you see that?
Well, I mean, it's a genuine concern for all the national, all the southerner rather, to think that way. But people in the PDP, I believe they have seen it all within their party. They have seen it all with their chances of winning in 2023. And I think that is why they are coming out with that, decision that is good for all. But how the people will react to it after their nomination is going to be another thing entirely. But I believe that the leadership of the party have the capability of going out there to convince the people to vote for PDP for 2023. I haven't seen what APC and the leadership of APC have taken the country through for 7 years. Yeah, they'll be banking that, yeah, they can compare and contrast between the time that PDP governed and the time that APC governed, and they can use that maybe to convince Nigeria once again why they have to vote PDP.
There is something to what Insebide is saying, though, because we are very quick to rationalize in the South and to use reason. And by the way, I'm a fan of Atiku too. I've always liked him anyway. I've always liked him. It's only unfortunate that what Buhari has done to the Fulani ethnicity somewhat. Because if it wasn't the way Buhari was, I don't think people would be so up in arms. But people are up in arms for legitimate reasons that, look, now these people again, after what we've been through with Buhari now, I don't think the country has an appetite for another Fulani. What is it now? They're just a tiny little tribe within Nigeria. What's all this thing?
Can I interject, one man?
Yeah, come in, engineer.
Yeah, because the Fulanis, they work together, they do things well, so they deserve it. That's all I can say. They deserve it because they communicate, they share ideas, they work together, teamwork, absolutely 100%. So what do you expect? Put it in the.
You are right, engineer. Anyway, yeah.
In the other way around, put it there. You see them fighting themselves, killing themselves, because they don't have that sense of communication. So if Buhari go, fine. Atiku, I wish him all the best. I will support him in that, honestly, because he's somebody that I see him, like what Ajale Koko said, he's not that kind of tribalism person. He's just who he is, and he will do well. Because now, if you said, okay, take Atiku out, in the PDP, who is gonna who in the South?
They have nobody, not a single person.
Let's call it straight.
Forget Wike and forget Peter Obi. Yeah.
Let me ask you, why?
Hold on, Nancy. Let's hear from Sam. Okay, sorry, go on. You go first, Insebide, and then we hear from Sam.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That you see, I think as much as I disagree with a lot of things engineer is saying, like he's made a little sense when he's talking about coordinating, people coordinating themselves, because if you're talking about Atiku, okay, for example, Buhari, I'm telling you the way the structure is, if these people bring even the governor of, I don't know whether Gombe, everybody in the south will still
No, I disagree. I
rationalize
disagree.
it
No,
and
no,
try to
I
make sense with
disagree.
it and
Um,
accept him.
no, I disagree because
Because we have
what's his name?
Wike, why can't we stand by him? Or let's assume that we don't like Wike.
Because
Why
people
can't
are
we
not
stand with someone like
convinced
Peter
by
Obi?
Wiki. People are not convinced by Wiki or Peter. I am not convinced by Wiki. If you wait, if you put them,
So
I don't want a Fulani man. I want a Southerner. But if you line up the three of them, Wiki, Peter Obi, and Atiku, I will pick Atiku now because I have more confidence in him, than I do Wiki or Atiku or Peter Obi. Certainly by far and a clear distance.
Well, man, when you take confidence, what kind of confidence? That is going to steal your money again or what?
No, no, no. Let's hear from Sam. Sam,
yes,
you wanted to
he's
come
And
in.
not
to
Yeah.
answer
confident.
first
It's
now,
just
so
the
that you
No, no,
respond.
brainwashing,
because
if you ask me. I'm sorry to say that. I'm
that's
not
that
trying to
question.
insult you, one man, but I'm
Huh?
just saying.
Go on, Insibidi. Sorry, repeat that. All right, let's hear from Sam. Sam, yeah.
Okay, you've actually everybody has spoken very well. I want to take a point from what Ajale Koko said when he mentioned about who can deliver. Atiku is the only one I really fear for APC. Like you just mentioned as well. If not Atiku, who else in that party? So Tambuwal and Saraki, or was I can't remember that politician that says, let's win the election first, then we can settle the positions later. They need to put their best foot forward. I agree that
That was Tambuwa.
It was Tambuwa. Yes, it was Tambuwa. Yeah, he has to come to South. Every reasonable Nigeria should, at least we should agree on that. But then, see, there's no morality in politics. In APC and PDP, this is going to be a photo finish. It's going to be a fight to finish. This presidential candidacy is going to be a fight to finish. As APC is imploding, PDP will implode as well. So if Atiku gets it, and anybody in APC from the South gets that ticket as well. I've been hearing lately from different platforms, the Igbos are ready to vote for APC now for the first time. So it's not going to be a straightforward, like what we've actually seen or witnessed in the time past, where the Igbo will vote in one place. That's the latest rhetoric in town now. If PDP will shoot themselves in the foot, the only way they will agree in a way is for Peter Obi, which I think is the brightest of them from that part of Nigeria, to go with Atiku because he will be sellable to the South as well. They will vote for him. But Wike is a bit combative and he doesn't have that gravitas of someone that should be in Aso Rock. Are you now fine? Anybody can believe anything. Anybody can support anyone. So we are now saying Wike will not be the like the lead, like the way Osinbajo is sitting down on our economic team. Wike. So they need to balance all of. They need to think about all of that. Whoever is propping him up as well, they are working with the opposition, working against him as well. We used to think Dino Melaye was an acolyte to Saraki. Now he's gone to the other side, saying God called him 3 times overnight, saying Atiku will be
No,
the
but
next president.
Saraki and Atiku, you remember that Saraki was Atiku's campaign manager in 2019. So they've always worked in tandem. So we Dino is still in that group,
Yeah, I'm just saying 24 hours is a very long time in politics, and it's very fluid what we are witnessing now. But what I'm actually speaking to is things might not be the same way we think it used to be before. The Igbos from the different platforms, I've seen 3 now, saying they are going to mobilize their people. If the PDP cheat them this time around and take it back to the north, they are ready to vote for whoever APC presents from the south.
I don't
And
know
that's what
why
they're
they are
saying.
insistent. I'm sure they know that Peter Obi cannot win a presidential election. They know that. So is it just give it to him for the sake of fulfilling that space so that the PDP then stays in the wilderness for yet another 8 years? You have to, there's pragmatism and then there's
Do you know?
sentimentality.
I think Peter Obi has a chance if he can defect to APC and APC presents him and they back him up. That will be the best chance, but I don't see that happening.
Yeah, but he can't win as a PDP candidate because APC have the rigging. Yeah. He can't win in a fair election. Oh, anyway, I can't say that anyway, but
Sam,
it's just
anything.
Sam, let me ask you this.
Oh man, I
Do you
thought you were
think
going to say he can't win in a fair
election?
Well, I'm thinking it, but I cannot say it.
Okay, Sam, I want to ask you a question. Do you think if Peter Obi today decides to move to the APC, that he will even stand a chance of getting local government chairmanship aspirants? Nobody
See,
will
this
let him do nothing.
no, this politics, anything can happen. If the power that be in APC supports him, he's gonna win it. That's just a
You
truth.
want to start another world war inside APC, Abi? The one that is
See,
there is already imploded. If he now brings it up.
I'm just saying anyway. I'm
I
just
think
thinking
it's
out loud.
already
But
too late for that anyway.
it's too late. It's too
It's
late.
just saying as an intellectual
It's too late.
exercise. Yeah.
It's too late.
Oh.
All right,
and then lastly, the one the Black League referenced as well. What Wike mentioned that he's been the most faithful and the most loyal to PDP. I don't think that's totally true. If he didn't win that election that made him governor now for going for 8 years, he will have switched tent. He will have pitched with another
No,
party.
you don't know that. He has not done that, so you can't say
it's because he has the money to throw around. He has the money to throw around. That's why he's saying and putting it in their faces. Because truly, Atiku, Saraki, Tambo, all of them have been everywhere and came back again.
Yeah,
so
but
he's
he
now
has not been. Is the point, you know?
He looks very flippant to me. He looks like someone that will have the camp if he wasn't a governor. That's just what I'm saying.
No, Sam, but you see, we need to deal with reality here. While all these guys were away, even though I don't like Wike because he has so much blood on his hands, he was the only one who stood for the party when all these guys were somewhere. You know, one of his aides made a point that even when they were under the heat, other politicians were around. But Atiku fled the country, went to Dubai to go chill. Nigerians were dying and suffering. All of a sudden, he just came back. You know,
what do you want Atiku to do? Atiku is not the president now.
I expect him as somebody who is coming to take the stewardship of the country today, somebody who is claiming to be the patriot, to stand with the people. This is the kind of politics we are saying. We know a lot of people believe in him. A lot of people see him as a strong man, somebody who can steer the ship. But you see, when they needed him, at least he needed to show courage. No matter what Buhari was saying to him or what his administration were talking about him, we all knew they would not do nothing to him. But instead, he went away. He didn't do nothing from where he was. Can you recall any time in Dubai when Atiku was, I would say, seriously in Nigerian politics? He just stayed there.
He made commentaries about no. Hold on. You can't say that because he was critical of the administration all the way through.
What was his critics do? Don't we do it? What did he show for it? No,
anytime there's what do you expect him to do? Do you want him to go and storm Aso Rock with custom officers?
That's what I wanted him to do.
Look, you have to steady down now. He was critical of the administration all the way through. And he wasn't blindly critical, which is one of the things that, because when he's critical, he always prefers a better way of doing things. That look at what these rubbish people are doing, but this is a better way to do it. I cannot give you an example off the top of my head, but because I've been following politics all the way through, his name has never left any hot point.
Another accusation is that every time they asked him for funds to sustain the party, he has always declined them. Then all of a sudden he's just coming. You know, to me, even though we see him
how
as
do you know that?
How
do you know that? Where are you getting that from? Where are you getting that from?
Wike's aid. So one of those.
And he doesn't have. That's not.
Engineer candidate.
One of the people who talked to him, like he's one of the people who, according to them, they claimed that they begged him to come and run for the race. You know, that is what they always do. They just go get people to come sing their praise and come to the social media and tell them that we are begging you to come and take the mantle.
Yeah, but they all say that now. That's politics now.
And it is wrong. We need to stop all these people from coming to deceive us. Because year in, year out, we hear these kind of stories. When they get in there, it's the same thing. So, you know, sometimes I look at what Ajale Koko says here, that these parties have really dealt with us, and it's time for us to deal with them too.
All right, thank you. So back to you, Ajale Koko. But you know, it's a funny one because I object because Atiku is a Fulani man and I'm fed up of the back of Buhari. But I've always been an Atiku fan, so I'm somewhat conflicted in how I think about it. But Ajale Koko, back to you.
Yeah. Right now, the way it is, how will this decision by PDP have effect on APC? That's another thing we have to look at. I believe that they will send a very strong message to APC on how to conduct their own nomination process, because PDP has made it known to all of us that yes, we are going on the field, level playing field, to nominate our own candidate. So on the side of APC, the issue of consensus candidate and what do you call it? Zoning to the south might take another turn now. Some people, due to what happened in their last, what do you call it, their last convention, some people might come out and say, okay, on the presidency, make it a level playing field, because in the first place, they don't have it in their constitution. They don't have rotational presidency in their constitution as PCP have it in there. So it's going to send a signal to APC that, look, let us create a level playing field. Let everybody who is interested go on the field, and whoever that emerges will be our candidate. So if our brothers in the north, in the south, are really can pull their resources together, our brother from the east, let's say the entire south, east, west, and south in the PDP, if they believe they can still win it, they can form a block and goes to convention with that block and work on their on their friend in the north to support their candidate. But if they want to split, Wike is standing. Hold on 1 minute. Wike is standing. Peter Obi is standing. And you see our brothers from the north forming a block, they will defeat them. Because Saraki, Tambua, and the rest are forming a block, and they are taking that objective to Atiku as well. What they are agreeing with each other, we don't know yet, but I believe is for them to support one candidate among themselves that come out strongly against the southern candidate. So
I think this is what the engineer was saying, that the advantage that these people have is that they always speak with one voice, and them speaking with one voice is what we're seeing playing out publicly now, as they are negotiating to converge under one single person. So that's speaking with one voice. But then in the south, you have a Wike battling his own battle, Peter Obi hoping against hope, and Dele Momodu eating cake all over the place.
So it's not too late for the South to win the ticket if they can come together and form a very strong bloc, and then work on some candidates in the North that believe in their that can support their common candidate. It's a level playing field, but it's good for democracy, whether we like it or not. It's showing a sign that, okay, this is a party that is, creating a level playing field for everybody to go there and then, work on membership, convince, carry out your campaign, mobilize people, publicize the party. It's good. So, but what are they going to do with the rotational arrangement they have in their constitution Will they still continue with it, or are they going to jettison it now? Or what does it represent now? This is what our leaders from the South have to come out to ask. That question they have to ask about what is this thing we have in our constitution.
If we don't have this rotational system, it'll be very difficult to ever have a southern president in Nigeria again. Because these people, they already hold on to the reins of power, and they already skewed the population to just pad figures in their favor. So if they're telling you that they have a larger population than you, and they're telling you, and they're already holding power, and there is nothing to equibalance power in Nigeria, then they will just continue to weigh over you in perpetuity. If we have Atiku as president of Nigeria, I don't think we will ever have a southern president again.
I think that speaks to what Okorocha said earlier. The Igbo needs to start playing good politics now. You need to start playing good politics. That's just it.
But Atiku, if Atiku become the candidate of the party, I believe strongly for him to have a strong support from the South. He has to pick an Igbo man. If he doesn't pick an Igbo man, it's going to be a big trouble for his candidacy. The only thing that he can do
is that all that is the destiny of the East to be number 2?
No, that's not.
But the East have not even accepted that. I think
you will accept now. Is that not your traditional space?
The East have not. They have been singing. They've been saying it. You said you've been going around the platforms. Have you not been hearing them talking about it? Nobody is talking about becoming vice president to any northern.
That one is political talk.
I'm telling you, instead of the Igbos to support Peter Obi, they will support Wiki. I'm telling you the truth.
Look, let me tell you, that one where you hear for internet, now internet talk. The real politician.
Who will vote? Unless you're saying that the vote does not count.
People will vote for their candidate.
Let me ask CBD this. What are the people saying? And why do you think they will support Wiki over Peter Obi?
I'm saying, I know obviously Wiki is not even in their conversation right now. I'm talking about instead of them to go and support Atiku because of Peter Obi, because they are coming to an agreement.
CBD, let me ask you a question. If on the side of APC, let's say Tinubu is the candidate of the party. Hold on, my boy Charles, you will talk now. Let me run through with this. So if Tinubu is the candidate of the party and Atiku is the candidate of PDP, Atiku pick Obi as his vice and Tinubu pick a northerner as his vice. Who are the Igbo going to vote for?
Yes, where would the Igbos vote go?
I think all these things will become more clearer after their primaries that they're trying to run.
CBD, stop running away from the question. Just answer it the way you understand it. The analogy they just give to you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're talking about if when the final when the final contenders of these political parties have emerged, isn't it? So that's what I'm saying. That
are you still hoping against the expectation that there will be some Igbo candidate in there? You know they won't be. So come on now, answer the question.
This man dribble past Messi.
And number two,
it's not even how can I answer a question that we don't know?
It's a hypothetical. It's a hypothetical situation.
Okay. Hypothetically, I don't know if there's any word like that.
Yeah, there is. Carry on. Yeah.
You're saying. Yeah. If Atiku takes, if Tinubu takes a candidate from the north, please.
Yes.
Then
and Atiku pick Peter Obi as his vice. Who are the Igbos going to vote for?
If that is the the most likely scenario, obviously they'll vote for if they are going to vote, they'll vote for Atiku.
Well,
Okay.
look at that.
All right.
Look at
Okay.
that.
Let me take you to
Speak
another
to
No,
direction.
I said if they are going to
No,
vote.
no, hold on, because that's what we all believe as well. So let Ajen Lekoko evolve that space. Yeah,
Another
carry.
direction.
Yeah.
Let's say on APC side is an Igbo and say Fulani man that is their presidential candidate. Do you think they will pick somebody from the east? If they pick somebody from the east as well, and Atiku pick Peter Obi from the east, who do you think that Igbo will overwhelmingly vote for?
If they pick someone from the east, if it's a
Yes,
Fulani
if
man that picks someone,
APC as a
yes,
party now pick is a northerner, let's say they
okay,
scheme Tinubu out and they pick a northerner as their presidential candidate and they pick their vice from the east. And
okay.
Atiku on the side of PDP pick his vice from the east in the person of Peter Obi. Who do you think that Igbo will vote for within the two parties?
If they are all from the north, I think if they are going to vote, they'll still go for Atiku because at least he has more, you know,
It's more
dealings with.
friendly to the east.
Yoruba will say,
Yeah.
Bakari.
But all these things is hypothetical. That's what I'm telling you, that if that's why I'm always saying if they are going to vote, because we might decide to not to vote and you guys just do whatever you want to do.
No, you will
and we won't
vote
be part
because
of it.
you see that's always a grave error because the country is going to rule over you whether you vote or not. So
Whether you vote or not. So why do you not now? Why don't you now go against the system by not voting, since you know it's going to rule over you whether you vote or not?
All right, but then you cannot influence how that vote will be, how that governance will be over you. You know
You
what?
know what
they're doing now in Nigeria?
What?
If you don't have your NI linked to your mobile phone, they're blocking lines now.
Yes, I think they started that a couple of days ago.
Yeah, so if your NIN is not linked to your mobile phone, they'll block it. So that's how to tell you that things are getting tough in that country.
I wonder what sort of country they are trying to create. It just gets harder and harder within that country, man.
What they said, the engineer is, they have been asking people to go and link their phone, or rather their phone number to the NIM. And those that have not done that, what they said they are going to do now is they will block their outgoing call. They can receive call, but they won't be able to make call. So so that they can go and do the NIM and link their SIM with the NIM. So
okay, Ajale Koko, can I tell you something quick so that you can round up on that thought? Do you know why Nigerians are not wanting to do that NIN registration? They say it's not safe. They don't know who's going to be getting their data.
Yes, because they are passing these things on to the Saudi cusp now.
Yes, so I think some civil society
something.
should challenge this in court.
Yeah.
So people don't just go through your data where your life would not be safe. Because
that's the problem.
If somebody you do not trust is reading your text messages, your calls, they know your movement in and out, and with all this insecurity going on, that is not being addressed head on. So what do you expect the people to do? I don't know how we can do this, but
they are harvesting us for the
but if you don't do it, there's no way.
Movement.
But if you don't do it, there's no way you can use there's no way you can use telephone in that country.
But if there is a court injunction, because that is not federal government policy, that is an establishment policy which falls under the Ministry of Communication, then it can be stopped. And I don't know why why nobody has taken the will to go to court to challenge that yet.
But right. I want to ask a question. What exactly do we want as a country? The system is trying to fashion a way out of insecurity, okay, to try and pin down all of these guys. I mean, wherever the calls are coming from and stuff like that. Okay, if we want to build a nation, let's start from somewhere. We don't have a database. Let's start from
No, we
somewhere. All
don't
of these
want our
things.
details passed on to the Wahhabi cults.
That's a
Yeah.
false narrative. Where are we
Who
getting
told
that
you
from?
that?
Who are they
We're
passing
getting
out?
it from. We are getting it from Isa Pantami. Isa
No.
Pantami. Yeah.
The same person that was
Saudi Arabia.
Let's
the
not
same person
misinform
that
people,
was
please.
crying and
Not
talking
being
about how
misinformed. Do you know that they
have you
have an
watched those
alignment
videos?
with the Pakistani or something security
One man.
agency we've covered it on this platform now. They have an intelligence sharing agreement with the Wahhabi cusp. They do now. We've covered it on this platform.
And they will now share Nigerians' information with those ones.
Will they not? They synergize their
That
database
computer
now.
will
They will
crash.
synergize their database. What are you talking about? We know what's going on.
One man, please. Sorry, I might. Let me just. This is my final question for this night. You see, let me ask this. It's kind of similar to the kind of question you usually ask once in a while. Do you agree, or do you think that the aside from the Igbos, do you think that the other parts of the South have been hypnotized and conquered by the North, or by the, I don't want to say any tribe?
Don't worry about that. And Sebede, you always a mischief maker.
Wait, let me answer Sibidi real quick.
No,
Sibidi,
you know where it's leading you to now.
Let me tell you. I will tell you no. You know why? They just have a few corrupt people who are the rest of the people believe in, that are still using their head. The time the gospel gets to the masses of the people, if they deal with those their so-called leaders like we have in the creeks, you will see that nobody is hypnotized. It's just that a lot of people are very
look at how
patient.
some of them that are not have nothing to do with politics online, on social media, everywhere, are just speaking. Are you not seeing how they're even talking about how Atiku should be the next president? So
it's good.
Because there's no real name.
You
know, the problem with PDP is that they don't have a strong Yoruba name. And that's one thing they are missing. And the only Yoruba name that they have is Dele Momodu, who is not even Yoruba. So where did they even begin?
But I'm not limiting it to just Yoruba. Are you saying it's only Yoruba? That I'm talking to the entire other parts of the South, Yoruba, Middle Belt, Middle, South, South.
All right.
All those
You see, people are entitled to their choice. Just like you have your choice, they have theirs. And we have to respect every other person's choice and opinion.
I did not say. I'm just saying that. Do you think
no. What Osebede is saying is that the Yorubas are conquered by the Fulanis. Is what he's saying.
Nobody is conquered. It's only the that has said that.
That's what he's saying. You know, are you a stranger to Osebede? You know him now. You know Osebede.
I'm not a party to all those kind of descending talk.
No, that's Osebede. In whatever language that he presents it, he always goes in the same way.
Only question that I ask,
only question that I ask, and they are putting words in your mouth. Look at
exactly.
that. All right, so let's get back to Ajande Koko. Round off your thoughts on that space, and then I want to go on to engineer and put to him completely different sets of questions. Yeah.
Okay. As far as I'm concerned, I don't see anything wrong in any part of the country to lead that country, as long as that person is competent, as long as that company have the capacity to lead well and unite the people, and not play tribalism or favorism of his own tribal men against other tribe in that country. Look, if we have a Fulani person in the person of Atiku as the next president, as long as the leadership of the party does not surrender the principle of democracy to him, does not allow him to perpetrate autocracy in government, they could check him to govern well. But when you have a party that fail to check the excesses of the president, because the party is bigger than him, is the party that created the platform that led him to power. So at the very moment is deviating from the ideology of the party, from the program of the party can challenge him. The party leadership can challenge him. That is the way it works. But you find a situation where you see, as the APC did, they surrender the administration of the party to the president, and they surrender themselves to him completely. And he governed the country, and he ruled and he destroyed all the program of the party. I'm not sure if he run them, if he execute, I'm not sure if he executed any one of them. He did not follow their ideology and all the promises they promised the Nigerian people. He did not fulfill anything. Who do we have to blame? We have to blame the leadership. We have to blame the leadership of the party that surrendered the party authority to him. It's not done in democracy like that. So if we have a democracy that is run by the party, if we have a party that operate in a democratic manner, they can check the president or anybody at any level, governor, House of Rep, senator, from their excesses, particularly when they are deviating from what the party stand for. So our brothers from the South, our presidential candidates from the South within PDP should join forces, should come out together, they should form a common cause so they can go to this field. And they could still get the ticket. We could not surrender to Atiku. Atiku have agreed. He have the machinery. He is well connected in the party. But if all in the South form a bloc and they work on their friend in the North as well, they could still secure the ticket. So they should not lose hope. It's just the idea of the party now is that level playing field, everybody contest, and whoever that wins, we will all work for the person and take him to power. So on this note, I believe that this decision by PDP is a challenge to APC. APC as well must be transparent.
Do you think if they give the ticket to Atiku, which is what the indication is, then APC will reverse position and just go for a northerner? And
well, I don't know what the implication of this decision, this APC zonal decision, I believe it's going to have, it's going to send a message to APC on how they should conduct themselves. They have a new chairman now, and I believe majority of the people in that party were not happy with this imposition they did in their last convention. A lot of, particularly from the Tinubu people, they are calling for primary on the presidential race because maybe they are getting some feelers, maybe they are getting some information that they might want to manipulate it and impose something as a consensus candidate on them, which might not favor Tinubu. So I have heard people from Tinubu camp saying that we want primary, let whoever that is strongest among them all carry the flag.
Can you see a scenario, which is the scenario that I see, that neither party will actually have primaries before they get to that space? They would have already arrived at a consensus candidate. It looks as though PDP, they are almost there or almost. So it looks like, because if you are saying Atiku is already speaking to Wike, then the only person they have to convince to give way is Wike now. because Peter Obi, we know he will give way. He's already calling
Wike is not even the problem. Oh. You see,
Right.
yesterday, the man who I think is behind the whole show, running everything, called all of them for a meeting in Delta State. Okowa, you will not believe that
No, I
Okowa is the one that will call all of them. I was
forget
like, really?
Okowa.
No,
Forget
that's what you
Okowa.
see. You know, that's what we people see. It is not the man who comes out to do wah, that is the
No, we
brain
know all
behind
the
this
leading
whole thing.
names now. We know all the leading names. Okowa is not
That
a
is what I
leading
say.
name.
You see these people during the day. You don't know what they are during the night. How many
All right.
they rule. You know, these people, they are deeper than we think. Oh.
All right. Okay. Then, from what is publicly known, Wike is the only sticking point between
Yes.
Atiku and the presidential ticket.
Yeah.
So
They're
really,
based on what Ajanekoko said.
all they have
Go
to
ahead.
convince is Wike. So if they can just persuade him to step down, then Atiku gets that ticket. That's the reading.
I hope even if it's gonna be a charade, that they should do an election, even if it's gonna be a charade, because it's
And they
gonna.
don't have to if they've already
No,
reached
they
a
have to.
consensus.
You know why? The significance. You see, what APC did has shown how they've been ruling the country for the past 8 years. That they do not consult anybody. That it's just a group of men that will just sit down somewhere and just come and just say this has become law. Which fire me is part of those spearheading the cause that there should be an election, even if his purpose is going to lose, but they want them to do an election. And which is healthy. That's why I say it has its own significance.
All right. Back to you, Ajanekoko. So round off quickly, then I'll go on to engineer. But coming because we are now still with Ajanekoko and we're two and a half hours in. But coming quickly, Sam, and then Ajanekoko will round off, and then we'll go to engineer.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, is PDP already conceding there's gonna be a consensus? Because we were here the other day attacking the APC, that the APC convention was a consensus. And secondly, as well, why is Peter Obi also not giving up a fight? Is he already a defeatist? Is he already conceding that space that whatever they give to me, I'm going to take? Because I don't. Because if the Igbos really, he's not going to say, like Wike said that day, and I agree with him for the first time. They don't give power to you. Go and take it. You're not putting yourself in that space to be reckoned with. You're like satisfied with being in the second spot. So he's not giving up a fight. Even the Igbos in the APC are not giving up a fight.
But there are no Igbos in the APC now. Okorocha told us that they are not good at politics. But look at the whole landscape. The Igbos in APC, who are you talking about? Okorocha and Ojius Okalu. Those are the lead names in APC now.
I'm talking about
boys.
I'm talking about PDP as well.
And look at PDP. Who have you got there? You only have one man, Peter Obi. Who else? So they are not in politics
you only
now.
Have
this is
who
it.
In Peter, you said you only have who in PDP?
Peter Obi, one man.
They have Pius.
Oh, right, okay.
So someone that has been a Senate president is not a Senate president is not a voice.
So, but I will recommend to our brothers in the South. Wike is doing a very good job. Is within the few days that he has jumped out on this street, I think he has shaken everything up within PDP. He has shown to the fellow brother from the north that yes, we want to fight this thing and we are going to fight it. So Wike can lead that fight. He can organize everybody around the southern space, and they go with a common candidate. It doesn't matter if it is him or if you want to back Obi. Let them go strongly to the primary. Let them go slug it out. And if Atiku eventually wins, they support him. Or if their candidate wins, they should start now. This is the time for the Southerner within PDP to show to their fellow Southerner in the APC that, look, we can do this thing if we play our politics well. And the only way to play the politics well is for us to form a bloc. Let us unite behind the candidate. Some of us that are really interested in this position, we can't all get this position. Let's align behind one person. Let us push him to the front and let us work on our friend in the north to support us. And that is the way to do it. And if they can start that kind of objective from now, it will prepare them better for the future in such arrangement. So I believe they should not just give it up. They should not just surrender, but they should rather come together, fight it to the end, and show to the party, if eventually Atiku win, they can indicate to the party that we are a force to reckon with. We will not be a second video, and they will use that to bargain for better position in government. So that's the way I see it. They have to come together. They must not surrender.
All right, thank you, Ajanle Koko. So thank you, Ajanle Koko. Let me go on from you, Ajanle Koko, to engineer, and let's move away from politics a little bit. Well, not too much far away from politics, but just to douse the space. So now, the government has no business in the way people express their individuality. They don't, and that individuality encompasses how you choose to present yourself in terms of sartorial elegance, how you try to dress, or who you choose to copulate with. So both your sexuality and your dressing is really not in the purview of government. So that's fundamental human rights. But then, of course, in Nigeria, nothing fundamental there, engineer, as you know, our space. So they are now legislating for clothing. Nigerian House of Representatives consider bill seeking to jail BOBRISKY, then relay other cross-dressers for 6 months. So is that government space, and is this an infringement on fundamental human rights? Engineer, the Nigerian House of Assembly, fashion police.
Wow, that's a good talk up point. I must be honest. And well, BOBRISKY, I think we have someone coming up as BOBRISKY as well. So it's just maybe it's a hard time for him to experience such thing. But why is it now they're coming out to say, okay, he needs to be in jail or what? Because when he started, where were they? That's the question. They left him to expand, and now they're coming out saying they want to do this. I think by right, it's like they are depriving him from doing his own.
Let me ask you a question, because we need to establish some fundamentals here. Do you think homosexuality? Do you think it is innate? Do you think somebody can be born that way, or do you think it's a matter of choice? Are people born that way, or is it just a lifestyle choice? What do you think?
Well, in Africa, it's a lifestyle choice. In the other side of the world, that one is genetic.
How so? Nigerians are not, Africans are not human beings.
Is it genetic or induced?
Well, it could be induced, but in the other side of the world, one man, you should know it by now, innit? It's something that they pick interest, and some of them, I work with them, they can tell you clearly, because I work with lesbian, I work with gays. They do tell me their feelings, they do tell me everything, but it's down to them that, you know, they have that kind of their mindset, their feelings. You know, when it comes to feelings, they will just tell you that, oh, I tried this, it's not working, so I decided to make my choice. So that's their choice, honestly, because
you see, the reason why I'm asking that question, engineer, is you are able to approach it differently depending on what you believe. So if you think that it is a lifestyle choice, if that is the belief system that it is a lifestyle choice, then you can legislate that they are introducing immorality into society, and which you don't want. But if you believe that people are born that way, then you cannot legislate against how people are born. So do you see? So that is where the argument is. And
Yeah, but
universally, they believe that some people are innately like that. And therefore, you cannot legislate against how people are, you know?
yeah, but I don't see people born in that way, woman. Let's be realistic,
Right.
because it depends on upbringing again, and also if you call, let me start from the African. In Africa, we are being taught in right from when we are kids. You understand? So a man belongs to a woman belongs to man. If today is moral training, is upbringing, is down to upbringing. And if you look at it, woman, I give you an example with animals today. You can never see a male animal chasing a male animal. It's impossible. But is in the other side of the world where we live, is like something that they call it freedom of speech.
Expression.
Yeah, free is, things that you can't stop people from doing what they want to do or what they want to become. So things like this, woman, please, I don't want to talk about it, man. It's
No,
irritating me.
it's a difficult talking point, but how it is approached, it depends on what your fundamental beliefs are. Because if you do think that people are born that way, if you think that it's an act of God the way they are, then you cannot legislate for it, because you cannot legislate for an act of God. But if you believe that it is a lifestyle choice that they've chosen to live that for reasons of fashion and attention, then you can legislate for that in terms of the moral rectitude of society. But engineer, let me do a
Oh, one man,
rapid.
before you go, I need to just tell you something real quick about that spot. That
No,
space.
no, I'm actually still
No.
in that spot. Hold on.
Okay.
I want
Okay.
to do
Okay. Go ahead.
I want to do a whip round.
Oh,
Just
okay.
but this time very, very rapid. Because I want to know what the baseline is that we're actually using to interact with that space in society, in our society. So I want to know what the baseline is. So the question is quite simple. So we're talking same-sex coupling, which is colloquially called homosexuality. So the question is simple. Do you, just in your own belief system, so not your morality, but your belief system, do you believe that it is an innate thing that people are born like that? Do you believe that people are born like that? Or do you think people choose to be like that? So I'll start from Sam O. Just a very short response, very, very short response. We don't want to labor it too much. I'll start from Sam O to land on Ajanle Koko, but just that space, just to establish what our societal baseline is in terms of that topic. So you heard the question, Samuel. How would you respond to it? Don't throw the Bible at it, though, because I know you're a pastor. Eh?
No, I'm not a pastor, but I've read a bit of the Bible. There's no point belaboring this. Everybody know where I stand about this. This is people's lifestyle. How can God create you? No, it doesn't make sense. That's my stand on that.
All right, brilliant. So Thomas, your thoughts. Did you hear the question, and what is your response?
Yes, I do, woman. Woman is lifestyle. If we are deceiving ourselves, it's pure lifestyle, and it's barbaric to me.
Yes.
Barbaric.
Just from what Thomas said, I want to add an addendum to that. So if you think that no, let me just leave it there. So let's go to Lord Michael. Lord Michael, do you the question? Look at that.
For me,
I don't care, my brother. I don't care.
ọmọ èkó ni náà tádé a máa ṣàgídí pé kò dé Igbo land rí o bó ṣe wà yẹn tá a máa ṣàgídí bí.
For me,
sorry, yeah, Lord Michael.
Okay, I prefer Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve.
No, not your preference. Go on.
So you see, what I wanted to say is that during the 8th Assembly, there was already a legislation which Jonathan signed into law. So for them to say they want to legislate on it, they're only deceiving themselves. I think it's just a distraction. What they need to do is enforce the existing law. So they should stop deceiving themselves.
You know that law that you said Obama Jonathan signed. You know,
yes.
a lot of people believe that was what turned the Americans against him. They think that was what turned the Americans against him when he signed that
Yeah.
gay law. But
Yeah.
yeah, Black League, are you with us? The question, your answer.
One man,
Yes.
point of correction.
Yeah.
Don't say it turned American, say it turned
Obama,
Obama
yes.
administration. Obama administration,
all
not
right.
American.
So I wish you were as guarded about Nigeria as you are about America. You mentioned America, and Ajale Koko is bringing his Luga and Ruga. But no, so we start corrected. Yeah, Black League, the question, your answer.
Yeah, I think it's a lifestyle from my understanding of it. And it also has to do with your culture. In Africa, is absent. You find it just here and there, but in the total sum of Africa, you don't see homosexuality and things like that. And I'm talking way back from ancient times in Africa. In Europe is a different scenario. I mean, Greeks are said to be the fathers of Europe. When you go deep into the Greek culture, I mean, that is really the center stage of it. I mean, they have festivals and rituals where it's a free-for-all orgy for, homosexuality going on. I mean, it was public and is well documented in Greece, even through their statues and all that. So you can see that it is part of their culture. And last comment on it, I was listening to Donald Duke, former governor of Cross River, the other day, speaking about this. So he was like, he said an American congressman or senator was talking to him about it. And, the discussion came up about homosexuality and Nigeria banning gay marriage and things like that. And Donald Duke was trying to say this point I'm saying to the American. He said, well, it is a cultural stance. In Africa is not part of the culture. So in essence, he's telling him that America is kind of forcing it on Africa, especially Nigeria at that time. Meanwhile, it's not a part of our culture. So he gave him an example. He said, it's just like us in Nigeria coming to the West or to America to say you have to accept polygamy, having multiple women. Well, that is culturally very accepted in Africa. The West would go crazy against it. I mean, they can have their concubines and all that, but marrying a second wife is almost abominable in the West. So it just speaks to a cultural difference. And I think that's a very key comparison with the marriage thing. That's not African culture, but of course, Africans have interacted with non-Africans for a while now that it is starting to seep in. But when you look at the African culture on its own independently, the homosexuality thing is almost completely absent.
All right. So not innate lifestyle choice is
It looks like God also called Black League. How many times did God call you?
3 times. And they say, is a Black League my son? I have been to the valley of the beyond, and I say, Atiku. Oh God. We must. I want Dino Milaye to be the governor of Kogi State just for the jokes. Can you imagine the comedy
that was a very funny piece, especially after the talk. Or he said, "Father, your son heareth."
Yes, it's that guy. He should be in Nollywood anyway. He shouldn't be a politician. He's a useless politician.
I think he is in Nollywood. There's a movie where Dino is in, so I think he's always wanted to be.
It's a Baba Salah guy. So in CBD, the question you answer. And CBD has run away.
Most definitely, I'm a strong Christian. Maybe not. How do I say it? Yeah, so I believe everything the Bible has said and all that.
Which is what? With the question now, your answer. What is this guy? Okay. You don't have to answer if you. Okay. Forget it. I can't compel you. It's just a simple, straightforward thing. Is it innate or is it a lifestyle choice?
Oh, if it's a lifestyle choice,
or people are born that way.
No. I think there's no. Is there? I think there's no scientific evidence that anybody is born that way. Or am I missing something? I don't think so. So definitely, until there's a scientific, if there is, maybe someone should tell me. I don't know. But if there is not, then definitely it's a lifestyle choice for some people.
All right. Thank you. I'm not sure I should even be. Oh, okay. Why not? So let's hear from you, Charles. It may well be outside of your realms of understanding, but did you hear the question and you want to respond to it? Yes, it's run away suitably. So, Ego, are you there? Oh, okay. I think we've already sampled. We've sampled engineer's opinion. So let's go to Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, the question you answer.
I think it's a lifestyle. It just in America here in the 70s, 80s, and in the 90s, it was regarded as a mental problem. Yeah, it was there, and they have a clinical study of this as well. That people with this kind of habit and behavior is a kind of mental issue. So, but until when Obama came and fought for their freedom, and they became they were so much empowered and back with law, and this is what brought us to where we are today. And there's so much Obama, helped them a lot to use federal power to punish any organization or any state that up to against their practice or whatsoever. So it's yeah, it
Sorry,
happened with black people.
I'm reading the comment section as you are talking, but I carry on.
Yeah. So that was what so much gave them so much power, and here
May
we are
God
today.
have
What are we
mercy
going
on
to
that British victim guy
you
that
saw
is
it.
commenting.
You saw it too. He just made me
May
laugh.
God have mercy on that guy.
Oh my God, man! This place so
That guy needs to be sampled.
but here we are today. They have law protecting them. They have law, telling us that it's a human right issue. And what are we going to do? We have to abide with the way it is, respect them, and let them respect us. Let there be peace, and nothing we could do about it. We as a people, we know it's not our culture. We have to raise our own children in the way of Lord. We have to point things to them in the Bible, that this is what the Bible says. This is what the Bible condemns. So that is what we as parents, as people all over the world, as Black people need to do with our children. We have to raise them in the way of law, let them know this is the law that God says. This is the way God defined marriage. Marriage is a union between man and woman, but they have changed it to a union between two persons, irrespective of their sex. This is what, how do you call it? Human right. This is the way human right campaigner with Obama administration, this is what they describe it. And they took it to law court and they won at the law court. So what do we have to do? We have to abide by the law. So we have to let them live, and we live, and we coexist. But we, as Africans, have responsibility to raise our children in the way of Lord and let them know why they have to be like us, their parents.
All right, thank you. Yeah, you come in a second, but let me just, because I asked the question, so let me just add my own answer too. I think the preponderance of it is a lifestyle, but I think it's also innate in just a small sect of people. But I don't think the exuberance that we see is all innate. There's a singer. I say there's a singer. You all know who Elton John is. It's a good example. this guy was married with 3 kids, Elton John. And then suddenly he woke up one day and decided that he wants to be a different way. And then he abandoned that wife and those 3 kids to go and pursue this lifestyle. And the whole of entertainment is filled with that narrative. People that have 2, 3 children and then decide to opt for and some people do it commercially, like BOBRISKY. I suspect that was his pathway out of poverty, not necessarily his inclination. So I think it's a lifestyle choice largely, but I think they are fundamental. Somebody was asking, in the animal kingdoms they've identified this as well. So fundamentally there's be an element of it that is innate, but it will be just a tiny fraction of lottery number sort of data. But that's just what I think. But Sam, round up that space for us, and then we'll move on.
Any animal you see in that space is induced. Naturally, animals will not do that.
All right, but I think it's that area that brings out that. So I don't know enough to say categorically, but they always put it forward that you find it in animal kingdom too. But Sam, round it off, and then we go back to engineer.
Yeah, I think culturally, like we all said, it is not in our culture to behave animalistic this way. And we've seen many examples. Jake Tapper, the CNN guy, Don Lemon, all of them. Even in Florida, I think Dos Santos, the governor in Florida, has banned any nonsense called these things. Even on Netflix, there is hardly a film you will see now that they are not projecting this lifestyle. So when Ajale Koko said we should pray for our kids, we're in the place of prayer doing all of those. But there are teachers in schools, there are professors in the universities. These people are aligned. They don't see anything wrong with it.
It's almost as though they are actively promoting it.
That's what they are doing.
That's definitely what's happening. There's cartoons
they are making it
for
look like a
kids
lifestyle
showing
now.
It's not as though they're saying it is acceptable and don't discriminate against them. It's almost like they're advocating for it.
Yeah, they're using corporate word to push it
promoting it.
Yes.
Somebody was saying, there's no office space that you go to that a good 30% of the office space of the floor is not the engineers. Everybody in their workplace,
do you know you can't talk about these people the way we talk about heterosexual people? They take it very, very sensitively.
Yeah.
They report it to the organization. Can you imagine? I was chatting with a friend of mine. She works in Glasgow. I work in London here. And one of us who is part of them, I didn't know because it didn't occur to me. I don't even know how to identify them until my wife told me what she uses in getting them. Like, if you see them when their hair is too prune, they comb their hair too excessively and they look very perfect. These are these ones. I didn't know. So this guy was very close to me. We even answered the same name. And she was chatting with me like...
a Nigerian?
No, not Nigeria. English guy.
Okay,
but the lady I was chatting to...
that same name, but, okay, go on.
No, Sam.
Okay,
Sam.
Go on, yeah.
Yeah. So the lady I'm chatting with, that one is Indian. She doesn't see anything wrong with it. So apparently, that guy is this lady's boss. But she's very close to me. So we're chatting on our private, messenger. And he was like, oh, Sam, I need a boyfriend. I said, what about your Sam manager? Has he got a wife already? You guys are very close. You work together very closely. He said, no, you want his boyfriend to bang your head. He said, what? What did he say? He said, Sam, I don't want problems with Sam's boyfriend. He's going to kill me. I was like, what? So for almost 10 minutes, I didn't chat her up. And she was like, Sam, are you there? I said, yeah, I'm just trying to process it. Are you saying he said, Sam, do you have any problem with it? Do you know this thing? I don't know how it got to the management. They almost sacked me for this. Because I was a bit taken aback. I was surprised, just being surprised.
You know what
not
really
confronting this guy. I didn't confront this guy. I was just taken aback, and they almost sacked me for this.
You know what upsets me, Sam? They try to they've placed it to the level of saying, well, you wouldn't do that to black people. So they're using the equivalency of black emancipation and anti-racism as an equivalency to sexual impropriety. You know, so they're saying about black people, they're trying to draw parallels between sexual deviancy and black emancipation, as though if the blacks have equal rights, then everything else. So is bestiality going to be where does it stop? You know, but it's a You know, we because we stay away from it, or we stay away because, like you said, you cannot confront it,
You
and you
can't.
have to be accepting of it, but
You
you
can't
don't
even talk
have to go
about it.
into
You
it. So
can't
you
talk
have to
about
draw
it.
your You know, in some workplaces they'll come up to you and they will hug you, you know, and if you recoil from that hug, they will mark you down, and then they'll start to circle around you.
I
It's not
still
that they
had
are
it.
Yes.
hugging you for anything, or but just,
Yeah.
but you know, it's
Yeah.
we're living in strange
They are
times,
Very,
testing
very
strange
you,
strange
times.
Abi.
times. Very strange
And
times.
it's coming closer to home by the day since we refuse to produce what we consume, and we want to be dependent on the West, and we don't want to be an independent Africa.
How are you reaching? Well,
It is
look at
coming
that.
slowly. Was it not you that said
That's
that's
a
why
far reach now,
Jonathan?
from there to
Wasn't it?
there. Look at that.
One man, I'm using your words. You said Jonathan lost elections almost solely because he chose the anti-gay law, anti-gay marriage. And you're not the first person to say that. Jonathan himself has said it. Jonathan's spokespersons have said it. People very close to him have said it. So it is true. I mean, Obama was against Jonathan almost solely because of that policy that Jonathan supported. So it is creeping in slowly but surely. They're a very powerful group, and
I think what
they have some of the best lobbyists in America. They are a
I
pressure
think what
group.
brings it into our society is how we mimic wholesale Western life, especially American ones. I think
Hmm.
that is what will bring it into our
Even
society.
the minister of transportation in America, Buttigieg, I think, was running for presidency before Biden won. He's part of them as well. So they are very, very
What
highly
about the
placed.
Minister of Transportation in Nigeria? Do you not know he's rumored to be? Do you not know that it's rumored to be?
That's something
Are you
about
serious?
transportation.
The Ministry of Transportation.
Look
What
at
are they
that.
transporting?
Are
I
you
don't
serious?
know. I don't know. I'm going
Come on,
into.
man.
Let's move quickly away from there and go
I
to
know that
another
of
space.
America, child.
Yeah.
One man.
Eh?
Do you know the danger of this now is that you see our children, you dare not say anything against these people in front of our children. They will come out strongly against you. They will tell you that is their life. I'm talking about in America. I don't know the experience in
No,
our
it's this.
grown-up
It's the
children. Our
now.
grown-up
It came
children
up
in
in
It's
America.
church
same
one
all
day.
over the
Our
West.
grown-up children in universities, in high school, if you dare say anything against them, they will come out strong against you. That
You know, your children can even report to you for
Oh,
doing that.
I'm
This is
telling
the
you,
way
this
they've
is
indoctrinated
the,
these people.
yes. In
Yeah.
the school, those children have been taught that everybody is same. They can practice what they can practice. That's their life. And that is the way the children have accepted them. You can't, our children in university, you can't tell them anything otherwise. They said that's their life. Let them live it. You cannot let them see anything you can't tell them anything wrong about it. So that is the way it is. They are growing
Well, it's
fast.
part of
They
northern
are
culture as
conquering.
well.
In the next 20, 30 years, it's going to be a different ball game. We're going to be talking
One
about.
man, I don't know where you keep getting that.
You remember how they used
Blackley.
to paint wear lipsticks and whatnot?
No,
But
not
yeah.
even that. Do you remember the Yobe school, boys' school raping?
Oh no. Let's not go.
No,
All right.
okay, sorry for just pronouncing that word.
No.
The misbehavior, it's gradually creeping in, and we need to just be careful. We
All
just need to
right.
educate
Is
ourselves
it
about
even
it.
too late? Is it even too late? You know, it's that because
One
look
man,
at the
to
look
me,
at the
it's
people they
never
are
too late.
celebrating in Nigeria,
No, you
Bobrisky
see,
and
you see what I keep saying, that for us to move as a people of our culture, it doesn't really have to deal with Christianity. Even in our traditional ways, it's absurd too. So we need to unlearn a lot of things and learn fresh ones that would develop us in our own culture. Otherwise, we'll become a lost people in no time.
all right, thank you. Let's move
One
swiftly
man,
on.
can I tell my own experience here?
Yeah, but be
Just a
delicate
bit.
with the language, though. Be
Yes, yeah,
delicate
yes,
with the
yes,
language.
yes,
Yeah.
yes. Some of our blacks here, they have to take their kids out of the school because now here is in their curriculum that you
Really?
can be, yes, in their curriculum here.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yes, is in their curriculum. So my church member, there are 2 kids there. It's in their career. The man has to take them out of the school, take them to a Christian school
That's cool.
because
Okay, good.
they passed the law 2 years ago here. So it's getting crazy, no man.
Oh my
It's
Yes,
God.
in their curriculum.
I think that is the way of the future that people will use to resist this sort of. You have to start taking your children to religion-based schools where you know that they are not going to promote that sort of something. Well, thank you. Let's move on. Let's move swiftly from there. I just wanted to test the space because this is something now that is evolving within the Nigerian
Yeah,
space.
but you see what this thing is going to cause? It's going to increase prostitution
Now,
or early growth. You know why I say so?
God.
If parents now we want to encourage their kids, maybe you have daughters, when you see they are growing even before the age, you want them to have a boyfriend, just to make
No,
sure you don't
no,
test those waters. The
no.
same thing for males too.
No.
That is the only way.
No. Just be a bit more hands-on
I
in
pray it
parenting.
doesn't get to that.
Oh, all right. Thank you. So let's move. Let's move engineer swiftly on from there. Thank you, engineer. Do you want to round off your thoughts on that space, or do you want me to move you on?
Yeah, like I said to you, one man, it's something that we Africans we don't know anything about that. So and we have to stand our ground because these people over here is part of their lifestyle. They choose to be like that, and to the stage they implement things like that into law. And now, just like what Thomas said, they're trying to they're imposing it in schools. Well, they said if you're wise enough, you should draw your children close to you and know what is going on. They will tell you everything, and you will know how to speak to them and conquer all those kind of things in them. So it's just like I said again, it's upbringing. It's upbringing. It's not all about some of the parents abroad. They do leave their children go to school. They don't check up everything the children they do in school, because of work. So those are the things at times is affecting some people because I used to have a friend. He lives in America. He normally call me an Igbo guy. He said, Joe, to be honest, my son, this is what my son is doing. He's following his fellow man, and his daughter the same thing. She's following a female. The guy has been crying that has he done wrong to take them to America to treat them or to give them life, to give them, So I just said to him, I keep consoling him all the time. I said, just take it easy. What you need to do with time, just invite them back home, take them to places, let them see how people are suffering, let them, all those kind of things, educate them. And I advise him, you don't work too much. You work too much, you don't put more interest in your kids. And by the time now, look at the result they're giving you and you're crying. So think about it and things will work well for you, my brother. That's the only thing I said to him. And it's not a good thing, one man, honestly.
Yes, I think we all agree on that, but we can say that within the privacy of this space, but don't say it in a workplace. You'll get your P45 straight away. But
No,
let me
I sorry to cut you, one man. Then in 2016, when I used to do a security weekend job, I think that was we used to do in Birmingham here. They used to do a gay pride. My first experience to see that a fellow man kneel down in front of me, engaging his fellow man. I was like, what is happening here? So someone is telling me, oh, he's engaging him. They will soon get married.
we don't have that law yet, do we? Yeah.
No,
we have civil partnership, but I don't think they've given them quite the full rights yet.
No, I think they're almost there. They're almost getting there, because every year they used to have gay pride. Yes. That's when you see the men and the women, they come out to celebrate. So it's just unfortunate that it's people's choice. It's what they believe and it's what they choose.
There it is. Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. So Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. Engineer, let me move you from this space. So traditionally, engineer, when somebody says a prayer, the only thing, 2 words that you just used to solidify those prayers is amen. And that's 1 word even. So in Yoruba land, we say Shadura, King Shami. So when somebody prays for you, Amen is the next word that you utter just to take ownership of it. But that doesn't seem to be the case anywhere south of Abakaliki. Say a prayer anywhere south of Abakaliki and is Ehi Dioha, hammer you there, thunder fire you, is the response. So this guy now, Pastor Bakari, he made a mistake
Ma,
of.
wait a minute. Just can someone take over? My daughter just woke up.
All right, brilliant. Say hello to her. So let's go then. Let's go to Thomas. So Thomas, are you there? Oh, okay. Let's go to Sam. Sam, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All
I'm
right.
here, woman.
So you heard the build up. So we were just saying now this Chadura and Shami, which is conventional. Somebody says a prayer, you say amen. But thunder fire you seems to be the response to prayers anywhere south of Abakaliki. As Pastor, sorry, are you settled or do you want me to?
Yes, move on, woman.
Yes, as Pastor Tunde Bakare found much to his own chagrin, Igbos are not cursed. Okorocha fires back at Pastor Tunde Bakare. So he goes there to pray to remove the curse that is holding the space back, but I get out of here, their response. So what are you then making of that prayer, but lack of amen that went down in the east?
One man, good evening once again to everyone. It's for me, I can't fault that man. I just want the East to say amen, as you rightly said, because I don't see what he's saying. Maybe he's talking, but I remember when we started, I said something. I said, there are some things some elderly people know in that Nigeria that we young chap, we in our 40s, we don't know. I wasn't born 1960, so I can't say what happened in 1960. Even in the war, I wasn't born there. But if Pastor Bakari can come out and pray for the Igbos, I think they should just embrace it, and as you rightly say, they should say amen. Because if it's saying this, and one man, when we are talking, I went on myself, I listened to what the man said. I can't even see one thing that is wrong in what he said throughout. But for I will just employ our brothers in the East. Let's calm down. Let's be much calm down, because sometimes people find it very difficult and very frustrated. You can see now this man is just praying. He said we don't have the evidence that the guy Tafaba, what's the name, the guy that was killed, maybe he caused them, but for him to say that, I think there will be, he said, in every lie, there will be an iota of truth in heavy lies. So if the man said, the man caused the Igbos that they will not be the president of the nation, and and as a clergyman, every clergyman, what we hear from them is prayer. So I think the Easterner, they should embrace the prayer and say amen. Even though there is no causes anywhere, but still, our Yoruba, we said Adura Sonje Pelo. I will translate that in English. Yoruba adage normally said, praying, no matter how somebody pray for you, is still better than curse. So I think our people in the East, they should just say amen. And not only amen, they should even work towards ascertain that post. That is what is much important. They cause, they don't cause. The most important thing is they should say amen to the prayer and work towards it to be to lead the country. One man, it's due for the East to lead the country. If there's any person that came out as a Easterner in this two strong party, I will campaign for him, because it's due for the
Did you
Easterner to
say
be
you
the
have changed
president.
your position? You were saying yesterday that you had changed your position. So
I'm still thinking about it. One man.
Still thinking. Look at this guy.
I'm still thinking about
why
it.
don't you just declare for Showore? We know that Agent
No,
Leopard has captured
no.
you.
I will never declare for
Agent
Showore.
Koko, you've captured another one, but
No. I will never declare for Showore.
all right. Let me move you on from that space to another. You see, this is now is becoming is going from being a concern to a worry now. So the epicenter now of our insurgency and terrorism and banditry has moved from Borno State and is firmly now ensconced within Kaduna State. 17 soldiers killed, 20 wounded as bandits overrun Nigerian army outpost. Guess where? In Kaduna. So just within this last month, 6 weeks, we've had what 3, 4, 5 major incidents. Their airport was shut up. The 2 trains bombed. They've taken over the roads, forcing people to drive into the forest, and then they are capturing them there. And now they are savaging the military outpost. So what is going on in Kaduna State? The governor completely fed up, but then so are all of us. Thomas.
One man, and I will tell you this for free. One man, it's not everything that happened they report. It may even be 4 or 5 attacks in a day. So I don't know why we will be killing ourselves. I don't know. Sometimes, one day I asked the question, what did these people want? Because anything you want in life, it doesn't warrant killing people. Anything. You want money, you want power, you want anything, name it. It doesn't warrant taking lives. It doesn't warrant taking life. And if I'm a Christian and my Bible tell me the blood of innocent people shed will never go scot-free. God will never be happy with blood of innocent shed every blessed day. And I said, what did these people want? What do they want? If they want to Islamize Nigeria, it can't happen. We have grown past that. If they want power, they should go to go through the electronic pattern. If they want power,
you
they
want
should go
Fulani
through
headsman to go and do election. What are you talking about? Fulani headsman. He
One
just
man-
takes a
one
gun
man
now
is-
and he uses the gun to take what he wants.
It's just anything you want, you can still have it without killing. We talk of the train attack. Within 24 hours, another one happened. Before that, they ransacked the airport. Look at this now, 17 soldiers killed. These soldiers, they have family, they have wife, they have children, they have family, yeah? Extended family, they are breadwinner of their house, they have people looking onto them, looking onto them to bring something home. But there's nothing we can do. I think the killing will continue. I will just pray we will not fall, our family will not fall into that victim, because if it started from since Buhari have been in power, and this is 7th year going to the 8th year, and it hasn't stopped, I will tell you for free, it will not stop. But I will just pray that people, our family members, our people, everybody will be protected. Maybe woman, let's just move on. It's just frustrating.
No, Thomas, the killing will not continue. Sam and Black League are planning to go back to Nigeria to take all these guys. So they will stop it now.
You know, I would love it if somebody from this platform actually has political ambitions.
I wish.
A real ambition, or not, like somebody that wants to be a rep or a senator that we can all rally behind. But, all these people, it's just talk, isn't it? We say you should go and
no, TikTok, one man.
Yes.
Huh?
Now money.
Exactly.
Don't worry now.
But one man, I have something.
Yeah,
maybe we should back Ajale Koko for House of Rep. Ajale Koko, we back you.
Ajale Koko is
support.
too radical. There are only 2 people. There are 3 people actually on this platform that I say politics in. I say it in Jafar, and then some character
Jafar,
that used to
yes.
come here that calls himself Q, and I see it a little bit in Black League too. Funnily enough, or from the north, but there it is.
I know Black League, you do.
Yes,
black
but
Igbo, he has sweet mouth.
only anybody turning now. Ele agbeyota. Ele agbe fast.
Blackling, is it true?
I cannot practice politics in Nigeria.
Black
Blackling, they
league,
say
they
you
have
have sweet mouth.
black
Is
league.
it
We have
true?
sweet mouth. Yeah, I know. He can cajole people. He is a politician.
They will tell them, and then in ancient Egypt, never, give me your dollars. You see, we know your game, Barkley. Yeah, you forget
So
Atiku.
one man,
One man
I just pray.
Look at that. You go and use paper to daba to boju.
I just pray for protection for everyone in that country because one man is not stopping it's not stopping tomorrow because if keep on repeating himself. But what is Kaduna? What is Kaduna do? Because Kaduna is now the center attack.
Yeah, but I'm wondering why though, because Kaduna is not a border town, so you cannot say that it's all this foreign.
Can I comment?
Yeah, go on.
I think the reason why is because there's a military base in Kaduna. They need to degrade that place to render the military ineffective. Because we read and we saw like 2-3 years ago when the Bandit or Boko Haram went into the military base, unhindered, and they went and ransacked the whole place, took all the ammunitions and went away. We read and saw how some of these ragtag, they are not even ragtags, these militias, they are coordinated. They brought down a military jet that killed some of our fighters. I think Boko Haram has infiltrated this bandit, or whether it's the bandit that infiltrated the Boko Haram and have become one now, because the military have really degraded the Boko Haram guys, so they have run away from that side of the northeast to becoming bandits, and then they are making a hell of a money from whatever they are doing, this kidnapping.
Sam,
From
I
the
have
account
one
of that
quick
lady,
question for you.
let me finish that.
Okay.
From
All
the
right.
account of that lady that you showed us the other day, she said these guys went into the VIP straight away because they needed money, because they know people in the VIP are the ones they will tell the families to bring ransom, and they will scamper around whichever way they can find the money to bring it. I saw on Channels TV last night, they said in one transaction, the bandit made 200 million naira. Tell me how they will stop that kind of business. So it's a business entity for them. They are making a killing from it, and they are degrading the military in Kaduna because there's a base there. So if they render them useless and the military run away from town for them, so everything becomes a fiefdom for them. So my question to the president is, why has he not declared a state of emergency in Kaduna State? Why? Let the
It
military
doesn't need a state of emergency. It just needs to take action. There's a clip of El Rufai speaking with I think it was actually Solly that sent me the clip. He was speaking with Fayemi, and he was saying that he's told Buhari severally that just go and bomb these people, and he's been telling him that for 2 years, and he has not moved a finger. So if we forget state of emergency now, just take action.
No, what I'm saying about the state of emergency is let the military take over that state from the governor for 6 months.
No, but it's not necessary, is what I'm saying.
It's necessary now.
No, they should just take
at this
action.
time.
They've not done what they should do
let me
before.
tell you this out of experience.
No,
if the military takes over the
it's
state,
unconstitutional, Sam. It's unconstitutional
no, Sam,
in the first place.
Ajale Koko, minus that. If the military takes over the state, there will be so much civilian casualty. So what one man is saying is good. Just go for these guys. Leave the state alone. If you go for these guys, take them out. Some of them are going to run into the state, and those ones, they should have a civilian JTF who are going to help the military in taking those guys out. If you declare a state of emergency, you are going to have a lot of civilian casualties. You know our military and their excesses. That's what I want to point out. Thank you.
I disagree.
Right. Okay, feel free.
No, I don't know what you mean by state of emergency when they've not explored all the options yet to address the matter.
But are we happy? Are we happy with the lives and the souls we are losing every day?
No, but they should take action. No, you are not getting it, man. Go on.
Okay, what I mean by state of emergency is whether it's constitutional or not. See, when this guy, I've forgotten what they said at the federal level. Said it was something of necessity. I can't remember. It was
Doctrine.
a doctrine of a necessity.
Yeah.
See, what's it called? Necessity is the mother of invention, or I've forgotten how that saying goes. We are in dire straits. These are very, very uncharted waters we are in as a country. If all those states that are being ravaged by these bandits, these criminals, if military takes over for the next 6 months, from the account of El Rufai, he said they run from one state to another. From Zamfara, they will enter this place today. They will go to another. So if these states are being cordoned off by the military, let them begin to blow them away wherever they see them. In the next 6 months, hand over to the governor back again. Let's have peace. We are losing too many souls.
Do you want? Hold on. Yeah. Sam, do you want El Rufai to speak for himself? Hear El Rufai speak for himself. Hear him.
1.5 years ago, go and bomb them. They would. You know where they are. You know where they are.
So why are they refusing?
It's not intelligence failure. It's not surveillance.
You've told the army?
1.5 years ago, go and bomb them. They would. You know where they are. You know where they are.
So why are they refusing?
It's not intelligence failure. It's not surveillance failure. Don't waste your money on the wrong things. The thing that needs to be done is to have a military base between Kateri and Regina. A military base between Kateri and Regina that can get to the red line quickly in case of anything. It will solve the problem. But no matter how much you do surveillance, if you tell people that, okay, I can see Boko Haram putting bombs there, and it takes them 1.5 hours to get there, or they do it at night, in which what can you do?
Okay, so maybe one other thing we need to do is to write to the president to request the army to build forward operation base.
Yeah, I'm going to go to Regina. We're going to evaluate. Maybe we'll just clear the whole place. I'm thinking of clearing the entire.
So you see, it's not. Hold on, it's not a matter of state of emergency or anything like that. It's just taking action, because you heard El Rufai there. He said 18 months ago they told them these people are here, come and bomb them, and they refused.
Who refused? The military.
Whoever needs to take action is not taking action. So it's not declaring state of emergency now. It's taking action.
You heard from what Rufai said as well. If you put a military base somewhere between somewhere and somewhere, that's not different from flooding the street with soldiers in that space. That's what I'm calling for.
No.
That is different from state of emergency. State of emergency.
That's not state of emergency.
The governor will be ineffective. The constitution will be suspended.
The governor is set aside, and you have a military administrator. That
is what I'm calling for, sir.
But did you not hear what El Rufai said? He said they've been inviting them to come and bomb them. So if they go and bomb them, then they'll flush them out and savage them, and then that reduces it significantly. So they are not taking action.
And he even said it's not intelligence problem. They have intelligence.
It's not intelligence.
They know where
problem.
They are.
It's not surveillance problem. It's a lack of.
They know where they are.
So what more? What are you talking about?
So who is not doing what? Who is not doing what? The military is not doing his job. They are not taking orders from the governor because he doesn't have that power to command them.
Right.
The president
whoever
is not
has
speaking.
the power to command them should command them.
That's what I'm saying. That's why Buhari is
but it's not
complicit in all
state
of
of
this.
emergency now. It's nothing to do with state of it. It's taking action. That's what
Okay,
needs to
that's
happen.
my opinion anyway. That's what I want.
But your opinion
happen.
doesn't tally with facts, though. That's just the thing.
Even Sam, even if they have a military administrator, he still have to take command from the commander-in-chief of armed forces. So it's still the commander-in-chief of armed forces that will direct them on how to. The military governor cannot even direct them.
You can see from this governor, he's jaded, he's tired, he doesn't know what to do again.
Oh yeah, he's frustrated.
He's fed up now. And it's human lives now. You know, it's not a chicken now. It's human beings.
Did anybody hear the interview with Professor Usman Yusuf yesterday? What he had to say about El Rufai and Amechi on Channels TV? I believe he was interviewed like that. Yeah.
He's
Yeah,
talking
that.
nonsense. That professor is talking nonsense. How can they be grandstanding? What does he mean by grandstanding?
But
I
did
mean,
he counter their facts?
his
Did he
point
counter their
is
facts? Yeah.
both Amechi and El Rufai are part of the Buhari government, and they're trying to somewhat seclude themselves now that elections are coming, especially the presidential in 2023. So he's saying they're all in that boat together. They shouldn't try to dissociate themselves like they don't know what's going on or they are not a part of it. I think that was his larger point.
But Black League,
You see,
can you
when
say
okay, go ahead.
can you say categorically that the APC governor are happy with Buhari? No, but because that party has bind them together, even to speak truth to the power, it's very difficult. It's very glaring. Look at
Yeah.
this
is
man.
But they
not
are part of
difficult.
one
Thomas,
team, they are part of
it's not
one team.
difficult.
You cannot seclude defenders and blame strikers. Everybody have to do their job for you to win the game.
That is why I always say on this platform that we have to hold all of them responsible. All the APC people, leadership.
From the party to the governor.
So the party to the they all fail. One man, the president does not have power, overriding power over the party. It's the party that sponsored him to power. The party should be able to checkmate him when he's going a different direction.
Let's not turn these things to politics.
You see, no, it's
Buhari
not
has failed.
politics. It's about life.
No.
Buhari, it's the issue of sensibility. That is the way political party is run. Don't defend APC here.
I'm not defending him. I've not defended Buhari tonight. No, I've not defended him tonight. Yes.
It's APC leadership that failed. Not only Buhari.
It's Buhari that has failed.
No, that is not the way party politics is run.
No.
Party administration is not run like that. I'm telling you. It is the party. Party is more powerful than the president.
Who is the president? Who is the president? The party is more powerful.
Hold on. Let's hear from
party
engineer.
is more powerful.
Yes, that's what Ajale Koko said. Let's hear from engineer. Engineer, go on.
Yeah, one man. Can you recall? I think about, if I'm not mistaken, 3 or 4 months ago, when I said to you in this platform that people are pointing fingers on Buhari. We have Senate House, we have House of Rep, we have governors, we have all the APC and the PDP, whatever. Are they happy people are dying? Because I was saying publicly, Ajale Koko, you can bear me witness. I said this in time without number. It's not only Buhari to be blamed, but all these people, they have to be blamed. They have to, the blood of innocent people that have been killed up to date will fall on their head one by one. I believe I said this on your platform. Some people said, no, it's the fault of the president. He should do this, I said, no, it's not only him alone. Blame others. And I gave a reference to say that if Buhari should not pay them their salary, the amount of fight they will go and challenge him and fight him. Why can't they use that the same mindset to see that their citizens are dying every single day by day? But these people don't care. These people don't care. Or is it a crime for them to say, you know what, we are not going to the office. Let's go on strike. Nobody should go to office. Because
if it's corruption is one thing, engineer, but like you said, Nigerian politics is actually being played now in human lives.
Yeah.
This is now what they are playing politics.
Exactly. I want to support what Black League said. You see, when they were killing the people of Kaduna South, El Rufai was playing politics to it, but now it is everywhere. So they are all inclusive. They embolden these people when they started. No, my people were not dying. They feel nonchalant. But now it is everywhere. And I pray that people will stop dying. You know, there is something I want to say. You see, this war in Ukraine and Russia, if I tell you that since this war started, people in Nigeria have died more than the people who are fighting full-scale war. Do you believe me?
Where are you getting that data from?
I am just telling you from my own because my people are
you
dying,
can't make up
telling me.
stuff now. Don't make up stuff now. That's
Well,
not.
one man.
We
See,
know things are
people
bad
are
enough, so
dying
you
in
don't have
Nigeria
to add
every day.
more. Yeah.
Yes, some of them is terrorists, some of them is hunger, some of them is poverty. We are dying more than people who are fighting full-scale war.
I don't know about that.
You know when you are killing people who are defenseless, the people in other places, they have guns, they can defend themselves. But when you are defenseless, the people who you think they are supposed to be in power to protect you, they're not helping you. They are stealing from you. They are waiting for people to kill you. They will come and dance on your grave and play politics. And we want to blame some people and leave some people. No, it's not even only APC, plus the PDP, plus our pastors, plus our imam, plus me and you. All of us that have not done something tangible to stop this thing, we are guilty. That is what I want to say. We are all guilty.
Let me answer Jale Koko. Me, I'm not there. Me, they talk well. I'm not there.
Let me answer Jale Koko.
I'm doing my part though, and I do it every day. I'm doing my part as well. Me and engineer, we're here every day fighting the good fight. So
yes, I'm doing my part too.
There's space for us in heaven, no engineer, because God says that we are doing our own bit.
God call you
to. Man, these killings have to stop. This killing have to stop.
It's just too much. It's too much.
It's too much. One man. I think. Let me say this, please. Let me before I forget what I want to say. I think maybe if they capture like the firstborn of all these politicians.
No. That's enough. No, don't say that. No, please. We are not advocating that, but say your thoughts.
What I mean is if this same
don't.
No. Let me rephrase what I want to say.
Yeah.
No. I'm not saying they should go and kill them. One man.
Oh no, okay, just stop. Don't say anymore. Don't say anything anymore. Thank you. Just hold that. Because anything else you say is just something that I might not
use coded language, Thomas.
No, don't even use coded language. That's not what we are advocating. We are trying to stop violence. That's what we are looking to do.
Okay,
Let's hear from Sam. Don't finish. Let's hear from Sam.
Yeah, I just want to. We are finding solutions to. Don't let us put some more petrol in fire. Like Jale Koko said, I want to disagree with him. I'm trying to dissociate Buhari from that APC. Yes, he came on to be our president from that platform or on that platform. Yeah, he became the president of Nigeria using that vehicle APC. I'm dissociating the party from him because he's the one who is deranged now. How can you be a president, for Christ's sake? Killings like these are going on, maiming, carnage. This level of carnage is going on. And you have not even said a word since this thing happened. It happened the next day. We have not had anything from you. No compassion. So callous and insensitive, for Christ's sake. You are not ordering your military to do. I mean, why are you? You've gotten intelligence. Why are they not clearing these guys out from the field? Yes, they are coming in from the other nations, whether they are Nigerians or they are Nigerians or they are Chadians. We don't care. Destroy all of them. Let Nigeria have peace. Jale Koko made a point the other day. Why are we having infrastructure when there's no security? And the thing struck me. I've been thinking about it for the past 3 days. Because it's like we have wasted money. Even the loans we have taken, we have not even repaid back. Now, see these destructions. And some people will still make money from all these trains that have been bombed, like trying to repair and put them back on track again. Amechi said it's 3 billion. Who knows if it's less than that? Another avenue for them to make money again. If it was Obasanjo that was in power, all this will not be happening. For as much as I detest him, I'm a Yoruba person, I didn't like him. He won't allow this to be happening to Nigerians, for Christ's sake. Why is he folding his arms? He's the commander-in-chief. The buck stop at his table. I really pity APC, to be honest. I don't know what they are going to campaign on. As much as I support that party, I don't know what they're going to tell Nigerians that they have done security-wise. This is a shambles.
Ear problem, isn't it?
What?
He has ear problem and brain.
No. Don't let us.
He has been to London to treat that one.
So don't let us reduce this conversation to a personal one. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but he does have those problems, though, does he not? Yeah.
But it's least he can hear now. Is he not signing papers? Is he not signing checks? Is he not doing stuff?
Oh, well, that's the problem, isn't it? A man in his condition signing anything. That's the problem.
Is he not? I'm not a blind patriot. I support Nigeria to win in the end, but Buhari has failed, and he has failed.
All right. All right. Back to round off your thought, Thomas, so I can go on to Sam O. But please, I don't want you advocating for whatever it is you were trying to advocate just then. But round off the thoughts, yeah.
One man, I will
Yeah.
never advocate for violence. I will never advocate for violence. I said what I want to say. You don't let me land that.
But don't land it
one
when
of
you are
their
saying
family
capturing
members,
people.
no.
My God.
No, one man. Let me finish. I'm not saying something bad. I said if one of their family members are in this train and they were attacked, maybe they will sweep into action. That's what I want to say. I'm not saying people should go after them.
All right.
So don't get me wrong. So that's what I want to say. So I just pray this killing should stop. They should find any means, anyhow they can do it to stop this killing. I pray it will stop because our northern people, our northern brothers, they are still Nigerian. They are our brothers. They are our sisters. Their life are not worth killing like this. I pray it will stop one day, but prayer will not do it only. We have to sweep into action and be proactive. That is my submission.
My biggest fear is that these people, by the time Buhari has left office, they'll be too embedded. It's almost impossible to shift, but please God, let that not be the case. But thank you, Thomas. Let's go on from Thomas then to Sam O, and let's take Sam back to.
I want to make commission on the BOBRISKY.
Okay, go on. Oh yeah, go on. But go on.
Yes. I don't buy any idea of stopping people to wear what you want to wear. You have the right to wear anything you want to wear. To me, it's trampling on your fundamental human rights. To me, but if you are going on the other direction, it means same-sex marriage. Nigeria can come after you. Derele is doing his own for entertainment. He's doing his own for entertainment, and even BOBRISKY. That is what he portray out there. I don't know his secret, but out there is for entertaining. Even this same BOBRISKY, he said it on his some interview with what they call it, with Dele Momodu. He said, "You don't see me dressing like this. I still do women. I have girlfriend." So this guy, some of them are just doing
you must be a joker. What?
Yeah, he said it now, one man. He said it. Dele Momodu interviewed him.
It's true. It's true. He said it on Dele Momodu.
Yeah,
but he's still a man. He said he's still a man. He said he's still a man. He said he's a man. He said
what man? How many
he
men
said
do you know?
He said
he's still a man.
Because Dele Momodu was asking him that which one the day between the two. Now he said he's a man.
Eh?
He said he's a man.
He
said he's a man.
But his best friend Tonto DK said something different.
No, that Tonto DK is a very vicious woman, though. Very vicious.
So, to me, those guys dressing like that, they are doing it for entertainment. But if they go against the law of Nigeria, it's 15 years imprisonment. They should jail them. But if people are doing it for entertainment, let them be. It's you can.
The law actually, their proposal actually it facilitates for that. What is being proposed, they say if you are doing it, they do facilitate for that. I think, yeah.
Yes. So if they are doing it for entertainment, let them be. But if they are going the other direction, now they can come after them. And I don't canvass the other ones, same marriage in any way. To me, as a Christian and as a moral lives, I don't convert for it. It's weighing more on our kids here in Australia, the blacks. Way more, woman. It's crazy. Yeah.
What's the black population in outside of the Aborigines? What's the black population in Australia? What's it like?
We are 25 million in the whole country, but I can say it's very low. It's very low. It's very low. It's more white because Australians is like a humanitarian country. They bring people from the war zone. So while the black is still scanty, but people are growing, and these are our Sudanese people.
Can you go through a whole day without coming across a black person, another black person?
It's not possible. No, it's not possible.
Even my neighbor. Go to work. Start reproducing. Hurry up.
Yes,
Go to work.
the woman, our South Sudan people, oh my goodness, 9 kids, 10 kids, they can born one man. Those people are the one populating Australia now, because
That is
average
Burna Boy's
Australians,
ancestral home.
yes, other Australians, they 1, 2 kids, 3 kids, max, but our Sudanese people,
You know,
oh my goodness.
I was doing an Abiola clip earlier on, and I was stunned to discover. Do you know? Guess how many kids that guy had?
They said 35.
40.
Only
40.
Yeah. One man.
Only 40.
Now those one that those 40. One where they declare be that
exactly.
What of the one where they not declare?
The one where they not know.
You get more than that. The one where you don't set to go, where that those one the part of registered this thing. The one where you just meet for party, where they just do the way you don't pump it, just give them.
You know that parenting is not really about paying school fees. A benefactor, a guardian can pay school fees. Parenting is a hands-on thing that you are able to.
One man
that you have to identify with your kids, so that when there's a change in their mood, you are able to quickly identify. How can you parent 40 kids? How is that possible?
One man. You know that in your morning session.
It's possible.
In
to
your
parent 40
session.
kids.
Yeah, because as the father is not the nurturer. The father is the provider. So those 40 kids didn't come from one woman.
That is where
I'm telling you how it works. the mother is naturally the
nurturer. Is it possible to know their names?
It's possible.
You don't have to.
Possible.
Oh, God.
Especially when they are your own kids. Of course, you would know their name.
You know the name of 40 kids. Is
yes.
It's a case of Omokombe and one child there. Omokombe.
One man, you know, in the morning, you are struggling with the name of the first wife of Abiola. It's Symbiat. It's Symbiat.
Oh, it's not Kudirat.
No, it's not Kudirat.
Because I went to his Wikipedia and they didn't list her name, and I couldn't find her name. You know.
No, it's Symbiat.
But apparently, the battle between Tudun and Hafsat. So Hafsat is the wife of Kudirat.
Is the son, is the daughter of Kudirat.
Is the daughter of Kudirat, who is the prominent name.
Yes.
But this one is the wife of some Bisi Abiola who nobody knew. I think she's probably the most famous out of her children. You know, so in terms of hierarchy, who has greater claim to that name? Kudirat's daughter, or, you know?
I think Kudirat is the second wife.
Yes.
Symbiat is the first wife.
But Kudirat was the one that was killed by Sergeant Rogers, wasn't he?
No, the Kudirat was killed by Sergeant Rogers.
Was the one that they killed.
Symbiat died of cancer.
No, that's why I said Kudirat was the one killed by Sergeant Rogers. Yeah.
But one man is very funny. The family know who killed their mother. You can imagine, and the man is still walking around in that country.
But the saddest part is that this one now is the campaign manager for the people who killed her father. You know, this is one. It's just a thing. It's
very funny, but crazy.
Only in Nigeria. The things that happen in Nigeria, there's nowhere else. No matter how backward or forward the country is, they can never happen anywhere else. Only
this is why
Nigeria.
I say
nowhere else.
Yahya Bello had nothing to do with her father's demise.
Is it not the same setup?
Oh, Yahya Bello is almost her age mate. He was a little child. He was a child when that happened.
I know.
Up and coming.
You know, this is why I always say it will be a cheating for anybody who has lived in Nigeria to go to Hellfire, because Nigeria is already Hellfire extension.
Yes, double portion.
I'm telling you. I realized something, that most people here are Christians. And I want to say this.
How have you concluded that?
Wait, okay, let me say you what I've concluded. I said most people. I didn't say everybody. You know, when people want to say things, it's better they bring Bible quotation, or this one will say, I'm a Christian. So I want to say, so if most people here are Christians, why do we always come here to talk on top of our voice and fight each other, and we don't want to understand each other?
Because
why can't we just put God in our mind when we are coming here and have an honest discussion?
They say you say anywhere there's 3 Nigerians, there are 4 opinions. This is it. We love to
Lord
argue.
Michael,
Because
let
we are
me just
Christian
give
doesn't mean
you
we cannot
give,
disagree now.
give
No, I'm not
reference.
saying no. What I'm saying is we should
Lord,
not be fighting. We
Lord
should
Michael,
be
Lord
tolerant.
Michael,
Let's put
don't
that
go far.
spirit of God and wisdom, because I
Don't go
believe God
too
called
far.
all of you three times here.
Yeah, three
Don't go
times.
too far. Let me give you example. I like this question you raise. You see, someone like in CBD that doesn't want to take correction, that he knows that something is wrong in that territory, he would never admit it or accept it. He would rather be dancing like chameleon, jumping here and there. He would never answer you a simple, direct question. So these are the problem that Nigeria we have. We have in that southern side until till we decide to talk in one voice. That's when that southern side will be balanced. Otherwise, forget it. The northerners are doing well. The Fulanis, they speak in one voice. That's why things are working well for them. Because if they don't speak in one voice, things will never work well for them. And look at simple something. Thank God you bear me witness. You ask him a direct question. You said to him, answer a simple question. He can't answer. He would rather jumping up and down. So how do you think things will work for good? Impossible. And this is what I keep saying. If the Yorubas and the Igbos don't come together, forget it. Let's just forget it. Nigeria will be controlled by these people, whether we like it or not. That's just it.
All right. All right, thank you. So yeah, who was I? I was going on to Sam O. So let me go on to Sam O. And Sam, let me take you to because you are more interested in the politics of it than anything else, and there's no bigger political narrative than the PDP declaring it an open field. So is this then Operation Give It to Atiku? Well, it is really an Operation Give It to Atiku, is it not, Sam O?
We cannot say for certainty. We cannot say for 100% that's the case. Whichever way they do it, whether they do a consensus, which I think is undemocratic, or they throw it open for all the aspirants that are jostling for this number one position in the land to come forward in PDP to wrestle power to themselves or to jostle for this position for themselves, some people will still not be happy about it. It's going to be a catch-22. There's no way you will please everybody. And in politics, especially in democracy, it's a game of numbers. By extension, Nigerian politics is a game of numbers plus how much you can spend. Atiku is ready to spend whatever it is. Maybe he has not come out to say it's a lifelong ambition for him, but it is. He's been around for close to 29 years now in politics. I mean, in the scheme of things, he contested with MKO. Remember in 1993. So he's been there for with Bola Tinubu as well. I mean, these guys have been around for a while. So whether PDP the greatest winner in all of this is the governor of Benue State, because he has amassed so much wealth in the last 2 weeks. Everybody kept visiting him and kept donating money to him as if he's just going to give it to them by fiat. But unfortunately, he's not going to be the only one making the decision. He said there are 37 members and all of them have come to a consensus that he didn't say. But maybe tomorrow we'll hear what they say. But at least it's leaked to the public like it's going to be free for all, which is good. That's democracy. Same goes for APC as well. If APC tries that nonsense they tried during that convention, the party will implode. That's just the simple truth. Bola Tinubu is not afraid of losing. He's not. Democrats should not be afraid of losing. Go and test your popularity. That is what democracy is. The reason why Buhari was able to get away with what he did.
What about the criticism against Tinubu that this thing now that he is recoiling from, he never practiced it in Lagos State? He was godfather. He single-handedly picked every single governor that succeeded him. So why is he now recoiling from the idea of consensus?
I said the other day, yeah, that may be true to some extent.
What do you mean be true? It's true now.
Yeah. Let me land now. In the recent past, starting from Ambode, do you know, even from Fashola actually wanted one Sasori guy. I don't know if you know that guy. That guy made He directed a film on Netflix about Nigeria, 1960, that chronicled all the story from beginning to where we are today. Shashure is his name, very intelligent man.
Yeah, it was commissioned by the Buhari administration to do that. I think that was like what was that? So, that was last year, wasn't it? Yeah, go on.
Yeah, last year, yeah, late last year. Early last year. So this guy was the one Fashola actually wanted to succeed him. Bola Tinubu and the powers that be in Lagos. There's one Seleman they call Odumbaku. Bola Tinubu is not the only one taking decisions. So I need to let you know that. No, let me tell you the truth. He said something one day and I believed it. Yeah, it's left for us to believe or not. He said the reason why I'm your leader is because I listen to you too. If he does it his own way, they will react against him. He will be so surprised. When they say on your mandate we stand, when they sing that song to him, it's not as if they're just singing it to swell his head. He said he's a leader because they are his followers. If he's not listening to them, how is he their leaders? How is he their leader? Sorry. Ambode was supposed to go for second term. He actually begged on behalf of Ambode, but they said no, because he took contract away from them. We knew how Lagos it was so like it was a cesspit of everything that was dirty. Let me finish, sir.
Those one are Boju. Those are his Boju talk.
Oh God! Thank God for that we. Oh God! Thank God that we can read and write. Oh, these people that sold us into slavery. This Sam will enslave us.
Calm down. You see, one man, you were saying we don't have politicians here. We have one now.
No, this is a Jagaban of what man went to know. The Jagaban. Look at him. Look at that. Remember when he was telling us that the killings were his opposition party? This guy, I fear you.
Okay, Sam, run through.
Oh my God, I've got a low battery. I've not got battery charger. Jesus, it's gonna go off anytime soon. But like I was saying,
please, you have to find your charger and come back. We need you.
Okay, I'll come back. But before it goes off, he actually begged for somebody to do his second term. But those guys behind him said no. We need someone else because he took the contract away from them. He wanted to be a man of his own. He actually performed, to be honest. But it is what it is today. There is no way, even in America, where we are here in the UK, the conservative, they are the people who are propping these guys forward. There's no island anywhere. There's no self-made man. All of this self-made thing only exists in lyrics. Rick Ross, he is self-made. All of these guys, in politics, no one is self-made. People have people behind them. They have people backing them, putting them forward.
Can I tell you something? Sam, can I tell you something? Do you know why Tinubu is a leader? And it's a leader that if he asks for anything, at any time, they will listen to him. Because he is the money power behind everybody. Either in the state of assembly, either in the, what do you call it? What do you call this thing? Local government or Senate. He is the power of the power in that party in Lagos State.
Also, their political careers is sponsored it. All this
is sponsored. That's what that
90% of the state assembly. Funded
he is the one funding is the one in charge of everything. He has played the game well. He has structured the thing in such a way that he is the they will always come to him. No matter what.
Look at how cleverly he's doing it, Ajanle Koko. He will loot Lagos State, use that loot to sponsor the Lagos State Assembly, and you will go to their Gaba and they will tell you he has endorsed you, and then he will put his your own money you use to sponsor you so that you can continue to loot your own money.
Do you know this guy? Desmond Elliott. Desmond Elliott said something the other day. I watched his interview. People may not like him. I'm not his fan as well, so I'm just saying this. He said they took him to Bola Tinubu. This guy is from Surulere, this and that. Please help us put him forward that people will vote for him. He said he had never met this man before. He doesn't even watch TV. He said like his face is familiar. He doesn't know him. He now said that he's an actor. Oh yeah, I see your face on TV. That was how he met him, and that was how he was propped forward, and that was how he became. So people like that he has helped. People that he didn't know at all, like Atiku said, I'm not denying the fact that he has sponsored a lot of people.
You believe him, Abi? God is watching you.
Yeah, whether it's true or not.
He has no reason not to believe him.
No, whether it's true or not, let's just.
You know that Desmond Elliott won on the platform of PDP.
No, APC.
No, he was originally a PDP man.
Never. It was not PDP. It was APC.
when he won, he was a PCP man.
Check out
He
checking.
won
And
as
he's
a
an APC
PDP.
man, sir.
He was a PDP man and later converted to APC. Go and check. Go and check it.
That's not correct, please. He's still an APC member. So let's just move away from that. So what I'm saying is he's playing his politics right. I'm not saying it's right to lead us. It's gonna be a privilege for him if he becomes our president. It's not the best that we can offer in Nigeria. But then as a political party, you put your best foot forward. I've always said that. Put your best. If PDP makes a mistake of picking a lightweight, they will not do that. They will not do that. Trust them. They will not do that.
All right. Thank you, Sam. So, Sam, let me. I think you've spoken already on the BOBRISKY space. Do you want to speak on the 17 soldiers killed, 20 wounded in? Before you speak on anything, actually, let me just acknowledge apologies to the super chatters. I've been remiss somewhat, so let me sweep up some of the super chats, which, as ever, is led by Alexander Gomez. So he was saying hello to Igbo earlier on via super chat, so acknowledging what Igbo said. And the other one man is a master at playing with words. So yes, thank you for the ego boost. As if my ego was not big enough already. So Alexander massages it even more with a super chat. So there it is. Let me read it one more time for the benefit of those who missed it. One man is a master at playing with words. So thank you very much, Alexander. And this now, it was pointed in the direction of our engineer, which was that conversation that he was having with CBD. CBD does bring out the devil in people. And I noticed when engineer's voice spiked up too. First time ever that engineer nearly lost his temper on the platform. He says engineer is upset. Wow, what is going on today? So that is Alexander Gomez. I just noticing a change in tonality somewhat with the engineer. I picked that up as well, but thank you for the super chat. So plenty water now. The second person that super chats alongside with Ajan Lekoko, with Alexander. I only said Ajan Lekoko because it's usually to attack Ajan Lekoko, but let's see what he has to say this time around. This is plenty water super chat into the space. My prayer is that Biafra agitators go ahead to support Showore, so that Nigeria can rest. Enough of the deceit. Crowd way full street, no fit full stadium. Enough of hiding behind social media and double rapper. So merge forces together and let's see the potency of your power is what Plenty Water is saying both to the Biafra agitators and the posers that are Showore group. With the exception of Ajane Koko is not a poser, but the rest of Showore followers are posers, as we all know. Still Plenty Water speaking. It says, fake activists are around the corner to twist the story of bandits, of the bandits. Let me try that again. Fake activists are around the corner to twist the story of the bandits are bombed. I see Sahara reporters saying innocent people are bombed due to misinformation. So a verilous anti-Showore person, Plenty Water. But we had a bit of insight into why Plenty Water was is somewhat anti-Showore. So it looks as though he let it leak some time ago that they went to school together. So no doubt, Showore probably chanced his babe. Yeah, that's usually what happens. And if you chance somebody's babe, you are enemies for life. Also, Showore, please give Plenty Water back his babe. Yeah, so Plenty Water still at it. It says, it worries me when I hear Ajan Lekoko support and speak well of Bola Tinubu and Showore, but then rebels when I connect the actions in his Love Congress. So let me reread that because it's always a struggle sometimes. Plenty Water, sir. It worries me when I hear Ajan Lekoko support and speak well of Bola Tinubu and Showore, but then rebels when I connect the actions in his Love Congress. So I think I get the gist of that. So I've never heard Ajan Lekoko speak well of Tinubu ever. In fact, the only time you hear Ajan Lekoko swear is when you mention Tinubu. So he's not a Tinubu fan, of course, but then, of course, Ajan Lekoko, till his last breath, he will always be a Showore man. But what Plenty Water is saying is that he rebels when he connects when he Ajanlekoko rebels, when he Plenty Water connects Showore's actions to his misdeeds. So that's just how I'm choosing to read that. So that's it on the screen if I've misread it somewhat. So there it is right there. Thank you for the super chats, gentlemen. So let me go then from the
Wait,
super
oh,
chats.
plenty of water. I hope your water has not been mixed with something else. So.
You know, maybe is this
I
sapele
hope
water?
so, my
Is it,
brother.
we don't know if it's sapele water that is plenty of, or are you plenty of sapele water? Look at this guy, his rascality. He just comes here to tease Ajanle Koko. So we've got Celibe is joining us. So Celi, good to see you. What have you gone to? Because your face wasn't smiling before, so I thought you came to. Did you come to speak about the same-sex coupling conversation that we had earlier, Celi?
Well, good evening all. I thought I joined a little bit early, so I thought, I'll just, jump in because we were talking about the, of course you mentioned our principal judge.
Yes. Yes, because the narrative was that they got rid of it because he signed that law. They are criminalizing same gender coupling within the Nigerian space. So that was the received wisdom. That was what essentially a lot of people felt turned Obama against him.
Mm-hmm. I felt the same because I thought if he hadn't, can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly.
Okay. So I thought if he hadn't, gone too fastidiously to allow that bill to go through, if he had delayed that, for a bit, even if that was what he was going to do, and apart from that, the whole thing was quite impunitive, and the sanctions were quite impunitive, and me knowing how people here, how they think the parliament and things like that, I saw that giving him a bad icing to what would have been ordinarily a gentleman, as seen, by internationally.
They really went after him on the media, especially in this place. Who's that Jewish guy, Stephen Fry? He went aggressively against him on television. But why do you think he was doing that essentially to pander to the North? Because it wasn't anything especially southern. So why did he do it? Was it just to pander?
Okay, that is one thing. He might have thought that he was doing something to please just the populace in general, because there's quite a lot of hypocrisy about homosexuality in that country called Nigeria. There's quite a lot of hypocrisy because these things actually kind of start from childhood and start from the boarding schools as well. Those who went to boarding schools will agree there were stories and certain things happened. It might have been perhaps just experimenting or whatever, but there were still people who left school and carried on. So when we're talking about homosexuality, mind you, we're not only talking about men, we're also talking about women. So this sort of things have been there, and there has not been much education to actually address it. If that was something that was, it was always swept under the carpet, whereas these things are happening. And to my shock, when I went to University of Jos, the night sun were going out.
Are you about to confess to something?
No, there were night sun were going out of campus to try and get some suya, and there's this guy, they call them May whatever, something, like Yaro something. I can't really remember.
Meguru.
Is it Meguru?
No, not Meguru. Meguru are the people that sell cola nuts.
Cola nuts.
No. I'm talking about these guys. These guys, you can tell they're men. They're like drag queens, and they're like dressed like women with all over.
I don't know that one.
And popped up their boobs and things, their chest, and they just stand on the road to be picked up. And then that is a known thing. I got to learn from my other friends who are even houses or northerners that was a common practice around. And so because there's a lot of cover with when it comes to religion. And just remember, it's not only the Catholics who were much embarrassed about things that went on with
What are those children on the streets in the north? What are they called again? Those children on the streets in the north.
Amajiri.
Those are Amajiris. Those are
Yes,
Amajiris.
there's a lot of anecdote of this Amajiri boys, especially being somewhat
abused.
Yeah.
Being abused by their same, so that thing is actually there. It's just like child abuse. These things have been there. They're actually there, but parents don't even want to talk about it. Nobody wants to talk about it. No one wants to have a discussion about it. And that is why the whole idea of carrying that into a bill and making it a law was very premature, because there was not much of a debate, just like you guys.
No, so that's why I'm asking. Is this something to pander? Yeah, because it's not something, it's not to our taste in the South, but I don't think we are fixated. It's not something that we agitate. We're not agitated by it. But why was Jonathan very quick to?
He was just too quick. I mean, what was he trying to prove? He was trying to make a breakthrough, maybe score some points, political points, to say, well, he was the one that did this, because this was like a first-time thing that was actually coming to fore. But what I thought they could have done was to actually have a proper debate whereby you bring in civil society and other people, so that people will not be, because, although in a way it has helped a lot of immigrants here, because people claim, and there's no way of telling anyway.
Yes, of course.
So when people claim it, they will be granted asylum for sure. Because 14 years in prison for just, being partners with same sex.
Well, the Nigerian system is just so draconian. Is the thing. How is that even a thing?
There are even women who are like that. I mean, there's so many women who just want to live together. They want to be together. They might not be practicing anything necessarily sexual, but they love themselves and they want to be together, and they see themselves as lovers. They might not be. They even have babies and bring, they go get a baby and then come join, and both of them be looking after the baby together. So these things are actually around.
It sounds as though you have some sympathy for that lifestyle.
Because I worked in social services. So first of all, I had to go through some training to understand, like first when I came to the country, so I had to go through some training and all of that, to try and understand quite a lot of things that were going on within this culture and what they were trying to change. In fact, trying to give more. In fact, I had a few managers who were gay. I had another manager who was a lady who was gay, and I didn't realize that she was gay, But then she had all her hair off. That's the way I tell. I mean, but these days it's not even like that. But you can imagine, being on night shift with somebody who is apparently a man. I mean, a man in her thinking, she thinks she's a man, And to my shock, there was a day she told me, Sally, listen, I want you to, I was doing some little selling of things. Nigerians will like selling things. So I was selling some lingerie, which was meant to be for women, And I was getting in a lot of trouble. Get the guys to buy for their wives. Their wives kept fighting that, why you can't sell this thing? But it's for you now. Okay, so with her own case, she said, oh, no. She doesn't like all this shit, I should get her the men's one. But I wasn't dealing with menswear, I was like, this woman is crazy. So there were some other things she picked up and she wanted me to bring it to her house. Now, this was like, my God, why did I show this woman these things, Because she talks to you like you're, like
everybody is wondering where this is leading to. Do not disappoint us. We want it to lead in a direction.
No, all I'm trying to say is that, it can be a conversation because these things are happening in some way.
Yeah. So
that the point is
Jafar brings the name of. They are called Yandauda. Those people that you were looking for.
Oh, is it Yandauda? So that, we don't penalize people unnecessarily. You can just imagine that somebody, just tells a lie and says you're married to somebody. Because then in secondary school, some girls used to have weddings. It was just a practice of just knowing how, these best friends, sometimes they sleep together. Maybe they try one or two things. And then the next thing you say, one big party for this hostel. This one is doing a wedding, a girl. I mean, I've seen it. Uncountable times, you go wed, they put on whatever, bring biscuit, Coca-Cola, everybody chop, because it's a girl's.
Okay. To the question I was asking everybody, nature or nurture. So, what do you feel instinctually for that space? Same gender
Yeah,
coupling. Is it nature or is it nurture?
I did try to, attempt to give it, what I would assume is like a definition of what maybe is my own opinion, but it's nothing academic. But basically, what I feel is basically induced,
What does
by.
that mean?
I mean, induced because
that's nurture, isn't it? Yeah.
Sometimes by nature, because that's where I would say it could be biological, because the hormones sometimes, are misplaced. Some of them go too much of the male hormone in a woman and too much of the female hormone. And you will see, in practice, a lot of them. There are some that just get up and decide they are lesbians, and some just get up and decide they are gay. But you will see that those ones that decide they are gay, there's always something soft. I had a friend whom we always suspected, but he never came to for whether he was or not, but I suspected he was. You understand? And everything about him, every time he wants to be with girls, every time he's holding us, and like how we women embrace ourselves, he doesn't even think it.
Do you feel you not threatened, but when you are in the company of men, I'm assuming you feel a certain way because men are a certain way. But if you are in the company of a man that is that way inclined, do you feel as though you were just in the company of girls, or do you feel that certain frisson that you feel when you're in the company of a man?
It doesn't really bother me because I've been exposed to a lot of gay people.
The question though, as a woman, when you are in the company of men, there's a certain element of something that which marks that gender difference. But is there that element of something that marks that gender difference if you are in the company of somebody that perceives himself, though male, perceives himself female?
I would say basically in my life I've had a lot of men around me, from school to whatever, friends. So I really don't feel. I feel comfortable in the company of a lot of men. No matter if it's a conversation or whatever, I feel free and comfortable to engage, or even to discuss things, or even to do things together, even if it's hard. So I don't always think I'm a woman, but there are times when I think I'm a woman. So it depends on the environment. Like if we are like in an entertaining, entertainment or whatever event, suddenly I begin to know that, feel it, that I'm a woman. So I have to walk in a certain way, do a certain thing, that is me. But how other people feel, I can't really say. But there are some women who have the tomboy side of it, but it's not a sexual thing.
All right. Sally, which one do you think society recalls from the most? So which one do you think society recalls from the most? Homosexuality or lesbianism? So it's still homosexuality, but I'm not sure what term.
I think they tend to ignore the lesbianism in Nigeria much more, and that is actually in practice in many places. Many places is in practice.
So not that they accept it, but it's a lesser evil.
They just feel that, well, what can women do? I think it's the figurative part of it. Is the physical action of it.
Yeah.
Because I don't think it would be a big deal for a man will have two wives or whatever, even decide to have all of them in the same room, perhaps. I don't know. But I'm sure they do. But when it comes to a man, it's like, I think the thinking, I mean, even like my sons, and I'm disgusted to hear about anything that way. They don't want to even hear it more than, in fact, they will not want to be in this room if I'm having this conversation. It's like, they don't want to hear it. But if it's women, then they have friends who are lesbians, and that is okay to them. They don't really see it as anything. In fact, they don't even consider it.
Do you think it's actively being promoted as a lifestyle? But especially within the Western society?
You see, the Western society is like shifting, you see. I mean, like the world is shifting, not just the Western society, even Nigeria is shifting. And this is why a lot of our leaders do not even realize that the only one thing we've got is some of the shifts that we've made in recent times. For instance, I was, campaign for the Afrobeat, for the year, give kudos to them, because that's the only thing that we can actually proudly talk about is the music and maybe the Nollywood. I don't know how good Nollywood is these days, but these are the things that we can openly be proud of. I mean, apart from football, maybe because we've managed to make.
Please forget football, or don't mention football. You have women crying, though.
Because in Europe,
it's amazing. 200 million people. We cannot even put a team together.
But our players are all over the world, doing well enough. So we're watched and noted. So that is not too bad. Even if we're not doing so well, it's not too bad. It's still a good position than many other positions that we find ourselves. So this is the way I'm looking at it. That well, are you sure you're clear with what I've said about the homosexuality? Because I think
I'm not clear that I am clear.
If Jonathan had actually made it a discussion openly so that people can hear, there was a debate, and people such as I and
why did he even go there at all? Is the thing. He could have just kept it on the. Just leave it in perpetuity.
There was really no need for it.
There's no urgency now. It's not a matter of matter. There's no national outcry. It's not a.
It was an own goal to the West. From the West standpoint, he made.
But was it a fatal wound, though? Because people feel that it was a fatal wound.
It was.
Woman, this is what really happened in that space. The Senate made a bill, and they passed it to him because at that point the whole thing exploded in the world. Remember the outburst with Robert. May so rest in peace, Robert Mugabe and Obama. So when it was heating up, the Senate actually made a bill and passed it to the president. And the president did not have a choice than to sign.
No, he could have left it in his pending file now.
It's not
national security, it's not agriculture, it's not anything.
He doesn't have to sign it. He doesn't have to sign it. He was
doing the right thing and sent him to a bill. But now he put him in trouble for trying to do the right thing. So
that was not a right thing because he himself... Really? He himself, yes, this is what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is that he himself did not execute that properly on his side. If that bill was to go through, he could have made sure that he brings in NGOs and so many other people, women, all sorts of rights to come
like a public debate
about it. Make it an open discussion. Let everyone talk about it. Then, if he takes such a decision as to,
you know that would have been a dangerous thing to do because you have a religious Puritan society largely in the north, and they are very conservative by nature, and yet you have a libertarian south. So if you had opened it up for public debate, it would have gone in only one direction. They would savage it.
Yeah, so
it was a landmine, and it could have just moved it to one side rather than try to detonate it or explode it. You just moved it to one side.
But then if there was a public debate, that would have meant that he would have been vindicated because in a way it would not have been he's not the one who is saying, it's what the people are saying. You see, so just giving a bit of more exposure so that people can have, their own say. That would have made it better than him just saying. I remember him vividly when he came up and said, we have to do that bit. Just said it that way. No, that was really
all right. Sally, let Ajahn Lekoko come in. I think Ajahn Lekoko share thought. Ajahn Lekoko.
You see, the position of Sally B, the position of somebody that live in the West.
Yes, you know how many degrees. This one is educated.
I made that disclosure anyway because I worked with the social services.
Yeah, that is why speaking like that. You see, in Nigeria, all of them in totality, whether in the north or in the west, we are all religious people. And our religion on both sides, Christianity and Islam, totally detest that habit or that way of life completely. So looking at this from that point of view, you see why the Senate was quickly, passed that bill. and send it to Jonathan. Jonathan is part of them in Nigeria. It's a religious man too.
But do you think the South have any strong views about it? Because
They have it. They all have it.
we see it playing in open glare in the South now, and nobody even cares. We see all these BOBRISKYs and McRiskys and whatnot riskies, all the riskies. Yes.
When all of them religious leaders,
how long do you think a BOBRISKY would last in the North? Do you think it will last 24 hours in the North?
No, he cannot be.
Who tells he doesn't go to the North?
No, not go to the North. Of northern extraction, of northern present, a person
No,
like that.
he cannot.
Yeah.
He cannot do that mess in the North. But what I'm saying is that we have our religious leaders are totally in support of that bill, because what happened during that time was that this gay issue was like a wave that was moving, was ravaging Africa. You see opposition to it from Kenya. The Kenya president Obama went there. He totally, in the face of Obama, told Obama, this is what you practice over there in your own country. It is not acceptable where we are now here in Africa, particularly in his country, Kenya. It is not acceptable there. They cannot take it. He said it to his face. And you see, Yoweri Museveni told America, look, get away with your, what do you give us? You give us, you are saying you are going to stop your aid.
Is that you can keep your aid and keep your...
keep your aid and keep your anything. We are not going to give up our culture. So all this thing was going through. African leaders were saying that these people are trying to spread what is their culture. They're trying to impose their culture, force their culture on us. We are not going to accept it. So don't let us blame Jonathan that, why didn't he? It's because we are in the West. We saw this is the way they do it.
No, you're not getting me. You're not getting me.
No, I get you. That I'm not telling you that.
No, you didn't. Not on the point.
That's your idea. There's no way.
Not on the point. I have no idea. It's not on the point. We're talking about something that's actually happened, and we're looking at it again. That how did it, did that cause some problems for Jonathan? So the answer is yes. From my side, and
I don't think that was the problem for Jonathan. The problem for Jonathan was, we were saying it earlier, that why didn't they sell arms while Obama did not sell arms? It was because Boko Haram has infiltrated the Jonathan government. Obama, before some
there was an aggressive push. There was an aggressive push by the Obama administration.
But
because,
that
like
was
you
not
said,
why
that was a key talking point then.
That was not why they didn't sell. That was not why they didn't sell the arm. That was not why they didn't sell arm. Why they didn't sell arm? It's
part of the it's one of the key
it's
points.
Society. If you can explain, Ajanle Koko.
Yeah.
Because I know
let me finish. Let me finish this.
Hold on, Ajanle Koko. Let her clarify her position. Yeah, go on,
let me finish. I will let her continue. I just want to say, look, it was because Boko Haram has infiltrated
that's not the point I'm making.
Our government. Hold on now.
That's not the point I'm making.
That's not the point she's making. Ajanle Koko, let her make her point.
You're jumping the gun, Ajanle Koko. What I'm trying to say is that for diplomacy purposes, right? We're not talking about the insecurity purposes now. For the diplomacy purposes, him taking that action did not all go well with the West. Right, so we are saying that. And I think one man went to more agreed with me as well, that he could have done a delayed action on that, knowing full well where the position of things. In fact, the Constitutional Conference and all those other things were even more important than the gay issue as at that point in time. It was not something
that was why I said maybe it was pandering to the North, because he did not need it was not a front burner.
It was really looking for popularity.
It was not a front burner. It's nothing that affected
anything. That
it was not pandering to the North. It was that bill was overwhelmingly passed by the Senate, the entire Senate, and the House of Reps too. And House of Reps. It was Nigerian thing. It's not Jonathan.
No, I was there, Ajanle Koko. You cannot challenge that. I was actually in Nigeria then and I was working in Nigeria too.
And I was in Nigeria
I
too.
know when that law was passed, and this was discussed also in places. The whole idea is that people are disgusted about that. Yes, I know. The generality are, right? But we're talking about a world that is, then why didn't he make his guns by himself now? Sure, you will need to go and beg somebody to sell guns to you. So when it comes to diplomacy, Nigeria has to be careful, because we're losing it. We're losing all our trades. We're losing our trades. We're getting a little bit scattered. Because if we don't come together, and before we make any policies, make some kind of discussion, put some kind of academic input into it, make sure that the whole thing is in line.
But should we have to do things the way they want or the way we want?
Democratically, and bring that bill. Yeah, because it's got to do with people.
Should we have to do it the way they want or the way that we want it? When the majority of the rep, representing Nigerians, all the religious leaders,
all of them. Same people. Ajale Koko, you're contradicting yourself. You're talking about this.
I'm not contradicting.
Have you seen that cannot straighten Nigeria as the ones whom, because they said overwhelmingly.
Ajale Koko, what Selibi is talking about is a middle ground. So it's not necessarily the way they want or what they want or what we want, but it was for Goodluck Jonathan to have negotiated a gray area. There's something that you can just put in abeyance now, to put it in abeyance so that it just hangs, and because it wasn't anything. It could have been a bit more astute in the way he managed that space. It's essentially,
do you know the pressure that was on Goodluck Jonathan at that time for him to accept that?
He can pack it. It doesn't have to sign it. He can pack it.
So do we blame him for doing the right thing?
You cannot say
do the right thing, but
when you're in leadership,
it has costing what it has costing, but it's a good thing that he followed his conscience. That's what I see about it.
Did he follow his conscience? Even is the thing.
It did not help him.
It was not good. How?
It was not good because it was not. Look, you have to consider diplomacy, my dear. Nigeria is not a religious country, for crying out loud.
So majority of Nigeria. Country. So it should not yield to the
country. It's not a religious country.
It should not yield to the majority call of Nigeria.
There was no majority call. There was no. You can't prove it. You can't prove it.
I'm saying when the Senate overwhelmingly passed something and the House of Rep is not majority.
This was representing you.
Sally Beans, do you remember the protest on the streets for them to ban gay in Nigeria, around Nigeria? Do you remember all those times that people were going around with placards? Did anybody come to speak for those people, for their rights?
Somebody was gay. They did not slap your face.
No, the thing is, sometimes we easily forget yesterday. Everybody clapped for him.
Nobody would have gone down Aso Rock because there were gay people. All those little protests that you saw, it was nothing like NSAS.
But don't you know, Teddy, you don't want to look at it on the other side. You know that we are very protective of our children. You know that this is
we're not. We're not protective about our children, because if we're protective about our children, all this that's going on in Nigeria will not be happening. If we're really protective about our children, our Nigerian children are constantly abused as house girls.
No, that one is a different thing.
I think that means moral rectitude.
We are talking about, we are very, very protective. We don't want them. Every Nigerian doesn't want their child. Hold on. Every Nigerian doesn't want their child to live that kind of life. Do you agree that with me? No Nigerian.
What kind of life are you talking about?
You know the point of life I don't want to mention. You know what I'm saying? Yes. This cross-dressing and all the rest. No Nigerian parent.
It's embarrassing to people. I mean, families.
I am saying no Nigerian parent wish their lives to live that.
Example. You know Donyo Okukwe?
Yes.
You know that his son is that way inclined, and this guy stepped out of politics just because of that. He said he has prayed and prayed, and he can't find a way. So he has told the boy not to come to Nigeria. He's banished him to London, and he stepped out of politics.
Okay. So no Nigerian parent. Look at that pressure. on the government. No Nigerian parent wants it because they believe it's a shame on their family if any one of their child or children rather is
I don't think so.
Oh, that is because you are a Westerner. You are a Westerner. That you are talking Westerner.
The population of Nigeria, I don't think it was that rampant. It wasn't really rampant to the extent like in the UK.
It was becoming rampant then. It was that is why the government, it was becoming rampant. That's why the government came out with a law, strong law against it during the Jonathan. It was spreading like a wildfire. And that's why they said, oh, let us do something quick to stop this.
What about marrying girls that are under 14?
That is bad too. That is bad too. But
that is bad.
That is bad. Under 14. Why didn't people go and carry placards and then do this and do that? These are consented adults who decide to go.
Yeah, those are
bad as well. Those are bad as well.
So what about all the girls that been raped in Nigeria? Nobody's saying anything about that one.
Usually raid them.
No, don't use that word.
Are the same people that make the laws in some cases that we've seen in video evidence.
But don't use the RAPE word because it triggers YouTube and they'll start sending me warnings.
What word?
RAPE.
Oh.
Yeah. No, that's fine. It's just this.
I would say.
Yeah, their algorithm. But thank you, Sally. It's a very controversial space, and as you imagine, it's controversial globally. But it's not embedded in our culture. It's not the way we live. Okay, would you concede that it is un-African? Would you concede that?
I will not concede that it's un-African because the whole system in Nigeria is very hypocritical. These things are going on, but they, at the same time, some of the people who are even making those laws are probably gay. Right?
Almost certainly.
Of course, they are being hypocritical. But Sally, I must put it to you that thing in your cup is not water. You are fired tonight.
It is.
No, solely and red wine. Forget that one.
I'm just messing with you. That's
it's Schweppes.
So when did you start drinking Schweppes? I'm not saying you are from Sapele, but you are not far from Sapele.
Schweppes wine.
No wine, no. I want to ask a question. More than send me now. I don't get to nothing.
All right. So somebody wants to put a question to you, Sally.
Sally, so are you supporting what we are talking about here? Is that your position?
So you mean all the time I've been talking, you've not been listening?
No. You are not.
We don't understand good English.
I don't have to support or not support. I've given my own view as a citizen that the whole thing was overrushed and not properly addressed. There might have been other ways of doing all of this, whatever. But the way that it just went straight and then the senators, they were just boasting of power. That was a power play much more than anything else.
All right. I think...
But Sandy, I think one man asked if it was on African. So do you believe it is African?
No, she said no.
It goes on in Africa. It goes on everywhere. I mean... This whole thing, women, men.
So you believe it is part of our culture in Africa, part of African culture?
What do you mean culture? Is it a British culture to be gay?
Yes, it is part of British culture.
It is not.
I can show you through prehistoric times, is what I'm saying.
I was in the UK when it started. This whole gay movement to get everything. In fact, I was one of the first people that actually even trained into understanding the equal opportunity policies, which also meant that, you had to accept, people's way of life, lifestyle, wherever.
This has been part of England's history. I've studied it extensively.
And Nigeria too. And Nigeria
No,
too.
not Nigeria. If you go through prehistoric times, you cannot find it. You cannot. I am telling you, matter of fact,
from the north, I believe.
I'm not just from there. I've lived there also.
Yeah, go
on. I'm not just from there. I've also lived there. It is not part of northern culture. What
so
you
who are those
see
women? Who are those women? The Medungu, the whatever.
The Endaudu. Yes.
And wear lipstick.
Yes. The houses. Yes, Jafar just told you the houses call them Endaudu.
So why did you do that? I mean,
those are cross dressers, right? And
So
and
sorry,
you spoke to them.
hold on, Black League. Do they do it for entertainment or as an expression of their sexuality?
I mean, they
Those
have a
than
deficit.
yeah.
They have a deficit in testosterone,
Oh, look at
and
that.
have a estrogen excess, and then they
And you're
express.
saying it's not innate.
It's not innate.
that's a
It's what I'm
hormonal
telling you.
problem
It's
then.
not part
It's
of our
biological.
culture. It's never been part of our culture.
I don't see it as a culture here because it's only recently.
With interaction with other people, specifically Westerners, Europeans, will come to adopt some of their practices. Just like an example is the language we're speaking right now. It's not ours, right? So there are also other practices that we have adopted through interaction. But when I say innately, is when you go through the prehistoric records. It's always been part of Greece. The UK where you stay, it's always been part of it. You should do more research on people like Queen Victoria and really see what it is. I don't want to say too much, but it has been part of the history.
Queens of Nigeria that are doing the same, even as we speak.
I am telling you about prehistoric times. Today, anything goes. I can show you one in my village. I can show you in your village, in everybody's village. We are talking about today. But I'm telling you about prehistoric times. And there are some things that have happened. For example, in African culture, that people refer to as being gay, but that's not really what it is. Even in the South, there are certain cultures that I have researched.
Hold on, Black League. Do you think we're being overly culturally protective, wanting to acknowledge?
No, I don't even think it should even come up to the center stage of national discourse. It's not a problem with Africa. Just like what Kenyatta did in Kenya. They pressured him as much as Jonathan was pressured. He said, Kenya has issues to face. This is not one of them right now, facing the average Kenyan. So the government would focus on the issues facing Kenya that are on the front burner. That's all he said to them.
I thought
that's a very diplomatic way of telling them, no, this is not our issue right now. So our parliament won't even deal with it. I'm not signing anything relating to it. If it's not relating to what's on the front burner of Kenyans, that's exactly what Kenyatta said.
That was a polite get lost, wasn't it?
That was a very diplomatic way to say get lost. You're correct. But in Nigeria, we took a slightly different stance, which I believe that was a gang up against Jonathan. Yeah. And Jonathan was misled into going about it that way. Because, go ahead.
Let's hear from Sally. Yeah.
Well, you were just going to point at the point, just go straight to the point. The thing is that it affected Goodluck Jonathan because I'm coming from my own side that he just could have put that somehow, given the soft landing or giving it a less impunitive action. So, so that he can just, because then again, you just saying, arbitrarily that it's not an African culture, but we haven't really gone around the African culture. Like I said, and I believe I'm right, that it was a culture in girls' school. Okay, and mind you, this law is not just about men, because most of the time when you guys are talking
Sally, what Black League I suspect is saying is that it's not historically. Is now contemporaneously African, but not historically.
He cannot say that.
I understand, Sally, if you're talking about boys and girls school. Those are all recent. Those are European constructs.
Let me land, Black League. A lot of you just saying it, okay, you've articulated it very well, but you have no references.
I do have references.
No, you don't. You don't. The reason why you don't have references that can actually be compared, to benchmark is because Africa did not have enough documentation. It's only now that we're even beginning to find out all what our civilizations were all about, not just Egypt necessarily. This is now that we're, discovering all the things.
These are what racist. These are what racist Europeans keep repeating about Africa, saying we do not document. How about our documents that were destroyed? How about scrolls destroyed in East Africa, in West Africa, close to us here in Timbuktu?
then it
Timbuktu.
was destroyed.
We're going to a different territory
Of course. Look at the library in Alexandria,
You can't
in
just rant. You can't
Timbuktu.
just rant it through. No, you can't rant it through.
No, I mean, you say I don't have facts. I'm giving you
to
facts.
rant it through. You're saying that what about, so let me interject you there. You said that what about the documents that were found and blah, 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 in burnt
and were burned.
Including Sudan.
If those documents were burnt or were not preserved, then you would have to work out and figure out what actually transpired in those legacies. So you can just conclude in that way just because.
Okay, I'll give you a very practical example. I'll give you a very practical example that you can research right now. In Western countries, because it is part of their culture, especially in Europe, it is evident and documented in Greek culture about homosexuality is widely practiced. Even code word for homosexuality in some places today is Greek. That's the code word. So, I mean, Greece is known for that.
Black League, I think you're missing the point.
My point to that is,
I think you're missing it. Nobody is saying that it's not bedded within the Western society. But what I suspect Celibi is, and correct me if I'm wrong, is arguing is that it is fundamentally innate and therefore it is not culture specific. And if it's innate, then you cannot, for reasons of being want to be culturally protective, try to exempt the African space from what is an human trait.
I understand the point 100%. I just disagree with it. And I have my reasons why.
Then you will tell me.
I have reasons. I have factual reasons why. And I was just about to say them. So when you go to European cultures, knowing that this has been part of their history and culture, till date, everywhere where you have, where it is a Western culture or European culture, that is a country, the citizens tend to be an aging population, not a younger population. Homosexuality has a role to play in that through culture and through history. Everywhere you have black people,
Black
for instance, Nigeria
is longer steeped in India than it is in the West. There's longer historical documentation of it in India than centuries before the manifestation in the West.
That's because India existed centuries before manifestation in the West. Asia was in existence centuries before the West. The West only started with Greece. India was in existence way longer than that. India is a very important culture within the Asian population, if not one of the first. So that aside, I'm talking about how embedded it is that even till date, you find that countries that don't have that as a part of their culture have a younger population, a booming population, while the Western countries have generally an aging population. That's why we can be 70% under the age of 35.
You're totally wrong. You're totally wrong. That's
that's your opinion, and this is mine.
Cheeky.
That's your opinion, and this is mine. I've tried to give you history to tell you that this has never been part of prehistoric African society.
You just
not
have not
one,
found it.
not one, until interactions with Europeans. But I've told you on the European part. I've told you on the European. Go research who Queen Victoria really was. Was that a crossdresser?
Sorry, hold on, Sally.
Yeah, and I'm telling you.
Give me a moment to debunk. Hold on, Sally. Give me a moment to debunk what you just said, Black League. You cannot escape. You cannot categorically state what you have just stated because Sally already said, and she dovetailed off your narrative that a lot of the African history that were documented were destroyed. So you cannot then, by extension, then say that something did not exist when you cannot establish that it did not exist. And the point that I was making, that this culture, this way of being in India, it predates by centuries, and we can do it right now, and I will dig it up, by centuries, the first manifestations of it within the Western space, at least that is known, which you rightly said was in Greece. So
yeah, and I'm telling you, one man, you cannot use that point to debunk me. You can use another one, but not that one.
But if you follow the logic through, India is a completely, you say, is a more ancient, a more superior culture, but a longer existing culture that predates the Western culture, and they have historical documentations of this within their culture. There's antecedents of it within the Western culture. There's instances of it within the dynasties in the Chinese space. So why would it manifest in, and the Arabians are notorious for it, so why did it manifest in all of human culture with the exception of Africa? How can that be?
Because we don't talk about it.
As for India, India thrived and was known all around the world before Europe started. So anything in the world would start, of course, you get history of it in India before you find it in the West. The same with Africa. I'm not saying if you go through prehistoric records of Africa, you will not find homosexuality. But that does not sum up what was happening within that culture. Homosexuality was more or less unknown to the culture. It was until the Europeans invaded, specifically the Greeks, into Eastern Africa. That's when homosexuality started becoming known and vast in Africa. While when you go to the West and the start of their culture, homosexuality has always been normal. And they have festivals and practices where homosexuality was in the open streets, where the king is there doing the practicing it, the commoners are there practicing it. That's well documented within the Greek history books. Till date, you can still find it. It's even in statues. So it's still there in Europe, but you cannot find a shred of evidence with it being that overwhelmingly popular within any African society. You just cannot.
It's not popular in any society necessarily. It's not.
Well, to the point of it being a popular practice where even the kings were involved, you would say that's popular. Is if even the king is involved, you have to say that's popular within that culture.
You know, it was
but
criminalized.
When you go to a culture where you find one or two people that are commoners practicing something, that is not really a part of that culture because the numbers don't show that. But when you have it to where the whole city gathers and practices one thing, of course it is part of their culture.
All right, but you
it's
know,
not part of the culture. I will still stick that it's not part of the British culture.
On what facts would support that?
It's not culture per se.
On self-recognition,
culture. People were born. They find that they were either induced to become like that from what they see or whatever is around them, or they felt certain, like you said, chromosomes were not right. Hormonal issues whereby men begin to soften up like women, and women.
You know, it was criminalized in most of Europe less than 100 years ago.
It was considered a mental illness in America less than 50 years ago.
So what is the medical status of that now today? Yeah. What is the medical status of that? Because now the medical status is all combined with the social. That's the well-being and so on and so forth. So you just can't.
I don't think we can. I don't think we can categorically say that it is not part of African culture. I think that's a bit of a.
Okay, tell me about your culture and the practice of it through history. People speak on their personal cultures. Can people speak on their cultures and say, I am Yoruba? The closest to that I've seen.
Because we don't
the closest to that.
Let me talk about Yoruba in general.
The closest.
In Africa, where women marry women. Did you know that?
Exactly what I was about to say.
10 women.
Exactly what I was about to say. That was exactly my point. I know of those cultures, but that is not necessarily homosexuality. Those cultures, the ones I've studied, is usually an older woman who's a widow. and she's at the age where she doesn't want to get remarried to a man. Then they send a younger girl to be helping her with like house chores and stuff like that because she doesn't have that strength. And then they call them somewhat like they're married together. But that necessarily is not homosexuality, because
kind of
within
slavery,
that culture,
yeah?
it doesn't even happen with the men. It's
So
only,
slavery,
it's only,
more or less.
no,
Slavery.
it's a
Hold on
form.
now, I'm asking you, would you say that as slavery?
Oh, okay.
No, it's a
I
way
think
to address a social challenge, because when you have older people who cannot take care of themselves, especially women who are more or less defenseless when they're older because
That
of the
is the one
strength
that you
issues,
know. That is the
then
one
you
that
would
you
have,
know.
that is the way of that society addressing a
Yeah,
social
but that
issue.
is the one that you know,
hold on. I think where the problem might be in the word culture. So if we replace the word culture with practice, maybe that then will bring us more convergence in views. So if we say it's a culture, then it's a known practice. But if we say you cannot say that it's not something that has been that obtains within any space, or is it a culture of that space is a different matter. So
One
we
man,
cannot, yeah. Is it
African
something that
culture,
obtains? Yeah.
African cultures and societies through prehistoric times specify the importance of lineage, of your heritage, of your ancestors, and your kids unborn. It's very important throughout Africa and throughout African cultures. All
But
right.
that is just a
So
story.
when you have something like homosexuality being a part of that culture, that is clearly against procreation, because that stops your lineage from your family tree
Yes,
that is
I
supposed to
think it's the
branch
We
word
out
heard all
from
culture.
you.
this. I mean,
So
we
how
heard all
can
that.
that be African when African cultures itself, with really no exceptions, specify continuity of lineage
Yeah,
and
every
your
culture
heritage,
specifies that. That's
and
not peculiar to
specifying
Africa.
about importance of your ancestors and your children unborn? So it is like it is a cultural thing that everyone carries upon their family name to continue their lineage and pass on that
Yeah, but
family
that's
lamb.
not uniquely
So when
African,
you
though.
have
That's not
Stop it. I
general.
mean,
homosexuality, what do you
you're
pass
making
on?
your advocacy on the
In
right.
5 to 6
Sorry,
generations, everyone is gone.
No, Blackly, you're making your advocacy towards a very wrong direction.
I'm not
Because
advocating
you're
anything. I'm
not
just
speaking.
interpreting my
See,
culture.
you're trying to frill it up with this cultural thing. We know these things. You're not teaching us anything new, right? We know about African cultures and how we are quite, into our
No,
culture and
then
how
it's
much we
shocking
want
to
to
hear
protect
that
it. But at the same
homosexuality is a
time,
part of
Hold on.
African culture.
Let Sally carry on. Yeah.
at the same time, underneath it, there's quite a lot of things that are actually going on. And in some places, there are some cultures that you cannot say you know every single one of African culture in the way that we have analyzed it in a generic manner. It's not quite like that. Cultures
Okay,
are
tell me
different
about
too, even
African
within
culture where
Africa.
men are marrying men.
Yeah,
I'm not talking about
they might not
practices
be one to
today.
point at.
I'm talking about that has happened through prehistoric times and it's still happening today. Tell
All
me
right.
about any culture.
What was this law
Mention,
about? Let's not forget that this law was also about women, and you're saying that women have not been, all these women in Puda. We hear all the stories that goes on inside in all those places where you put a lot of women. And where is the root of these things that you can actually identify in Africa itself? It's usually in the boarding schools where it's all females, or boarding schools where it's all males. That's
okay.
where these things,
I think I get your point. You're talking about this day and age. I'm
not
talking
saying
about
this
history.
day and age. What day
talking
are
about
you
boarding
talking about?
schools.
I'm talking about back in the time that
I'm talking about when there were no boarding schools, is what I'm talking about. You're
even when they
referencing
put
boarding schools.
women in fattening rooms, it's all women. When women are together, there's a different vibe when it's all women together, using showers, using this, dressing up, creaming bodies.
That's being communal. That's not homosexuality.
So that is what I'm saying.
That's being communal.
That's what the point I'm driving at. And also with men in prisons and things like that. Things happen. You understand?
All right.
So
all right.
you can't
Thank
just
you.
say it's a
I
culture.
didn't even know
And
what
that's why
I
I say
this one.
understand things happen. I'm talking about things happening overwhelmingly for it to take over a certain culture for you to say it is a part of that culture or not.
No. Black League, if you remove it being a cultural thing, is it actually known to the African space as it is known to other human species that people do that?
Okay, one man.
Predating colonial or Western
influence. Is not always native.
One man.
Yeah.
Let me ask a question. Maybe any one of us can answer it. Do we know or did we hear anything about this thing when we were growing up?
You know, I never did until I came to this country. I knew I never knew. You know.
Okay, I believe. What of you, Black League and Lord Michael?
I never knew about it till after secondary school.
Okay, fine.
Well, that is
Shelly before you
I knew about it in secondary
before you
school.
went to Jos.
I knew about it in secondary school. From when I landed secondary school, I knew about this, and I also knew about it that I even knew that some young teachers, were having some affairs with some of the girls in the school.
Which part of the country was that?
Don't ask me about which part of the country. I've told you. You know where I come from.
So I'm just asking because you said you are in Lagos and you grew up in Lagos. I want to know.
These things are going on, so let's not.
All right.
Well, I never seen it all my life until when I got to this country.
Yeah, so, I never knew it until I came to this country.
Yeah, I agree. It is going on. My question is, has it always been going on? That's the thing. Has it always been going on?
As each other. Some people, just stayed mainly in one discipline, one job, one style, one thing, and just progress there. Some other people had to do some other stuff and do some other stuff and travel and mix up and things. So you learn from what you're exposed to. You know that these things are there, and then it's up to you to accept it in your own mind or just get on if it doesn't affect you in any way. But it is there, live.
All right, thank you. Of all of the topics I thought we were going to be battling PDP today and them opening ticket for Atiku. Who thought that of all the things we're talking about, this will be what will?
But on the side of Tundu, I'm on the side of Tundu Abiola. I'm seriously on
in what regard?
She annoyed me one time when she was talking, and there was time when Kanu
No, why are you on her side now? What you mean in her part?
What changed? What changed?
That her younger sister cannot just be so forward as to begin using. Yes, she should go as if I want to go into politics, I go with my own name to start with. And I go and help. If I'm going to help somebody, I'll praise that person and say this person is kind, is good, is the person that we need has got the brains and whatever. I'm not going to go there and start saying that is the same. I mean, what generation is this guy, and what has he got in measures to compare with someone who was as known?
She even went as far as to sell the father slogan. Abiola was Hope 93. She has gone and sold that slogan to Yaya Bello. So he's now saying Hope 2023.
Anyway, it's not going to get far. So
no, it's just
it won't go that far. So let Tundu just come and just let it be, because this.
But do you think she's too short-tempered to do? Do you think she's too up herself?
No, she can be in her heart. She's a nice person in her heart. I can tell because I watch her.
She strikes me as a bit of a madam. She wants.
I don't think so. I think she's quite
nice. One man. Who do you think is older, Tundu or the sister? Hafsa.
I think the sister is older.
I think Hafsa should be older, correct?
Yeah, I think so.
The sister is also a news presenter, isn't she? She's a correspondent.
Is she? With her rice?
I'm not too sure. Or maybe I'm confusing her with the Benedia's daughter.
No, that's Benedia's daughter.
That's Benedia's daughter is a journalist, Osasu.
Okay, she's just so clownish. I've seen her trying to. I saw her trying to interview Fanny Kayode. He just patronized her all the way through. But carry on.
Celibis, you say you're in support of Tundu. Don't you think that was unprofessional of her?
It wasn't unprofessional because
she's always unprofessional. Yeah.
It's not unprofessional to start with. I mean, why you're actually taking her father's legacies to paste on? I mean, this is a cut and paste. Come on, it's so cheap and so come on. So Bella doesn't have anything to speak for himself. Let us hear
what
him
of
out.
what
After all,
if
he said
what
it's the
if
younger generation. He should not start benchmarking himself with Abiola. No way. No way. He is just one of those guys that just follow all these politicians and then they made him. He cannot bring himself to where, to position or compare himself with Abiola or to actually paste Abiola's face on his own. He has not even told us what his manifestos are. We have not seen anything serious that he has actually done that,
he wants to continue Buhari's legacy. That is
something. He wants to continue Buhari's legacy, and then he wants to paste Abiola on top of that. Or he wants to
I understand, but I don't think that's enough for her to chastise her sister publicly the way she did. I understand her reservations, why her sister shouldn't
She has to. She has to, because she might also
MKO
have,
with her father.
it was wrong and greedy of the sister to do that.
MKO is part of political discourse in Nigeria. So whether we like it or not, people will always mention it.
That was forward because for one thing.
But do you sympathize with her being protective of her father's name?
She has a job.
She can be influencer. She should work with her own name. She work with her own name, not Abiola's name, because Abiola's legacy is not her. She's just like a daughter.
I don't see this backlash.
To have any virtues or anything.
I don't see this backlash at people like Dele Momodu. I've never heard Dele Momodu speak extensively without bringing up MKO or trying to form a sort of...
He has the history.
He has the history of working with him. He has the history, but he does not have the credentials to compare himself to MKO with what MKO achieved.
You guys speaks in differential terms.
He speaks fondly about him as a father to him, and that is it. And he ends it there. And of course, he talks about the way the guy could have done. And that is it. So,
but yeah, I think Yahaya Bello can be criticized, but for the daughter, just for her sister to be criticizing her like that, I think that could be handled outside of
polygamous family for you, though.
No, it's not polygamous.
It doesn't matter polygamous or not. It doesn't matter. It just brings the MKO name down. That's just how I see it. It's unprofessional.
I totally disagree with
it's
you.
Unprofessional.
What was unprofessional was for this other, young lady to go and, to work with someone else who should actually have his status by now.
But she doesn't have the right. She doesn't have the right to vote and be voted for.
Abiola never got one day as a president. This is a guy that's made a good nearly 8 years as a governor. Doesn't he have something spoken about? Why do you have to bring Abiola's legacy? He himself,
I understand that.
Hold on. In the past, he himself has never, Yahaya Bello has never said that, that he's featuring his state as per what Abiola, within the principles or ideas, architecture of Abiola. So why suddenly you want to become president and then you want to come and bring, insult this man in his grave? It's wrong.
Sally, I understand that, but I'm specifically speaking to Hafsat Abiola. Does she have a constitutional right to vote and be voted for?
I believe the
answer is yes. She has her right. Personally, I cannot come out to campaign. Personally, I cannot come out to campaign for Yahaya Bello, but that's me. So if someone sees that person as their candidate, I don't think they should be chastised for just carrying out their constitutional right. And I know, Sally, you're a woman advocate and a strong one at that. People where you are would Google who is the first director general of a presidential campaign ever in history, is Hafsat Abiola's name that will come up. No woman in Nigeria's history has ever risen to become a director general of a presidential campaign. That woman doesn't exist.
Is that a price worth selling? Hafsat
Abiola has broken the ice. Hafsat Abiola has broken the ice to become the first woman in Nigeria's history to hold such an office. I think she should be commended for
And she
that.
has started on the
If
wrong
anything
footing.
else.
Please, let's not be always divergent about what is the issue, because now we we're looking at what she's gone and done. She's doing it for herself. She's doing it for herself. She's not doing it for Nigerians. She's doing it to show that she has a name. And so she, if you're going to stand up as a woman, stand up with your name.
What you are saying now, are you saying it for Nigerians or you are saying it out of your own volition?
What I'm saying now?
Yes. Are you speaking for all Nigerians?
I'm speaking as, as would I think would be a consensus with a lot of women that she should not do that.
I want to think everybody has a right of association. Everybody has a right.
We know about rights. It's only in Nigeria that does not
let us
exist.
leave
Where
that
we
lady
live,
to what she believes
where we live,
Tundu
we
you
have
are
rights.
protecting today
Nigerians
has
talk about
worked
rights,
and
but
praised
they have no
Buhari.
rights. No.
You see that Tundu you are protecting today. Remember when she was praising Buhari? When she went to work with Buhari, when she interviewed her, why didn't you chastise her all this while? You
What
see the things that
interview? She
happens to
only
us in
went to do
Nigeria.
a job.
When
She's
it's
just
good
doing
for
a job.
us, and when it's not, when it's about us,
is a job too.
Okay.
It's not a job.
Lord Michael, you said why didn't I attack her? I did attack her when Nnamdi Kanu was arrested, and I told her and there was something she said, and in fact I wrote into that because I was watching it. I think it was Ruben Abati.
I remember what she said. She was comparing it to MKO. So how come she gets to do it and Hafsa doesn't get to do it?
Exactly.
I remember her comments on Nnamdi Kanu at that time.
But you can't judge a case like that. You have to judge a case by their merit. What we are
I'm saying
looking at
she's as
in terms of
guilty as what
Abiola,
she's accusing
even
her
me,
sister
I
of.
feel.
It's unfair.
Excuse me, even me, I feel insulted for her to use Abiola's name. It's not just Tundu. When I even heard that, I was very disappointed. In fact, I thought it was Tundu. So I was looking to see if Tundu had actually done that. I was just waiting for what I would say, about Tundu. And then it turned out that it was her sister, some other one that I thought was also a reporter. But anyway, I was happy about, her reaction to that, because you just can't take it, something that is a family legacy, and then you just jump in and begin to support someone that is notably, in some cases, a political miscreant, who, we know all the things that went on in Kwara State and how he attacked this other lady. What's her name? This is very beautiful. The Russian one, Ukrainian girl. She's actually from Ukraine.
Natasha.
Yeah, Natasha. And all of that happened with her and so on. And then you can just come in and start talking about your father, because that's what she was sold. She actually, to me, it was a betrayal, because she would have taken money to bring out her father's name into this mess.
But did Tundu herself not sell her father's name to to Buhari when she was leading the front at Abiola Day after what happened to her father? Remember when they were
happy about it? Everybody, all the Yorubas were happy about that. I wasn't
not all
happy
the Yorubas.
I wasn't happy about that. I wasn't happy about that because it was false. Anything that is false.
No, they just used him for political something.
Yeah, if it's real. Remember when Jonathan Goodluck Jonathan decided to make University of Lagos. That was another, what do you call it?
He wanted to make it MK Abiola's university.
He shot in the foot, when he wanted to make Abiola, university.
Is Jonathan a yam head by your reckoning, Celibis?
I mean, leave me, Joe. It's my brother.
I knew that was where you came on to come and do home girl. You got that.
But he's a gentleman. At the end of the day, I always see him a gentleman, and I like him for that. Yeah, if we can all be like, if Nigerian leaders can be like that and do their job, they do it. He's not a bad person. He's somebody who likes his work, and things might not have worked out very well for him, amongst the people that he was, and mind you, my governor did not help him, because he could have, come in and worked with him as, as per, a younger brother, but he failed to do that. And he was so critical and, negative about everything. And this is not an ego play. And this is why, because this is a problem with the men in Nigeria. You know, the ego. I know it's, here in Europe is there as well, but it's too much. It's overwhelming in Nigeria. And that's why you don't see women coming into spaces to even. It's only that kind of cheap show of Miss Abiola that you can see. You know, where they just give you some women I saw not today. In fact, I commented on Facebook. I sent it to Sky News Trend or something like that. And these women saying, oh, they've done this, our president has done this, he has given women, all of them, they were giving them greeting machine. You're giving all these women greeting machines. So everybody will be greeting against each other. You know, you don't think we've come to the stage where you should have proper institutions where people will decide what they're good at doing, or at least you will give them an idea. You want to turn all the women, a whole village of women to tailors. Where is it going to go? You just give them those machine heads. After that, you don't give them thread, you don't give them materials, you don't give them nothing. It's just a waste of resources.
All right, thank you, Sally.
Women should think, because we women, like you said, culture and all that. Remember the other day, Ajanle Koko was saying a woman has to be in the kitchen to cook. And when you cook, you're multitasking. There's so many things you have to do. Pepper, salt, this one, put garlic, put this one, put onion. Oh, who is not well? Make another different pepper soup for them, and so on. You have to do all of these things. And that is the same way women should be used in the nation building, not just bringing them like a Cinderella that's Mr. Shoes to just come and say, oh, Abiola is my dad, and this and this and that, and use his legacies to paste on something that is really a bad market.
All right. Thank you, Celis. As ever, impassioned, you know. You see, you see, anytime you come on, I have to go and listen back because you function at a higher frequency than most people I know. So with my own delayed brain, I have to go and listen to you 3 times again to understand even the beginnings of what you're intending to say. So thank you. That's Celibi, who makes her usual cameo appearance. So we seek to start to round off here. I was going to go to Black League, but time has defeated as always. So we seek to start to round off here to land ourselves on Ajanle Koko. So we wrap it through it, starting off with Igbo, who I suspect is not here, but to fulfill all righteousness, let's call him up first. Igbo, are you still there? No, I didn't think so. It's all that 3-3 and that Goda, you know. Yes, this is it. 3. Yeah, so thank you, Igbo. So from Igbo, we go on to Thomas. Thomas, are you still there? Okay, I think we lost Thomas too. So from Thomas, we go on to Lord Michael. Lord Michael, I know you are still there.
I hope so. Not again.
Yes, perfectly. Carry on.
Say one day somebody talks I'm a truck driver. I don't enter my truck again. But go to that guy, don't know. Say truck drivers for this country, or more than they collect money. I wish I be truck driver for make sense. But make I leave that matter, make I go straight away to the talk. I want to thank everybody who come to this program today. Make sure that they always forget to hit and the like and subscribe button. Then for all our talking points, you not get one on one program today.
And they enjoy your Potako broken, where?
Okay, thank you. Because we don't touch light everything, everybody don't make sense, you know. So make I thank everybody who they downstairs and people who they upstairs. Una know my slogan not ever change. Make una help una brother. Make una they do the right thing. If you know where they go for buy you, make you dodge you, because this life not day too. If you see who want harm your brother, help your brother. If you see where all these police there, they intimidate your brother. What did they give us level? So what did they give them level to do this thing? He said, instead when we go support the person or we go ask what did the person do, everybody go bring a camera phone. We go the video, be your brother's keeper. If we ask question, I'm not saying to attack anybody, but if we stop this harassment, ask questions. And nothing say these people will continue to do us like this. If the system will not fear them again, nothing they go feed do us. Therefore, all our brothers where they say they don't collect now for all this bandits and for Kaduna, make una rise up, make una march, make una no fall or make una no fear. Make una stand up. If una they fear like this, they go take una one by one. I'm not saying una go risk una life for una fit use una voice, una fit just find a way where they say una still get some strong men. Una do vigilante, make everybody save themselves, because this life all day too. For everybody where they believe in politics, make una take a miss you, make una stop their money, make una vote who una want vote. If una no one vote, if una want be like me, make una join us. Make all of us share the grace so that we go just divide the country peacefully. I no want make any of una they die again because they pay me for body. So I go leave her for here. Tomorrow we go there as we say the day, like the day Mudia. God bless all of una. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Lord Michael. Story get belly and all that. So thank you, Lord Michael, as ever, always a delight. So that was Lord Michael, the voice now that you all look forward to. So Sally, very easy to spot that you are not from Yard, though, because if you are from Yard, they don't call it Port Harcourt, they call it Prakot. You see? Who
No,
says
not
Port Harcourt
forever.
is Prakot, isn't it? It's Prakot. So Sally B, we're taking remarks. Sally B, she joins us, ladies and gentlemen. Sally.
Well, it's always a delight to be on this program, and I would wish for you to diversify this program, like I always say, whenever I come on, that we need to add more Nigerian women, get them out from under the bed, under the carpet, and all the invisible places where they hide, obscure areas. Let them come out. We want young women to come talk, want older women to come talk, or grandmas to come talk, because it's a situation. We can't keep sitting down and say, oh, let the men just do everything. These men are tired. Sometimes they're just drinking beer. So, my dear, let's not allow our life to be, to swim away with this their beer gathering. No, make yourself come join them, join hand. Like my brother talk, take language, take talk. Maybe say take language, talk. Say you don't reach the time we self go to join. They enter for this waka, for this talkie when they for Nigeria. Because if we don't do we just do like that, Nigeria will disappear for our eye. I beg you, don't do. Make them come out. Make all women they talk. Make all women go buy phone. Make sure say then they, at least then they see what they happen for news and everything. We are in a state of alert as far as I'm concerned, and the women are the most vulnerable in these situations. No one is actually even teaching women how to even do a little bit of strats to begin to get ready, a bit of martial arts, because these things are coming nearer and nearer home. And we in the South keep seeing it like that is another thing. But look at the whole place is a mess. And it's time for us to begin to have some kind of brand thinking that would begin to, lead us, direct us towards our, vision. That's if we have one. I suppose we all do. We all wish to be great people and do great things. But we just have to strategize these with some kind of quality and brand, in the way that we, the way we discharge governance. Women have to be there, they have to be, be part of the, the whole processes, everything that is going on. And many of these shows, I just see even that Channels has one. We have Aleron, so always talking and all of it. You can see, and she makes sense all the time. So I just want women to be part of it. It just can't be a men of it. This is not just a military regime. So, and even military women are there now. So I don't see why women are not in all these public discussions. And I think this is one good discussion. I know one man is very good with women. So the more women that come here. I want Bea Dua to come back. I want, what's her name? The other lady, Ada, I say Ada, something that has the one, oh God, Devine or something. She has a nice name. I remember.
Ada Biafra.
No, the other one that was actually with you. You launched her one time. You had a session with her.
No, that was Ada Biafra. Yeah.
Is it Ada Biafra?
Yeah.
She has a different name though, of a media house or something.
Yeah, she talk time with Queen Diva. Queen Diva.
Oh, Queen Diva. So yeah. She's good. Just bring her back every now and again. Bring some women on. Bring Ankyo Bricks on. If you want, I can connect her if you want to come and talk. But Black League and her, and all the others, should at least exchange some views.
So, I actually admire that lady, but go ahead. I don't want to interrupt you.
Yeah, she's actually, this is the lady. I don't know if you see this one. You see it?
Yeah, we see it. Yeah.
Can you see it?
Yeah.
That's some time ago at the Port Harcourt Polo Club.
Yes, she's one of my favorite people. In fact, I'm not sure that there's a Nigerian woman that I admire more than that woman. She's just sort of, yeah.
Yeah, she was here as well. She campaigned and all that, had talks, all of it. So let's just move forward with women. Women carry women along as well. It's not just for you, like Aisha Yusuf, and all the others who've been talking. Kudos to all of you. But to just pull some other women, get all the women together. Let's begin to have a voice.
How about Hafsat Abiola?
Yes, we have not said that she should not come do anything or she should not do the job. But what we're saying is that she should not
like that Abiola.
But she has made history. She has made history. I'm very proud of her. She has made history in Nigeria.
Well, okay.
Is there a woman on the planet that Black League doesn't like from 18 to 80?
She made history for leading fraudulent
selling her
campaigns.
father's name. Yeah.
It's not a history. What's history? History is not necessarily good.
All right. Sally, a couple more words and then I'll go on to Black League. So round it off, yeah.
So yeah, I think this show will be very good for women anyway, and I think we should come and talk about issues and look at how we're actually handling things. We should not be like walkovers, like those women. They know they are lying that Nigerian children are feeding and they're getting all those things, that the president has been so kind. And I was just so disgusted. It was the first thing I saw this morning, and I said, no, you can't be talking like this. And I'm just hearing 11 soldiers have been killed. You have to have some kind of conscience. Even in the things that you support. Publicly, you must have some conscience, and we are all looking and striving for a better Nigeria. So we should have that conscientiousness, as not to come out and tell things that are not really true, and look at you're all made up, looking beautiful and everything, but look at those children. And then you're coming to tell us that the president has done very well for everyone, the women, children, and then why are the women also poor? And why are they still needing to just have a grating machine rather than actually being put in the proper, structure where they can learn the skills that they love to do and deliver the resources?
It's just misdirected, a lot of these things. Let me just use this as the example. At all these Owambe parties, when you go to the parties, and they give you just a whole handful of so many plastic nonsense.
Yes.
That you go and throw. You just look. You don't even look at it for a day. Then
I don't take it. I don't take them.
You just stock it with the next.
Exactly.
But what they are now giving people now in Nigeria is they'll give you pepper and onions and oil, and some are even giving petrol in cans. So if you transpose that to this space where they're just giving all these women sewing machines and nonsensities, but if you can you have a whole village of sewers? Then who are they going to sew for?
Exactly. That's what my village.
Why don't they? Because you already have a budget, so why don't you repoint that budget to give it a purpose rather than just go to the lazy go?
What about those who want a laptop? Who want to learn how to start?
No, they don't want laptops.
There are women who need. They don't even have a what do you call it? They don't even have a business center where they can just go and send bare emails. To their, or even register for their card or do their passport or whatever. And then you're giving them all these sewing machines for the entire village. Will start grating. Of course, they will just sell them off, and it will just lead to nowhere. There's no KPIs on these things. You just do it for the show, for the camera, and half of those things will rot in the same storehouse where they came from in the first place. They will not be distributed.
All right. Thank you, Celis. We must leave it there. That's Celis, ladies and gentlemen, always impassioned, especially when it comes to women's rights. Don't get Celis started. She will never stop. So that is Celis. She makes a cameo appearance. We tell her all the time to join us more. Celis, ladies and gentlemen. So from Celis, we go to even bigger grammar spoken in that American tonality. Black League, to you.
Stop bigger grammar. Well, I would like to, say rest in peace to the civilians and military personnel who lost their lives, and all security personnel in extension. And of course, civilians, I repeat, for losing their lives just for no legitimate reason whatsoever. And this has been going on in our country for so long. It's gotten to an unbearable state. These recent attacks in Kaduna are dreadful for the main reason where that is where the heart of the military is. So if the heart of the military can be attacked so easily, back to back to back, it's not just appalling, it's just very regretful. The government should really step up to look into this. Kaduna is just a straight road to Abuja. If they're in Kaduna, you can say they may as well be in Abuja. And just for it to be so close to the capital, it just shows the level to which the degradation is in the security architecture. I think all the governors, the president most especially, because the security architecture is really centered in Abuja under the president. I think they need to all collectively step up to this and ensure that this does not escalate to where we would have no country no more. No matter what development, no matter what we achieve, even in terms of power, if the whole country has electricity and we have a problem with security, then we do have a problem, and all our investments can be gone just within a few seconds. So that would be counterproductive to all of us as Nigerian citizens, both those living there and living abroad. We all have people there, so that is really home for us. The government really needs to step up, I repeat, and we as citizens need to also step up in way of participation, especially in the selection process that throws up these leaders. The sooner we get involved, the better. We can get involved through several means. We don't have to always, it doesn't mean we have to have a lot of money to get in. But in terms of networking, in terms of organizing, in terms of dialogues, even like this one, that is a good starting point to begin. But we need to find ways to really reach out to those on ground in Nigeria, because the power is actually in their hands to change things. We can as well be serve as very good support for them. I think the sooner we do this, the better. We are collectively more than this ragtag militias that keep attacking us and destroying our sense of unity and sense of belonging as a country. The sooner we take care of this, the better. And we should stop praising mediocrity. If the government hasn't done well, we should say they haven't done well and encourage them to do well. And if they don't have the capacity to do well, we should have the courage to get them out. Find a system that works. If we don't have hope in the legislature, there's no point having one. We need to really get to these discussions going to really know realistically what will work for us as Nigerians. I would like to end on that note. I urge y'all to like, share, and subscribe to this channel. And have a good evening, everyone.
All right. Thank you, Black League. We can already hear the sleep in your voice. So the Black League are getting ready to go to bed, but shares a moment with us. So Black League, I want to arrange a one-on-one session with our Black League one of these days, and then we'll really drill down on this psychedelic paperism that comes to dish out every day. So one of these days, it will be just you and I'll nail you down. So
the
that's
master of paper.
Hey, look at that.
Master of paperism. Black League. You got a new name today.
Don't worry, your time will come.
I'm ready anytime, Mama. Anytime you are ready, I'm ready.
Yeah, because I've opened a book for you. You see, I'm taking notes on my screen. Oh, look, I've got sticker notes with your name.
As I speak, I see you typing. I know you're serious. I understand that.
I have 3 sheets on you that I'm just going to drill you to the ground one of these days. But don't worry, you continue to elude me, but you don't escape. You elude, but don't escape. So that's Black League. Black League is ever ready. So that's Black League. So for a Black League, we go to Ajanle Koko, one and only, no other. So Ajanle Koko, wrap it up in a very short summary for us. Ajanle Koko, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Moman. I want to thank everybody that came on the platform today. That your contribution was quite meaningful. And I hope that you will all be here tomorrow so that we can continue talking about our country. I hope your contribution today have educated a lot of people and informed a lot of people around the world, our listeners. Thank you all. Those of you who've been listening and watching us since the beginning of this session to this time. If you have not liked, if you have not clicked on the like button or the thumbs up, please do that right now. And if you haven't share, do that as well. And and hit the notification. And subscribe if you have not subscribed. Please do that because we want this show to go far, and by doing that, you can help the YouTube algorithm. Thank you all. And on the issue of Abiola children, I don't want to get my head worried, and I don't think anybody should get their head worried about them. It looks like they have I have heard Tudun and his brother Kola as well speaking, supporting government action. They never been on the side of the people, although Tundu sometimes on the show speak in like he support people's position. But I watched his brother sometimes ago saying that Nnamdi Kanu and Sunday Igbo, if the law of the land, they have violated the law of the land should take a course on them. So this tells me that they don't really care about the people, so they just care about themselves. And maybe they got that trait from their father as well, because their father, though, is a highly distilled, he was a philanthropy, but he came out strongly against Chief Obafemi Awolowo as well. He did everything, spent money, set up newspaper, and all the rest to prevent Obafemi Awolowo from winning the Second Republic. So sometimes you get some children that are going to behave like you. Maybe this lady in question was just behaving like his father, because her father was one of the oligarch in Nigeria that prevent Chief Awolowo from becoming the president. He did everything within his capacity, set up newspaper, he was the major funder of MPN, and he got them to power, he helped them to power. But what did they do for him? They disappointed him as well. So we just don't have to worry about them. It's their family. They can do whatever they like with their father's name. That's their own. Let us focus on what is happening to us as people in that country right now. They have the opportunity to run away if anything happens. What of the poor people in Nigeria? Do they have the opportunity? Can they afford to run away when the trouble comes? Are the people killing in the north? Do they have the opportunity to run away from their villages? A lot of people being killed. But here they are. They can fly around. They can go to anywhere. Just forget about them. They can drag his name to the mud if they like. That's their father's name. It doesn't concern us. So other than that, let me thank our people behind the scene that have been chatting and been doing their own thing since the beginning of the session. I want to thank Brother Alessandra Gomez, who I have a big respect for, and I regard him as the chairman board of trustee of One Man Went to Mo, and I have Alessandra Akache as the secretary, and Jaja as the financial secretary. I have our sister Buxma as the treasurer, and Mike Ajayi and all the rest of them. I have salute you all for your good job you do all the time behind the scenes. You are the strength of the platform. Please keep on doing what you are doing best. I salute you all. And I salute Plenty Water as well for coming to attack me all the time. It is good. I enjoy it. Come back all the time, so it make the show better as well. When we can jab each other, it's okay, no problem. So, and I give the biggest thank to One Man, the driver of the platform. One Man Went to Moon, the One Man, the Eagle. I believe tomorrow, One Man, the Eagle, will land as well here, and we continue the struggle tomorrow. Thank you, One Man, the Eagle. See you tomorrow.
All right, thank you, Ajanle Koko. As ever, always a delight. They know you, the name you know and love.
Seems that One Man is not here, but
can you not hear me?
I hope you are behind doing something, One Man.
Ajanle Koko,
And,
can you hear me? I'm here.
I want to
sorry, indicate in the comment section if you can hear me. Can anybody hear me?
Who are still at the commentary section.
Sorry, can anybody hear me? Sorry, indicate in the comment section if you can hear me.
Sit down as usual.
Sorry, Ajanle Koko, are you there?
It's a good night, and I believe that
all right, Ajanle
we
Koko,
all gather here tomorrow.
I've taken you off the screen. All right, sorry, Ajanle Koko. I think you cannot hear me, but I think everybody else can. So thank you, Ajanle Koko, for your words as ever. And you reference Plenty Water, who's still there, keeping you honest. He says, it worries me when I hear Ajanle Koko support and speak well of Bola Tinubu and Sowore, but then rebels when I connect the actions in his love Congress. So there is just a go back to Plenty Water's super chat. So thank you, Ajanle Koko, and thank you, everyone. Yes, so you can't hear me, so that's fine. So we seek to round off. You know what happens after Ajanle Koko has had these words. That's when we start to round off. But following in Ajanle Koko's tradition, let's acknowledge some of the commentators in the comment section. That's only to bring the whole session together so that the talking heads on the screen marry up with the people who prefer to interact via the comment section, and we all evolve as one entity. So British victim still there. We keep asking quite how is a British or she's a British victim, still not expanded on that space. David Tunde Abe, we see you. Joseph Akinyemi, good to have you. I don't think we've quite come across Joseph's name yet. So that's Joseph now, a newish name to the space. Obi Ruben, so thank you, Obi. Kedu Odema and all that. Ayo is another name, but not the Ayo you know. So you can say from his picture, a younger, more handsome one than the one we're used to. So that's another Ayo in the space. Ajitob, another name that I've seen that name before. So he's not new to the space. Good to see you, Ajitob. Adelaja Ogun Viyi. So I'm not quite sure if that's a misspell because I've never heard of any Yoruba name with a V ever before, ever in my life. Have I ever seen that alphabet in the Yoruba name? Adelaja Ogun Viyi. So maybe that's Oguni. Let me look at my screen. Actually, yes, that I think V is next to B in on your keyboard, isn't it? So hopefully that was a misspell. Probably not. Hopefully, because it can be any name, but probably that was a mistype of Ogunbiyi. So we see you nevertheless, Adelaja. Good to have you. So that's Adelaja. Well, let's just take a couple more. So Jaja, we see you, of course. Jaja, a regular stable, the man from Opobo. So thank you, Jaja. Bonksmore, probably Ajanle Koko's favorite lady on the platform, he never misses an opportunity to go bonksma, bonksma. So Min is stable to you, but Jafar to us, his friends and family. Sam O, we see you. Plenty Water, who usually super chats, but also interacts with the session in the comment section when his conversation is there. So Chiamaka Ike, good to see you, Chi. I think Chiamaka may well be a female name, I suspect. Jay in Ken, good to see you, Jay. Sally Beats, who you heard from just now on the screens, ever eloquent. Nobody needs any introduction to Mike Olawale, of course. Everybody knows Mikey. And then we land finally on this one, Greg Bayero. So, Greg, we see you too. How are you, my man? So, there it is right there. Apologies to the people I've not gotten to, but it's just really to acknowledge some of the names in the comment section, as I said, to bring everybody together. And then we all wrap up as one happy family. So that's how we like to do it. So within that spirit of togetherness, that invitation by Dan Lekoko to thumb up the stream. So do that if you haven't done it already. So click on like is what they're telling me to say now, because some of you are too illiterate to understand what a thumb up is. So if you don't understand what a thumb up is, click on like is what that means. And whilst you are doing the clicking, click on the subscribe button as well, so that you're fully then a member of the family. So do all the clickings. And by the way, I was only joking. None of you are illiterates, because I know some people are so delicate in their sensibilities in this space. But then, of course, you know my humor by now. So so that is the totality and everything of it, from sexuality to machinations of politics and Machiavellian maneuverings by Saraki and his acolyte. All of it wrapped up into one session, which comes to an end here. But it only ends in the streaming. The conversation carries on in the comment section, where I shall join you shortly to carry on the talking. So do the clickings, the likes, and the subscribe. As I leave you here, carry the conversation on within the comment section. But here, I say, peace.